Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our interaction on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-ordered human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter's magic turned into a curse. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. In his 6th year, Harry begins to manifest a terrifying new power, but something is wrong. The magic doesn't obey him, it feeds on his emotions, growing darker with every use. When he loses control and commits the unthinkable, the consequences spiral, leaving Draco traumatized and Harry shattered by guilt. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The month of February came on with lots of rain and windstorms. Although it was relatively mild during the days, it was very damp later on, and the dampness crept into one's bones. The nights were chilling and the students of Hogwarts huddled in their common rooms around the fireplaces. All the professors seemed to be handing out extra homework, and many nights were spent studying. On occasion, Hermione dragged Draco, Harry, and Ron into the room of requirement to study. Some days they all got along well, but on other occasions the years of animosity crept up between them all. The rivalry between Harry and Draco during Quidditch matches was still strong, although Gryffindor hadn't played Slytherin yet. Harry and Draco had both been successful for their respective teams in catching the snitch in games against Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, which resulted in Slytherin and Gryffindor being tied for first place and increased the animosity and rivalry between the two houses. Professor Sprout had to leave at the end of January for health reasons, but she was expected to recover and return for the fall term. Much to Ron and Ginny's horror, Molly Weasley temporarily took over as the head of house for Hufflepuff as well as professor of herbology. When Ron once disrupted the combined Gryffindor-Slytherin class, Professor Weasley yelled at him in front of everyone, giving him detention and completely embarrassing him. Draco couldn't resist verbalizing the nasty comment that sprang to mind, immediately earning himself a detention also. He kept his mouth shut after that, resorting instead to malevolent glares. Sharing detention and having to spend hours repotting humongous Delinum prickly cacti from which a variety of complex potions could be brewed didn't add anything to the relationship between the two. Draco accidentally bumped the plant into Ron's arm, covering it in sharp prickles. Ron was convinced he had done it on purpose, and when the shouting match developed, Mrs. Weasley slammed a ruler down hard on the desk, making both almost jump out of their skins. She waved it in the air in a threatening manner. "I warned you both to be quiet or you will be sorry," she shrieked loudly. They quieted down and eyed her warily after that. Draco whispered to Ron, "She wouldn't actually use that on us, would she? If she got mad enough she might, but luckily it's not allowed." Then he slyly turned his head and, grinning so Draco wouldn't realize he was only kidding, added, "But since she's only a temp and doing Dumbledore a favor, she might not care about the repercussions." Draco snorted. "She'd have to answer to Snape in my case." Ron laughed softly as they worked. "Do you really think my mum would be intimidated by Snape? She'd yell at him and convince him that you earned it." Draco paled slightly, his brow furrowing with worry. Much to Ron's amusement, Draco was the exemplary student in herbology from then on. "Concentrate," Lupin said in a tone louder than he normally used. He was becoming increasingly frustrated with the 4 teenagers standing in front of him. So frustrated, in fact, that he was ready to hand each one of them a week-long detention with Filch. Ron and Hermione kept bickering like an old married couple, but only when Ron wasn't busy hurling insults at Draco, who had started the tension by insulting Ron's jumper. Harry had defended Ron, infuriating Draco, who in turn lashed back. If they were younger, Lupin would have made each stand in a corner for a timeout. In fact, the thought was tempting even now. He had spent the last month giving them private lessons in the more advanced defense against the dark arts along with Snape, Tonks, and McGonagall, each one contributing her own special talents. He was presently working on strengthening their Patronus skills. Hermione and Harry were at the front of the class, although Harry was struggling harder than usual. Ron was able to conjure up a weak charging bull, but it dissipated too rapidly to be effective. Draco was having the most trouble. Although he was usually skilled in the defense against the dark arts, he apparently had few truly happy moments to draw on to conjure up a Patronus, leaving him frustrated and embarrassed. Adding to his humiliation was the boggart, which kept turning into his father brandishing his cane, causing Draco to involuntarily whimper and shrink back. Hermione's heart went out to him, but she knew if she tried to reach out to him he'd react with hostility. Draco's struggle also drew pity from the other three, which added to his already defensive mood. Lupin decided to offer him private lessons after the class ended so he wouldn't feel so ashamed in front of the others. Before he had a chance to do so, Harry spoke up. "Look, Malfoy, Draco, why don't you focus on last Christmas when Snape got custody of you?" Draco bristled at Harry's attempt to help. He had tried focusing on that moment, but his feelings at the time were intermingled with feelings of despair that his mother had surrendered him so quickly after his father had almost beaten him to death. He threw Potter a piercing glare. Harry was puzzled by Draco's reaction. He had felt so bad for him as the Lucius Boggart grew more and more threatening each time it emerged, causing Draco to shake uncontrollably. The look of utter fear and heartbreak on Draco's face made a mound of sympathy well up in him. "If not that, then how about when you found out that Snape wasn't going to die? You were happy then." "Just shut up, Potter. I can do this by myself. I don't need some wonder boy coaching me along or offering his pity." Harry's anger spiked at Draco's unreasonable resentment. "Fine, Malfoy," he spat. "If you're too immature to accept help when offered, then it's time to start taking responsibility for yourself and focus on something that makes you happy." "I always take responsibility for myself. I think things through. At least I haven't been responsible for getting someone I cared about killed," he drawled viciously. A stab of pain vibrated through Harry's heart. "Sod off, Malfoy," he replied angrily, his green eyes blazing. Suddenly, a horrendous pain shot through his head. He sank to his knees, his hand over his scar. He couldn't prevent the painful groan that escaped his lips. The pain was overwhelming, as if any second now his head would burst open. His stomach heaved and, with a whimper, he threw up. He could faintly hear voices calling his name, but he was too incoherent with agony to respond. Draco, having turned quite ashen, knelt down beside him when he collapsed. A strange feeling gnawed at him, and he realized he actually felt guilty for what he had said. "Get away from him, Malfoy," Ron snarled. Draco was looking up at him angrily when Ron's fist shot out, connecting with Draco's nose. He heard a crack and blood came gushing out. The smell of blood caused Harry to double over, retching again. Lupin sank down beside Harry. "Ron, you will face detention for that. Now go get Professor Snape. Hermione, please help. Draco, I hope you realize now that nasty words have consequences. You can expect a detention also." Lupin had an arm around Harry and gently tried to lift him to his feet. "Come on, Harry. We need to get you to the hospital wing. Hermione, please use the towel over there to apply some pressure to Draco's nose so it will stop bleeding. When it has stopped, bring him to the hospital wing." Lupin kept trying to get Harry on his feet, but the boy's breathing was shallow and his hand tightly gripped his scar. "It's okay, Harry, you'll feel better soon," he promised quietly as he rubbed his back. Harry was white as a sheet and it was obvious he was in a great deal of pain. He resisted Lupin's efforts to stand him up and instead curled into a ball, hoping he would pass out. Snape rushed in. "What happened?" Draco looked down, flinching, the towel still over his nose. Hermione reapplied the pressure and once again his head was forced up. "I'm not sure." Draco said some very cruel things and Harry replied, but then he collapsed. "It's been a few moments, but the pain has yet to ease." Snape threw a quick angry glance at Draco, who swallowed and looked very guilty. Snape then ignored him as he focused his attention on Harry. He tried to get Harry to open his eyes, but only received a whimper in return. The boy was white, his skin covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Snape reached down, putting one arm under his shoulders and the other under his knees, picked him up, and headed for the hospital wing. Lupin followed right behind. Hermione reluctantly helped Draco to his feet. She was furious at him for having said what he had to Harry. Ron glared at him. "You better stay away from him." Draco bristled at the threatening words. "Or what? You'll give me a black eye, maybe two. You caught me off guard, Weasley. Trust me, it won't happen again." "Draco, don't you know when to shut up?" Hermione asked him angrily. Draco glared at her and would have retorted with something mean, but his nose hurt so much that he had to breathe through his mouth, so he clammed up. None of them spoke. Draco realized how worried they were about Potter. He felt bad for having said what he did, but sometimes he felt so angry and frustrated because Potter always came out ahead. As soon as they got into the hospital wing, Hermione dropped him off on an empty bed and made a beeline, along with Ron, over to Potter. Madame Pomfrey, however, hustled them out. She stopped briefly, lifting Draco's chin and expertly examined his nose, which resulted in a groan from him. "You'll live. You can wait while I take care of Potter." She immediately turned to do just that. He got up and walked over to Potter, who was surrounded by Lupin, Snape and Pomfrey. Snape looked up briefly. "Get back to your bed," he ordered. Draco glared at him resentfully, his eyes wandering down to the black-haired figure on the bed. "Do I have to repeat myself? Or do you require an escort?" Snape asked in a dangerous, irritated voice. Draco glanced briefly into the dark, narrowed eyes and looked down, shaking his head. He knew that Snape was furious with him, but he hadn't meant to hurt Potter. Surely Snape knew that. His nose had stopped bleeding, but it still hurt. Stupid Weasley. He crept under the blankets and lay down, propped up against the pillows. After a while, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He opened his yes to find Snape in front of him holding a vial of Skelethial. "Drink." Draco took it, but before swallowing spoke, "I didn't mean to hurt Harry." Snape sighed. "Nevertheless you did. You need to work on controlling your words. Is he going to be okay?" "I believe so. Although we know that your words triggered his pain, we still do not know why this happened." Quote, curled up on the hospital bed, Harry finally stared to feel a little better, the pressure in his head easing up a bit. Despite his weak protests, Snape had forcibly removed his hands from his scar and had applied something cool. He realized now that the hand on the back of his neck most likely belonged to Lupin. Pomfrey had been the one forcing him to swallow potions. "Harry, can you stretch out a bit?" Lupin asked gently. With a shaky breath, being careful not to jar his head, Harry slowly stretched out his legs and straightened his body. "What's happened to Potter?" came McGonagall's voice from the door as she hurried to his side. "We're not entirely sure. Draco had riled him up and next thing we knew he was on the floor in agony, apparently from his scar. Potter, as soon as you feel up to it, you need to tell us exactly what happened," came Snape's deep voice. He whispered, "Okay." He didn't want to think about what had happened. He just wanted to sink into darkness so that the pain would go away. He was so tired. Pomfrey handed Minerva a vial and nodded her head in Draco's direction. She took it over to him. "What happened to your face?" she asked, shocked to see the blood. "Weasley broke my nose," he answered quietly. "I see," was her only response. She transfigured something on the nightstand into a bowl of warm water. "Let's clean you up a bit, then." She grabbed a washcloth, dipped it into the water, and gently wiped off all the blood. She also gave the vial to drink that would, over the next few hours, repair his nose. He looked at her with worried eyes. "I didn't mean for something like this to happen." "I'm glad to hear that, and you can tell Mr. Potter yourself when he's feeling a bit better, but now you need to get some rest and let the potion do its job." "Can I go back to my room?" he pleaded with her. Knowing how much hated being the hospital wing, she nodded. When everyone's attention was on back Potter, he left. A few hours later, Harry woke up and he reached over to the nightstand and put on his glasses. All the pain he had felt before rushed back in an onslaught of memory. He squeezed his eyes shut. "Harry." He opened his eyes again to find Lupin beside him now. "Are you feeling a bit better?" He nodded, causing Lupin to prompt, "What happened before?" "I don't know," Harry whispered. "All I know is that I was very angry with Malfoy, but before I could say anything this blinding pain erupted in my head and my eyes." Lupin patted Harry's shoulder. "Is the pain gone now?" "Yeah, but it felt like the Cruciatus curse." Lupin's brow wrinkled at that. "Have you had any bad dreams lately?" Harry shook his head slowly, worried that the pain would return with any rapid movements. Lupin softly cleared his throat. "Could this have something to do with serious death? Some after effect?" "No, I don't think so," Harry replied. Sometimes he still felt so horrible when he thought about serious death that he could hardly stand it, but he never had pain in his scar when it happened. "Are you hungry?" Lupin asked. He wearily shook his head. Lupin briefly touched the top of Harry's head. Get some rest then. I'll check back with you in the morning. Harry slept until well into the night. When he awoke again, he found Mrs. Weasley by his bedside. Harry dear, I was so worried about you when Ron told me what had happened. How are you feeling? She restlessly stroked the hair on his forehead, fussing over him. Harry smiled softly. A bit better, thanks, he answered quietly. Do you have any idea why you were in so much pain? No. Maybe Voldemort has found a new way to mess with my head. Or maybe I'm just cursed. Shish Harry. Whatever it is, you know we'll help you through it. She reached down to hug him and he wrapped one arm around her neck and, for a moment, rested his head against her shoulder. When he lay back down again, she softly patted his cheek and placed a key on his forehead. It's very late, dear. Try and get some more sleep. I'll just sit here with you for a bit until you fall asleep again. He sighed softly, feeling slightly embarrassed, yet unexpectedly warm and safe. He turned on his side towards her and closed his eyes. The following morning, Harry woke up feeling much better. It was as if all the pain from the day before was nothing but a bad nightmare. Madame Pomfrey insisted on checking him over again thoroughly and then sent him on his way. Hermione hugged him tightly as soon as she saw him. I was so worried about you. He hugged her back, noticing how her hair smelled of vanilla. I'm okay, really. He could feel her heart racing. I could hardly sleep last night, it was horrible seeing you in so much pain. He let go of her and, with a crooked grin, responded, believe me, it wasn't much fun from my end either. Do you know what happened? Had your scar been hurting before? Was it because of what Draco said? Hermione's barrage of questions amused Harry. He grinned at her and said softly, no, and I don't know. Malfoy made me feel very angry and for a moment I really wanted to retaliate, but then the pain hit me. I don't know why. What Harry didn't say was that for a blinding moment he wanted to kill Malfoy for his cruelty. Hermione sighed, looking worried. I hope it doesn't happen again. They made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. The Gryffindors immediately surrounded him, having heard from Ron and Hermione that he had spent the night in the hospital wing. He assured everyone that he'd had a bad headache but that he was fine now. As the mail was delivered, Harry felt the same pang he always did these days, there would never again be another letter from Sirius. He was surprised when one of the Hogwarts owls dropped a letter in front of him. Puzzled, he opened it to find 3 words neatly printed, I am sorry. Harry's eyes glanced over at the Slytherin table and met Malfoy's gaze. Part of him wanted to hurt him back, but Hermione already told him that Ron had broken his nose in Harry's defense. Malfoy looked contrite, guilty almost. Harry looked away, not quite ready to forgive him just yet. He had reasoned out that the actual pain wasn't Malfoy's fault, but he didn't want to forgive the pain that his words had caused. His cruel words had felt like daggers, and he had thought they had gotten past that. Draco felt a flash of disappointment that Harry had apparently not forgiven him. Now that he'd had a chance to calm down from the Boggart ordeal and think about Harry, he knew that he had sincerely just been trying to help him. He wasn't used to anyone helping him without expecting something in return. He hated being pitied, so he had done what came naturally. He'd insulted Potter so that he would keep his distance. He hadn't expected, however, for him to react as he did. Snape, McGonagall and Lupin had all been disappointed with him, and it bothered him more than he ever thought it would. He couldn't even glance in Dumbledore's direction because he was afraid to see the disapproving gleam in those light blue eyes. Hermione had been angry with him too. He idly stared at his French toast, wondering how the first lesson in apparating would go today. Would they all avoid him and not speak to him? Fine then, he didn't care and he definitely didn't need them. His eyes flicked over to Hermione as she put her arm around Potter. With a scowl, he got up, abruptly startling Crabbe and Goyle, and left the table, heading out to the Quidditch field. He acioed his firebolt and flew recklessly at top speed until he felt a bit better. Ellipsis. Despite all the attention, Harry stayed very quiet and withdrawn during breakfast. Hermione put her arm around him and rubbed his back. Maybe you shouldn't be up so soon. I'm fine, he responded with exasperation. Okay, sorry. But it was rather hard seeing you in so much pain yesterday, so forgive me for being a bit worried about you, Hermione responded in a huff. Harry sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he looked at Hermione. Look, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit out of sorts, wondering if whatever it was yesterday will happen again. He got up and left the table. He decided to grab his firebolt and head to the Quidditch field. Flying always made him feel like he was in control. He entered onto the field only to find Malfoy standing there looking flushed and a little disheveled. His eyes narrowed at him. What? You won't accept my apology but now you're following me? Harry scoffed. Get over yourself, Malfoy. You are the last person I want to see. Malfoy sneered. Feelings mutual. Harry burst out. How would you have felt if I'd said you deserved everything Lucius did to you? Oh, but wait. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, I just wanted to get a rise out of you. Draco's icy eyes flashed and he shouted, I can't take it back, so all I can say is that I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say what I did. Quote, yes, you did, Harry stated quietly. You meant to hurt me. All I was trying to do was help you. We shook on a truce before New Year's, remember that? Draco sneered. Of course I remember that, Potter. I haven't lost my memory. Harry's eyebrow shot up. Really? You could have fooled me. Doesn't take much. The words shot out of Draco's mouth before he had a chance to think about them. Potter gave him a disgusted look, turned and started walking away. Regret washed over him and, despite his attempt to suppress the word, he found himself shouting, wait. Potter stopped and turned slowly. What's the point, Malfoy? I'm sorry. Sometimes words just come out of my mouth, he grinned apologetically. It's part of my charm. Harry regarded him closely. Malfoy looked intensely uneasy and it struck him that he was being sincere in his own, unique, weird way. He couldn't help the small laugh that built up in him. Yeah, your cruelty always makes you so endearing. Now you're just being sarcastic, Draco responded quietly but with a small grin. So, aside from being a total git at times, why didn't you accept my help? Draco's gaze wandered down to the grass for a moment. Maybe it was just too embarrassing, he stated in a tone so soft that Harry had to strain to hear him. What? My trying to help you? Draco's eyes narrowed again as looked into Harry's. The boggart, you dolt. I know it's just a boggart, but seeing my father suddenly, his voice trailed off. The brief glimpse into Malfoy's eyes revealed everything to Harry. Even when the words coming out Malfoy's mouth were cruel or sneering, his eyes were so expressive that he could usually tell how he was really feeling. He saw the embarrassment, the fear, and the uncertainty he was experiencing. It felt so odd thinking of Malfoy as being vulnerable. He softened his tone. I know how it feels. I spent year 3 trying to get rid of a boggart that kept turning into a Dementor. Draco, it's not real and somewhere in the back of your mind you know that, no matter how frightening it is. Draco nodded slowly, secretly pleased that Potter had called him by his first name. I'll accept your apology if you try some of the things I suggested. Why were you trying to help me? Draco asked reluctantly. Well, let's just say seeing the boggart turn into Lucius with the cane he almost killed you with inspired me. Draco felt incredibly uncomfortable. He hated how he had reacted whenever the boggart turned into his father, but his body turned to ice and an incredible fear shuddered through him. He hated that the others had seen it. Friends help each other out. Draco snorted. Are we friends? We could be. Once we build up some kind of trust. Draco looked doubtful. Do you really think that's possible, given the history between us? Harry shrugged as he looked out over the expanse of the Quidditch field. How's your head? Draco asked hesitantly, wondering if Potter still blamed him. It's fine. Back to normal, for now at least, Harry responded quietly. Was it because of what I said? Draco inquired. Harry's eyes met Draco's. Honestly, I don't know for sure. I think I got really angry over what you said and that triggered it, but I don't know if it will ever happen again or if I get angry at someone else if it will reoccur, he explained. Draco's gaze dropped to the grass, his hair falling over his eyes. Harry asked, how's your nose? Draco glanced up with a slight sneer. Your bodyguard broke it, but it was healed last night. Harry nodded. It was then that Draco noticed how pale and tired Potter looked. Maybe you shouldn't fly so soon after what happened yesterday. Harry looked at him with disbelief. Didn't know you cared, Malfoy. Draco smirked. I don't care if you crack your skull open, but it would be too pathetic to stomach the Weasel and Hermione crying into their pumpkin juice if you got hurt. I guess it's a chance I'll have to take. Harry flew off on his broom shouting back at Draco, I'll see you later. Draco shook his head in annoyance and went back to Hogwarts. Ronald Weasley. How could you? Molly Weasley had yanked her son into her office, and she stood before him, fury shooting from her eyes. Ron, embarrassed and exasperated, shouted back. He caused Harry to be in pain. He implied it was Harry's fault that Sirius died. You know how badly he already blames himself. Don't you use that tone with me, Molly puffed. I am well aware that the Malfoy boy has a nasty tongue. Ginny's been telling me that since she stared at Hogwarts, however that was no reason to break his nose. It's a professor's job to hand out punishments, not yours. Ron took a deep, frustrated breath. Fine, I'll try not hurt him again. You'll do better than that. You'll apologize to him today when you have your special class, Molly stated matter-of-factly as she went and sat behind her desk. Ron was horrified. Apologize? To Malfoy? Mum, no way. I can't do that. With narrowed eyes, Molly responded, you had better or I will give you a detention on top of the one that Lupin has already given you. If you want to play in the upcoming Quidditch match, I suggest that you apologize, and quickly too. Ron angrily turned in the office, wishing that his mother was back at the Burrow and not at Hogwarts, making his life miserable. He felt a little better later when Harry told him and Hermione that Malfoy had apologized. My mum's making me apologize to him for breaking his nose, Ron stated morosely. Hermione sighed. I know how angry you were at him for what he said. I was too, but Ron, you know that he's a lot better than he used to be. It's hard for him, and I think he was terribly embarrassed by the Boggart thing. Myone's right, he was, Harry added. Ron chewed on his lip. I really don't want to. Ron, just think back to the end of December when you found him crying his eyes out in the hallway. You told me you actually felt really bad for him. He's still the same boy, only now his defenses are back up. He still needs all of our help, though, Hermione reasoned. Ron grinned lopsidedly. All right, I'll tell him I'm sorry, even though part of me still isn't. They quietly made their way past Hagrid's cabin to a clearing just outside of the dark forest where their secret lesson was to be held. They were careful that no one saw them. Snape had gone to the clearing early to prepare. Much to his surprise, he found Tonks there already. He nodded to her. She had long, own hair today and her eyes sparkled at him mischievously. For some inexplicable reason, she made him nervous, but he was determined to not let her see that. Teaching apparition was difficult and would require their utmost concentration. I think we should start out with something basic, perhaps from one tree to another. Sounds good to me, Snapey, Tonks replied nonchalantly. Do not call me that. Snape glared at her. Fine, but at least lighten up. You are always so tense and controlled. They won't learn anything that way, she berated him. His deep voice laced with resentment, he responded, certainly, Nymphadora. Whatever you say. If you call me that again, I will hex you into tomorrow. Before Snape had a chance to respond, the 14th showed up. Harry, Hermione, you come over here, you will be working with me. Ron, Draco, you'll be working with Snape, Tonks stated. As she started to explain the lesson to Harry and Hermione, they were interrupted by yelling from Draco. Snape, who was in a foul mood from his sparring with Tonks, found anger welling in him. It had all started when Ron went to speak to Draco. Malfoy, I'm sorry I broke your nose. Draco's eyes narrowed. No, you're not. That's just a pathetic attempt at an apology, probably because your mother made you. You wish you could have smashed up my face, but even if you had, I'd never look as hideous as you. Draco, what do you think you are doing? Must you constantly shame me with your behavior? Accept Weasley's apology and be prompt about giving him one of your own. Snape snarled in disbelief at Draco's words. Draco's eyes flashed cold fire. I don't need this, he responded angrily. Perhaps a month's banishment from Quidditch matches and detention with Filch will make you behave. That's not fair. He broke my nose. Stop acting like a petulant child. Draco flushed and for a split second an incredible look of hurt flashed through his stormy eyes before the familiar arrogant mask settled again. Without a word, he turned and stiffly headed back towards Hogwarts. Snape snorted in frustration, trying to keep his anger in check. Tonks came over to stand beside him. She whispered quietly, take a deep breath, calm down, and go after him. You just embarrassed the hell out of him in front of the others. He's not a child anymore, even though he may act like it once in a while. Just talk to him quietly and make him see reason. Don't let him shut you out. Realizing that what Tonks suggested made sense, he tore after Draco. He finally caught up to him by Hagrid's cabin. He grabbed the furious teen, pinning him up against the wall of the cabin. Before you continue on with your tantrum, allow me to say that I am sorry I embarrassed you like that. Please, calm down. Draco shot daggers at him with his eyes. Let me go. He tried to break free, but Snape's grip was like steel. Snape continued to speak in a calm, quiet tone. Not yet. Why can't you accept Weasley's apology? He made a mistake, as did you. Draco released an angry breath and looked sour. I didn't mean to do it, he did. He was just trying to protect his friend. He couldn't have known that you didn't mean to hurt Potter at that point. Given your history together, it is not that hard to believe, right? Draco's heart was racing. He had expected Snape to be furious with him when he caught him, yet he was talking quietly and even apologized. He truly wanted to learn how to apparate, but he felt like such an outsider sometimes. Snape squeezed his shoulder. Let's go back. I'll pair you with Hermione instead. A slight curl of dread formed in his stomach. Hermione. What would she think of him after what he had said? Had she been able to forgive him like Potter had? Would she be angry for what he had just said to Weasley? He stared stonily at the ground for a few moments before spitting out, okay. Full of apprehension, he walked back alongside Snape. Ron, I know you're angry and you have every right to be, but remember you did break his nose and obviously he's holding a grudge at the moment. Try to be patient. I know you can rise above this, Tonks advised. Are they coming back? Harry asked. Tonks smiled at him. I'm betting they will, but let's get started. Apparating is difficult, but not as difficult as other disciplines, like occlumency for example. It requires a lot of concentration to learn it, but once you have you'll never forget it and it will be like breathing to you. How far will we be allowed to apparate today? Hermione asked, wondering if she could do a quick trip to Hogsmeade. As if reading her mind, Tonks shook her head. Not to Hogsmeade. It isn't safe to go there on your own. The furthest you will get today, if you master it quickly, is to that tree over there. But I warn you, it's not that easy up front. Harry's mind wandered for a moment as Tonks spoke. If he had known how to apparate last year, he could have immediately gone from the dark forest to Grimmauld Place and would have known whether or not Sirius was there. His sad thoughts were interrupted by Snape and Draco returning. For a split second, Draco made eye contact with him. Harry realized he was very uncomfortable. He resolved to do what it would take to put him more at ease with them. One more person on the side of the light was well worth the effort. We've wasted enough time. Let's get to work, Snape snapped. Draco, get over there beside Hermione. Harry, Ron, you are with me. As Snape and Tonks explained, apparating was hard to learn and many wizards never did. It required a great deal of concentration. Snape and Tonks demonstrated separately that once learned, it could be easy as they apparated from one place to another. Hermione's hand flew into the air. Can two people apparate together? Tonks responded, yes, Hermione, but they have to be physically touching. For instance, she walked over to Snape, whose dark eyes regarded her suspiciously. She smiled sweetly at him, grabbed his hand, and with him in tow apparated with a loud crack to the other side of the clearing and, with another loud crack, she apparated back still holding Snape's hand. Snape fought back the urge to tear his hand away. Being touched unexpectedly always startled him. He surmised it was from a childhood fear of being beaten by his father and then later being crucioed by the Dark Lord that make the human touch so distasteful to him. Spontaneous physical displays were always hard for him to tolerate. Once he recovered from the initial shock, he realized how warm Tonks' hand had felt in his own and his heart started beating faster. She smiled at him for a second before letting go. But first, you need to learn how to apparate yourselves before you ever come anywhere near apparating someone with you. Potter, Weasley, I want you both to focus on that tree over there. It's the perfect distance to practice on for the first time. Imagine that's where you want to be and focus your energy on it. But it's imperative to remember to focus all of yourselves. There have been very serious accidents, some wizards have painfully splinched themselves, which is why it is very important to focus on what we say and follow our instructions. No deviating from the rules. Snape emphasized the last words loudly and distinctly. The easiest way to learn how to apparate is to think of your body as a wisp of air, Tonks elaborated to Draco and Hermione. Draco snorted and raised his eyebrow. A wisp of air. Tonks narrowed her eyes at him. Yes, Draco. You know, a wisp of air, light like a feather or like a floating fairy. He smirked. Sounds like something a Hufflepuff would do, not a Slytherin. Well then I'm teaching the wrong student how to apparate. Why don't you go back to Hogwarts and send a Hufflepuff back in your place? She said curtly, hoping that he would shut his mouth and get to work. Hermione couldn't help the soft chuckle that worked its way up her throat. Draco shot her a withering look but didn't say another word. He was still pissed at Snape for yelling at him in front of the others. For a moment, a horrible anxiety and insecurity had welled up within him. His father had always said that he was ashamed of him and that he was an embarrassment to the name Malfoy. Tonks noticed the sudden forlorn look on Draco's face and her impatience with him immediately diminished. Draco, she spoke softly, interrupting his thoughts and gaining a startled look. Do you want to give it a try? His pointed chin came up as the confident scowl returned. He nodded curtly. Tonks came over to stand behind him and put her hands on his shoulders. Take a deep breath. You need to totally relax or you'll be splinched. She rubbed his shoulders and waited until most of the tension was gone. Now, focus on the tree over there, close your eyes, see it your mind. You are light as a breeze, but as fast and powerful as a lightning bolt. In your mind say Destina. He hated being put on the spot like this. He was still very embarrassed by the Boggart incident. What if he failed again? He shook the depressing thought out of his head and focused on the fact that he was a Malfoy, that he was better than everyone, that he was a pureblood. However, in the back of his mind came the little voice of truth telling him that he wasn't better, and that he hardly ever came out ahead. Just then Tonks whispered in his ear, "Come on, cuz. You can do it." He had known they were related, but his mother had always made disparaging remarks about the Tonks family so hadn't paid much attention. A small smile came to his lips. It was nice having one relative who actually offered encouragement. He closed his eyes, seeing the tree in his mind. He said, Destina, in his head. Suddenly, a loud crack filled the air and he felt a whoosh of cool air and opened his eyes to find himself standing by the tree. He looked back at the startled faces across the clearing. Tonks looked positively gleeful. Potter, Weasley, and Hermione looked shocked. Snape smiled, actually smiled. Draco couldn't believe he had done it. He smirked his best smirk, thoroughly pleased with himself. Stay there, Draco. Let's see if we can get someone else to join you, Tonks instructed. Hermione tried next, but surprisingly couldn't do it. She frowned, feeling very frustrated. Ron focused on Snape's instruction and concentrated hard, but had no success. He looked angry, much to Draco's obvious pleasure. It's all right, Weasley, it is a hard thing to learn. Draco was most likely a fluke, it's very rare to get it on the first time. Usually, it takes months, Snape stated, glancing at Draco again with pride in his eyes. Be warned, Draco. You might not be able to do it so fast a second time. The pleasure he felt over Ron's failure diminished a bit. Then it was Harry's turn. Harry had felt a terrible pang of jealousy when Malfoy apparated. The old rivalry surfaced. If Malfoy could do it, then he could do it better. He had to be better. Aside from potions, he always beat him at everything. He narrowed his green eyes and focused on a tree a farther distance from where Malfoy stood. He closed his eyes and mumbled the word and heard a loud crack. At first when he opened his eyes and saw the tree, triumph shone from his eyes. He turned to look across the clearing and much to his surprise everyone stared at him with horrified expressions. Malfoy smirked. Didn't you forget something, Potter? It was then he realized his left shoulder and arm were back from where he had started. He tried to move, but he was stuck as if glued to the air next to him. His heart started racing and he felt dizzy as panic set in. Snape stormed towards him, cape flying out behind him. What did you think you were doing? That's not the tree I told you to aim for. He snarled, fury emanating from his black eyes. I wanted to go farther because. Snape cut him off. You wanted. Did you not listen to anything we have been saying? You wanted to go farther. After I explicitly explained what could happen. What you mean to say, Potter, is that, like your father and godfather, you couldn't stand being bested, especially not by a Slytherin, so in your arrogance you just had to take it one step further. Snape took a deep breath. Well, are you pleased with yourself? You are now splinched and we'll have to contact the Ministry for improper use of magic and our secret training will be exposed. Harry swallowed hard. He hated that Snape was once again bashing his father and Sirius, but he also felt a pang of dread over Snape's words. He hadn't intentionally jeopardized the training. He just wanted to learn this fast and move on to the next lesson. Severus, that's enough. Tonks shouted, her hair suddenly turning bright red and her eyes flashing green. How it came about is rather moot at this moment, considering that he is splinched. Let's not overreact, but we need to get him out of this immediately. Snape's eyes bore into her. The Ministry will have a field day with this, thanks to Potter's arrogance. Tonks released an angry breath, walked up close to him, her angry eyes flashing as she looked up at him. Chill out. You are not helping the situation. Now stand aside so I can work. He growled at her. You. What can you do? She glared at him and spoke in a low tone. I have many skills you know nothing of. His eyebrows raised slightly as her glare turned into a smirk. She turned from him to Harry. Harry, just relax. This is certainly a bit of a pickle you've gotten yourself into, but you're in luck. I worked with the Ministry for improper use of magic for a while. She went over to where his shoulder and arm were and put her hand on his shoulder. Can you feel this? She asked as she squeezed his shoulder. Harry nodded tensely. He was very uncomfortable. To everyone's amazement, Tonks mumbled some words, waved her wand and then apparated with Harry's shoulder and arm. As she reappeared, the force of the body parts reconnecting knocked them both to the ground. Are you all right? She asked. Harry gingerly tested his shoulder. It was a bit stiff, but considering what had happened he had gotten off lucky. He glanced up at Snape, whose dark eyes glowered at him furiously. In a low voice, Snape snarled, well Potter, you just couldn't let Draco succeed for once, so you decided to better him by once again breaking the rules. Harry, his eyes blazing furiously responded, I'm the one who has to face Voldemort. I'm the one that has to kill him. I have to be better, Snape interrupted his rant. Yes, I had forgotten that the world revolves around the Golden Boy. So where does that leave everyone else? Dead like Diggory and Black. Tonks' mouth dropped open at Snape's cruel words. Harry winced as the first tendrils of pain shot through his scar. No, safe. I have to keep everyone safe. Are you just too dense to realize that you can't do this on your own? I had hoped you had learned this lesson, but apparently not. In order to stay safe and hopefully alive he waved his hand to the other three, all need to be able to protect themselves to the best of their ability as well. We have to work together and listen to each other. Unless, of course, you want a repeat of last summer. Pain shot through his eyes this time as he looked at Snape and he cried out as his hands went up to cover them. He fell to his knees as a dagger-like pain shot through his head and his body convulsed from an icy chill that tore through him. Potter. Snape's voice changed instantly to reflect the shock and worry he felt as Harry collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball. Harry. Came Hermione's frightened yell as she raced towards him with Ron not far behind. Draco slowly followed. No, not again. Harry gasped through the searing pain in his eyes and in his scar. White-faced, Snape looked up at Tonks. I'll get him to the hospital wing. He conjured a stretcher and lifted Harry onto it. The pain was once again overwhelming. His hands pressed as hard as they could over his forehead and his eyes. He tried to fight back the nausea that threatened to overwhelm him, his breath came in strained pants. Hermione ran alongside the stretcher rubbing his arm. It's okay, Harry. It will be okay. She felt tears coming to her eyes, seeing him in so much pain. She looked up at Snape and Tonks. Why is this happening again? Snape looked grim, knowing that this time he was responsible for sparking the attack. Tonks, whose hand was on Harry's shoulder on the opposite side of the stretcher, shook her head. Is this how it happened last time? Draco nodded, puzzled by what kept happening to Potter. Last time something I said upset him and he collapsed just like this. He glanced up at Snape, whose guilt-ridden dark eyes stared back at him. As soon as they neared Hogwarts, Snape growled, Draco. He stopped, suddenly realizing that he couldn't be seen with the rest of Potter's entourage. He nodded reluctantly and headed off in a different direction. Cold chills shook Harry's body, but his head felt as if it was on fire. He couldn't control the moan that escaped his lips as he was lifted onto a bed in the hospital wing. Seconds later, everything went black. Madame Pomfrey waved Ron and Hermione out. I'll get the headmaster, Snape said in a strained voice. No, I'll get him, you stay with Harry, Tonks spoke up, noticing how upset Snape was. His words had been very cruel, but Harry had definitely broken the rules they had both set. Snape glanced at her and, for a moment, she actually detected a flash of gratitude in his eyes. Snape sat down beside Harry, resting one hand on the teen's black, disheveled hair. He felt terrible. He wished he hadn't spoken so hastily. He wished he could take away the incredible pain Harry was in. Madame Pomfrey put a cloth soaked with Insidia balm on Harry's forehead and over his eyes. She ran her wand over his body. He's fine physically, aside from a wrenched shoulder, so whatever this is either caused by dark magic or it's something emotional. Snape's eyes narrowed. Or a combination of both. Madame Pomfrey nodded. It is a possibility. Poor boy, as if he hasn't been through enough. Now this. Dumbledore came in, lightly touching Harry's shoulder. What happened to cause this? Did he and Draco have words again? No, I'm reluctant to admit that it was my fault this time. Snape explained in a quiet voice, looking up at the headmaster. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly as he regarded his potions master. Snape was the first to break eye contact, his gaze going back to Harry. With a sigh, Dumbledore sat down beside him. He splinched himself after breaking the rules during an apparition lesson. I'm afraid I lost my temper and yelled at him. I said some things that I believe made him angry and frustrated. Snape took a breath and softly said, I'm sorry. Dumbledore's hand lightly reached out and patted Snape's head. These days I know your actions weren't intentional. We have to find the root of what is causing Harry such agony. It could destroy him, making him incapacitated to fight when the time comes. While the headmaster and Snape talked, Tonks stood back studying Snape, her eyes taking in every inch of him. Ever since she had first met him, he had held her interest. He wasn't a handsome man, nor even remotely what one would call attractive, but he was intriguing, irresistibly intriguing. He paid her no mind, unlike most other men who made her very uncomfortable and self-conscious with their stares and attention. Severus Snape was an enigma. There were numerous whispers of a dark, haunted past, and when she learned he had the dark mark and was once a Death Eater, she was horrified and kept her distance. Once she calmed down enough to think rationally, she realized that Dumbledore would not let anyone dangerous into the Order. She knew that Snape was constantly in danger and perhaps that was why he was quiet, bitter, and withdrawn. She had talked to Dumbledore about him once, but he had failed to reveal much to her casual questions, which ended up intriguing her even more. His eyes, those dark, fathomless eyes that held so much and yet revealed so little. She shook her head, dispelling thoughts of the mysterious potions master to focus back on Harry, who was still unconscious. We could enervate him, Dumbledore stated, but I'd rather he rest peacefully without pain for a while. As Hermione and Ron made their way back to Gryffindor, Luna inquired what had happened upon seeing their distraught faces. Ron stopped to explain while Hermione decided she is too upset to deal with inquiring Gryffindors as to Harry's whereabouts. She headed out the door, emotion blinding her as she ran down to the lake. Her eyes were full of tears as she dropped near her favorite tree. Her hands came to her face as she thought of the agony Harry had been in minutes before, but the dampness chilled her quickly. She dried her tears and started heading back. Hermione. She turned to discover Draco walking towards her. He stopped suddenly, his eyes wide, startled to see that she had obviously been crying. What's going on with Potter? She sniffed. I don't know, but he's in so much pain. I want to help him, but I don't know how. Her voice grew choked at the end. Draco stood in front of her awkwardly. He tentatively put a hand on her shoulder and rubbed her arm. He'll be all right, everyone cares about him. They'll help him. With a small sob, she nodded then moved closer dropping her head on his shoulder. His heart did a painful jump as her arms came around him, clinging to him softly. He brought his arms around her, hugging her gently. She had, after all, done the same for him when he had been upset. Shish. He'll be okay. Quote, I love him. I couldn't stand it if anything bad happened to him, Hermione choked out. Draco stiffened. She loved Potter. Of course she did. It really doesn't matter. She's a mudblood, dirty, filthy little mudblood, and he didn't care. For some reason, a wave of intense sadness washed over him and he dropped his head to her hair, inhaling the warm scent of vanilla. Other than perhaps a slight friendship, he didn't care about her, he didn't care about anyone, except Snape, and perhaps McGonagall and Dumbledore. Hermione sniffed again and then laughed, clearly embarrassed. I'm sorry, Draco, I didn't mean to cry all over you. You owe me a new cloak, he teased softly. She smiled teary-eyed at him. Good thing we're well hidden behind these trees and that no one saw us. She grinned wryly as she backed out of his embrace. Thanks. He nodded curtly, his eyes unreadable. Draco. He lay on his bed, his arms folded behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. He flicked his eyes in the direction of the voice. Crabbe and Goyle stood there. What? He snarled at them. They looked a bit startled. It's time for dinner. Well, go then. You don't need me there, unless of course you want me to tie bibs around your necks. They looked at each other, stunned by his outburst. Aren't you coming? Goyle asked tentatively. I'm not hungry. They shuffled off, leaving Draco to focus on the ceiling once more. Every so often, his anger at them surfaced. If they hadn't squealed to their parents about the time he and Hermione were in Hagrid's hut together, his father most likely wouldn't have almost beaten him to death. His life might still be normal and he wouldn't have to put up with the Golden Trio and all the changes in his life. He sighed, wallowing in his foul mood. Back in the hospital wing, Snape gently stroked the dark hair away from the wet cloth. He had been sitting with Harry for at least an hour. A specialist from St. Mungo's had been brought in and, after scanning the boy, could find nothing wrong. When Harry came to, he felt very groggy and slightly dizzy. There was a wonderfully cool cloth on his forehead and over his eyes. He took a deep breath and sighed. Snape's silky voice came out of the haze. Harry, how are you feeling? He wished Snape wasn't there. He was glad the cloth was over his eyes and he didn't have to look at him. How do you think? Harry responded angrily. Snape sighed. I'm sorry I caused this. He hadn't meant for Harry to have another attack, yet he was furious at him for once again breaking the rules. Harry didn't know what to feel. A part of him was so angry that Snape had insulted his father and Sirius, but the other part of him, the part that made his stomach clench in knots, was scared to death wondering what was happening to him. You just had to bring up Sirius again. You know how guilty I feel about his death, but you couldn't help lashing out at me that way. Snape swallowed hard. He stared at the pale, dark-haired teen lying on the bed in front of him and was glad for the cloth that covered his eyes. He'd feel even worse if those green, accusing eyes bore into him. Look, there is no excuse for what I said, but you have to take response. Before he could explain, Harry interrupted him, raising his voice. I don't want to hear what you have to say. You just couldn't resist getting to me by bashing Sirius and my father. Right now, that's all that matters. Harry. Snape's voice acquired a stern tone, but his hand was gentle as it touched his shoulder. Harry pulled away. Just leave me alone. You just make my head hurt worse, he mumbled. There was silence for a moment. Then he heard the chair creak as Snape got up. When you are ready to listen, we'll talk again. As soon as he heard the door shut he snorted. That's not likely. He tentatively pulled the cloth off his face. The dimmed light in the room still made him squint. The clip of footsteps brought his attention over to Madame Pomfrey as she entered. How are you feeling? Any more pain? No, it's gone again, he responded quietly. Thank goodness. You were unconscious for over 3 hours. Professor Dumbledore thought it best not to enervate you but to let you rest. He sat up. Oh, no you don't. You need to lie back down. You aren't going anywhere for the next 24 hours. But I'm okay now. I don't want to spend the entire weekend here. I have to practice Quidditch for the game next week. Harry looked at her anxiously, having no desire to spend the night in the hospital wing. Potter, did you not hear what I said? You were unconscious for almost the whole afternoon. You will be spending the night here in this bed. If you do not do so willingly, I will bind you to it. She stated matter-of-factly. His eyes narrowed at her. Fine. He lay back down. He would have gladly defied her, but he was afraid she would get Snape and he'd have to deal with him again. She made him drink a smelly potion and then she left him alone again. Times like this, he sorely missed Sirius. Sirius would know what to do and would help him find out what was wrong. His throat closed off after being hit by a painful bout of missing him. The terrible ache he had felt for so long after Sirius' death had started to die down a bit in this new year, but every so often something happened. A memory, a smell, a dog barking, that would bring back that terrible hollow ache. Sirius, I wish I could talk to you, he whispered hoarsely. Harry. He had been so caught up in his thoughts he hadn't noticed Hermione sneak in. "I've been so worried about you. Are you all right now?" Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let Ron and I in. She sat down beside the bed in the chair Snape had vacated. Harry looked so pale and so down. She took his hand and squeezed it. He smiled wanly. "I'm okay now, but Pomfrey won't let me out until tomorrow." "Well, that's good. She just wants to make sure you are all right." Harry snorted angrily, pulling his hand out of her grasp. "I knew you'd take her side." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Don't take your foul mood out on me." Harry didn't respond, just stared at the wall, his green eyes stormy. "Would you rather I leave?" she asked. He grimaced. "No, it's just that." "Just what?" "These episodes you keep having that no one can figure out." "That too, but what?" "For Merlin's sake, Harry, will you just say it?" His eyes flashed back at her. "I wish Sirius was still alive. Maybe he could have figured out what is wrong with me since no one else can." "Oh Harry." Hermione's eyes clouded with compassion. She leant forward and put her arms around him. "I wish he was, too." He hugged her back tightly, the warm human contact felt good. "Ron and I spent time in the library reading through every book we could get our hands on to try and figure out what was wrong. I think we need to sneak into the restricted section." He started to feel a little better. "Thanks," he murmured into her hair. She squeezed him tightly to reassure him. After a minute, she let go and pulled back slightly. She kissed him on the cheek. "Don't worry." The ache in his heart made him move closer to her. With his breathing rapid, he softly kissed her on the lips. She looked at him, startled, her dark eyes wide with surprise. Hermione." "Sorry," he said in a soft tone. She gave an embarrassed laugh. "I have no idea why you just did that." She sat back, regarding the dark-haired, green-eyed wizard before her. Then she added softly, "It felt nice." His green eyes looked into hers and a small, mischievous smile formed on his lips. "Did it now?" He kissed her again. She found her face growing warm and knew she was blushing. What in the world was she doing kissing one of her best friends? She smiled at him. "I better go before someone finds me here." She kissed him on the forehead. "I'll see you in the morning." She left with confused thoughts racing through her head. Harry lay back on the pillows. What had just happened? He and Hermione had kissed. Ron would be hurt. He couldn't do that to his best friend, yet kissing Hermione had felt so good. He picked at the dinner Pomfrey had brought him. Then lay down and fell into a dreamless sleep. Draco awoke the next morning with a splitting headache. The nightmare from hours ago still fresh in his mind. They had died down in frequency from the time his father almost killed him, but they resurfaced every so often when he found himself upset. In a reoccurring nightmare, his father killed Snape in front of him. Even though there were times he was furious at Snape, the thought of him not being in his life anymore almost sent him into a panic attack. The dreams were torturous. He woke up practically hyperventilating, shaking and shivering. Every so often, he was physically sick. He had placed a silencing charm around his bed so the rest of the Slytherins wouldn't hear him. Many mornings, Snape looked at him with worried eyes. He suspected that the nightmares had continued and had frequently pressed him to talk about them, but Draco always claimed he couldn't remember. He didn't want to tell Snape about the dreams where his father goaded him that Snape didn't really care about him, that he was just using him. He knew Snape wasn't doing that, but then moments like yesterday when he said that he constantly shamed him had hurt. Really hurt. But he couldn't tell him that without coming across like a wimp. Snape had, after all, apologized, but it didn't take away the hollow feeling in his heart. Since it was Saturday, he had no classes, so after breakfast he had his detention with Weasley. He dreaded it. Then, later in the evening after dinner, he had an occlumency lesson with Snape. It was going to be a rotten day. With a patient look on his face, Lupin spoke. "A detention is a punishment, Draco. I'm sure you know that means you will be doing a task that isn't all that pleasant." Lupin continued, "Molly Weasley has helped me out in assigning a task." Ron groaned inwardly while Draco rolled his eyes. "She needs the Lamplashem plants that Madame Hooch seeded last year moved. Therefore, new beds must be dug out, new soil put in, and mixed with various composts and manures." Draco had blanched and looked positively horrified at the thought. "We can't do that." "And why can't you do that?" Lupin asked patiently. Draco was always a trying student and Lupin knew he hadn't won his respect yet. Well, because it's something a servant or a house elf should do, not a student. Lupin grinned slightly. Do you see any servants around? Draco's eyes narrowed angrily. He opened his mouth to snarl, wait till my father finds out, but then snapped it shut, realizing those words would never have an effect again. His gaze hit the floor. Lupin sighed softly, regarding the furious teen. Well, then it's up to you two. When you have finished digging the holes and mixing the soil, you will then move and replant the Landplasms. I need you to be very careful with these plants. They are used in a variety of potions. Mixed with water and other potions they are highly effective. Even on their own they can create a deadly toxin that can make a wizard extremely ill. So when the time comes to handle the plants, you must wear these gloves and be extremely careful not to brush up against it. Understand? Both boys nodded miserably. The site where they needed to work was just past Hagrid's cabin in a clearing. The ground was heavy and contained a large number of stones of various sizes. It was a remarkably warm day and soon both boys were sweating and they removed their shirts. Ron noticed with barely contained amusement how uncomfortable and miserable Malfoy looked. With a house full of servants, he doubted he had ever had to lift a finger when it came to any kind of physical work. The burning pains that crept through his arms and back made Draco inhale sharply. He hated this. He glanced over at Weasley, who didn't seem to have anywhere near the amount of trouble that he was having. No wonder, he grew up in a hovel and most likely had to help build it. As Ron dug into the hard earth, he realized he'd feel this workout for days. He noticed Malfoy stop every so often and rub his arms and stretch his shoulders. Ron couldn't resist. Poor Malfoy. No servant around to order to do the hard stuff for you. Draco's eyes snapped up, filled with rage. Shut up, Weasel. Unlike you, I didn't come from a hovel. Ron opened his mouth to respond. Better a hovel full of loving people than a mansion full of indifference and beatings, but remembering the state he had found him in after his first occlumency lesson made him keep his mouth shut. What's the matter, Weasel? You can't deny it, can you? Draco sneered, malevolence in his eyes. Ron lifted his head proudly. My house may not be a mansion like yours, but it's always a wonderful, warm place to go home to. He said the words quietly without malice. For a moment, Draco's eyes clouded with pain before he responded with a hoarse, sod off, Weasel. He focused back on digging. Ron sighed, he shouldn't have started the exchange. Hermione and Harry would be annoyed with him for provoking Malfoy. He felt a smidgen of guilt knowing full well that Malfoy would likely never return to the place he once called home. With a grunt, he bent down to dislodge yet another stone. Do you miss it? He asked quietly, trying to see what Harry and Hermione saw in Malfoy. Draco stopped, startled by the question. Miss what? He asked haltingly. The mansion, the servants, your things. Draco stared hard at the tall redhead. He bit back the scathing response he had formulated when he realized there was sincerity in Weasley's blue eyes. Sometimes, he responded sulkily. Ron caught the glimpse of sadness in his stormy eyes. It softened him. It must be hard having your life change so drastically. Draco looked at Weasley again, trying to gauge if he was provoking him or just making a statement. He wasn't sure. His defenses were high, but he decided to not respond and went back to digging. After an hour of digging, Ron straightened for a moment, wiping the sweat out of his eyes. He had to grudgingly admit, aside from all the complaining at the onset, Malfoy pulled his fair share of work. It surprised him, in fact, as he tackled the dirt and rocks with furious energy. He wondered if it was Malfoy's way to let off some steam. He also noticed Malfoy's pale skin was getting quite the red glow. Ron was working partially under an old oak tree, so he had at least some shade. Malfoy, you're getting really red. Maybe we should trade places so you can work in the shade a bit. Draco sneered. Not a chance, Weasley. You're not getting credit for all the work I did here by switching places. Ron opened his mouth to retort but then wondered why he should bother. If Malfoy wanted to look like a friend Mandrake Root, so be it. They finished the beds, tugged in the soil, and mixed the various mulches and thestral manures. Then they headed over to where the plants were in a bed alongside the forest. Ron rubbed the screaming muscles in his shoulders. He glanced over at Malfoy and, once again, suppressed the grin that threatened. He no longer looked like the immaculate, pale, sneering, arrogant pureblood. His skin was red, his face flushed, dirt stuck to his body, the white blonde hair hung down his face in wet strands. His eyes never left the ground as they trudged along. He seemed lost in his thoughts, or perhaps his anger at having to do this. Ron smiled inwardly. For a change, Malfoy looked quite pathetic. The urge to tell him so was strong after years of insults that Malfoy hurled his way. Ron sighed. Malfoy was trying to change and, much to his surprise, they had actually had a few civil moments since last Christmas. He didn't hate him quite as much as he used to. They both put on the gloves when they got to the plants, but it was too warm for the shirts, so, very carefully, they removed the 5-foot-high plants. At one point, Malfoy slipped and ended up abruptly landing on his butt. He swore loudly and Ron leaned down and extended his hand to help him up. Draco hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to accept Weasley's help, but he was just too tired and sore to argue. He grabbed the offered hand hard only to be lifted halfway up and then dropped to the ground. He swore again. Weasel, what do you? He stopped, realizing he held Weasley's glove in his hand. It must have slipped off. Bloody hell! Ron exclaimed as he fell backwards, then a shriek welled up his throat as an incredible stinging pain burst through his back and shoulder. He realized with horror that he had fallen against one of the Lantplasham plants. He shakily got to his feet, panting as his body absorbed the toxins from the plant. He shivered uncontrollably as he blinked, rapidly trying to keep the tears of sheer agony from spilling over. Draco winced as he struggled to his feet. Weasley! Ron felt his body numb as paralysis set in his limbs and he fell to the ground. He could feel Malfoy's hand on his arm. He knew he was frantically calling him, but his frightened voice sounded miles away. Draco didn't know what to do as Weasley's eyes shut and he shivered once more before becoming ominously still. Panic set in. He can't be dead, I'll get blamed, he can't be dead, kept running though his brain. He ran breathlessly towards Hogwarts. As Hagrid's hut materialized before his eyes, he pounded frantically on the door. Hagrid opened it immensely, surprised to find the blonde Slytherin in a panic. Calm down, slow down. What are you on about, Malfoy? Draco took a deep breath and explained as calmly as he could what had happened. Fear and worry clouded Hagrid's eyes. He lumbered off in the direction where Ron lay. Without hesitation, he leaned down, felt for a pulse, then scooped him up and ran towards Hogwarts. Draco ran behind him. Is he alive? He asked frantically, knowing he wouldn't be able to keep up with the half-giant. Barely. Malfoy, wait a few minutes, then come to the hospital wing. Draco stopped and let his shaking legs collapse him to the ground. He took some deep breaths until he calmed down and could walk normally again. He felt dizzy. He went back, put his shirt on and slowly, still winded, walked back to Hogwarts. Hagrid tore into the hospital wing carrying Ron's limp body. Oh my word, what happened? He fell against the Lantplasham plant. Without a further word, Madame Pomfrey ran off and got a potion. She immediately lifted Ron's head and poured it down his throat while muttering a spell that helped him to swallow it. Harry had leapt out of bed and was trying to get to Ron, but Hagrid held him back. It's all right, Ari. We'll take care of, I am. Seeing Ron looking so lifeless had caused tremors of fear to vibrate through Harry. He couldn't lose his best friend. What happened? He asked in a voice barely above a whisper. Well, from what I was able to get out of Malfoy, it was an accident. Ron was helping him up and the glove he had on slipped and he fell backwards onto the plant. Something like that. Malfoy was in a panic and wasn't making a whole lot of sense. Did you find Ron like that? Malfoy came and got me. Ron was unconscious. Madame Pomfrey explained further. The plant causes paralysis and makes one very ill, but I got the antidote into him in time. He'll need more of it over the next few days, then I'm sure he'll be all right. Madame Pomfrey left for a moment, and when she came back, Snape followed a few moments later. Severus, I need more of this potion. I just had an emergency dose. I haven't had to use it 8 years. Lantplasham is not something the students usually get into. Snape examined Ron. He's in for a rough bit. I'll get right on it. Before he left, he glanced over at Harry, who still had resentment shining out of his eyes. Snape looked at him and frowned. Shortly after, Molly Weasley tore into the room. She shrieked, "Ronnie!" and immediately ran over to the pale, still teen. Pomfrey explained, "He'll be all right. Apparently Mr. Malfoy got Hagrid to bring him in just in time. Hagrid had let go off Harry and he sat down on the bed beside Ron, watching as Molly fussed over him. Malfoy entered the wing, looking disheveled and most unlike himself. He felt very self-conscious as Harry and Madame Pomfrey and Weasley's mother all turned to look at him. He lifted his chin, daring them to blame him. The Weasley matriarch jumped off the bed unexpectedly and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. "Thank you, Draco, for your quick action. You likely saved his life," she said with a sob. Draco was flabbergasted and didn't know what to do with the upset woman who was squeezing the air out of him. He awkwardly patted her back. She let him go and turned her attention back to her son. "Are you all right?" Harry asked, looking at him with a puzzled frown. He'd never seen Draco look so unlike a Malfoy. He nodded but truthfully felt anything but all right. He had a headache, felt hot and flushed and slightly nauseous. He leaned against a cool stone wall, crossing his arms protectively around himself. "Poppy, when you got a minute, can you check over Malfoy? He's not looking too good." Draco sneered in Hagrid's direction. "I'm fine." His eyes made contact with Harry's again. "You're still in here." Harry looked pissed and nodded curtly. "I'm fine, but I'm not allowed to leave yet." Snape ran down to his office and started pulling out potions. He was so occupied he didn't notice the light knock at his door and then the door opening. "Severus, not losing your hearing are you?" Tonks peered at him. He jumped slightly, alarmed by her presence. "What do you want?" She smirked gently. "Are you always this cheerful, or is it just special for me?" He glared at her. "For your information, Mr. Weasley had a bad encounter with a Lamplashem plant and is currently lying unconscious in the hospital wing. Unlike you, I am attempting to help him recover." She paled. "Oh, poor Ron. Here, let me help." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be teasing you when the situation is so critical." Snape's dark eyes looked confused. He hadn't realized that she had been teasing him. "No, I have it under control. I just need to find a blossom of the wattle plant to add to the potion. I had one here somewhere." She bolted over to him, stubbing her toe on the shelf. She let out a muffled screech as she hopped on one foot, rubbing her toe with her hands. The jarring of the shelf knocked over a bottle of some pink, frothy liquid, which spilled down Snape's shirt front. He stood frozen for a moment, wondering how one small witch could even outthavoc the notorious Neville Longbottom. "You're not related to Longbottom, are you?" She smiled at him. "No. Actually, I'm related to Draco." "Why, Severus, I didn't know that you could tease." He snarled at her. "I wasn't." She grabbed a towel and walked up close in front of him. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit of klutz sometimes." He snorted in affirmation. When she started brushing the liquid off his shirt, his heart sped up with alarm. No one, aside from Tonks, ever had the nerve to come so close and just touch him like that. His scowl alone kept even the friendliest of people out of his way. Not knowing exactly how to stop her, he stood unmoving, watching her wring out the cloth and smile up at him. "There now, all better. Now let's look for that ingredient." She left his space again, wandering through his shelves of potions, never knowing the strange effect she had had on him. He suddenly remembered to breathe again. Shaking his head in confusion, he started looking over on the other side of the room. When he found it, he thanked her for her help but insisted she leave him alone so he could brew the potion. Her presence was too disturbing and distracting when he had to concentrate. She nodded wordlessly and left the room, throwing one quick glance back at the strange potion's master, only to find his dark eyes following her out of the room. Once the door closed, she smiled softly to herself. "Draco." Snape called sharply as he entered the room and saw him. Draco flinched, his heart jumped, and he instantly backed against the wall. "I didn't do this, it was an accident," he stammered. Snape came to an abrupt halt in front of him. He felt sick seeing Draco's instinctive first reaction. He softened his tone. "I know it was accident. I never thought otherwise. Are you all right? You didn't brush against the plant anywhere, did you?" Draco was so relieved that Snape didn't blame him that he just shook his head numbly. Unexpectedly, Snape hugged him and quietly said, "I'm glad you are all right." He released him just as quickly and took the potion in his hand over to Ron's night table. Harry watched the exchange quietly, noting Draco's involuntary fearful reaction when Snape first entered. When Snape gave him the quick reassuring hug, he felt jealous that Sirius wasn't in his life. He looked over at Mrs. Weasley fussing over Ron and the pain of lost memories washed over him. He couldn't remember his mother fussing over him, he had been too young. The one person who had made him feel loved and cared about, the one person who made him feel like he had family, was Sirius, and due to his stupid, savior thing, Sirius was gone. For a little while, he felt like Snape was stepping into that role, but after what had happened after the apparition lesson, he doubted he could ever feel that way again. Besides, seeing the brief, unguarded look on Draco's face made his realize how much he needed Snape. It was obvious that he was his lifeline. Ron felt awful as he slowly regained consciousness. His very eyelids felt like someone had cemented them shut. Bile rose in his throat and he knew he would be sick. "Here, Ronnie." His mother and Madame Pomfrey helped him sit up and a bucket was placed in front of him. He almost expected slugs to come up, but of course there weren't any. He threw up, feeling even worse than before. "You're going to be okay. Your body is just trying to expel the toxins from the plant," the Medowitch explained while his mum softly stroked his rusty hair. Ron shut his eyes tightly, trying to block out horrible feeling of tiny pincers prickling his skin. It was then he realized he could hardly move his legs and arms. He inhaled sharply, trying to keep the panic at bay. He gasped, "I can't feel anything. I can't move." "Shish, shish, shish," came his mother's voice as she gently stroked his cheek. "It's one of the side effects of the plant. Just relax, it's only temporary. Professor Snape has brewed up a big batch of antidote that will help over the next few days. You're going to be just fine." She at his forehead as Ron closed his eyes in misery. Harry watched quietly, envying the love and comfort, yet glad that Ron at least had that in his life. His musings were cut short, though, as Ginny, Luna, and Hermione ran breathlessly into the ward and stood near Ron's bed, looking worried. Ron felt a slight pressure on his hand and opened his eyes. Much to his surprise, he found Luna standing there squeezing his hand. "Weasley is our king," she whispered and smiled at him. Beside her stood Hermione, worry clouding her eyes, and he was suddenly hugged fiercely by Ginny. "Cho saw Hagrid carrying you in here and told Luna, who came and got us. Are you all right?" Ron groaned inwardly, and mumbled, "No." Here he was, practically puking out his guts, and now he had an audience. He sighed and sleep overcame him before he realized that Harry, Draco, and Snape were all there as well. While Snape talked to Mrs. Weasley, Madame Pomfrey went over to Draco, feeling his forehead. "Oh dear, Mr. Malfoy. I believe you were out in the sun too long. Come sit down." Snape turned. "Draco, why didn't you wear a hat or put on some lotion?" "I didn't have any," Draco responded as Madame Pomfrey forced him to sit on the edge of a bed. "And you didn't have the sense to summon some." "Severus, stop badgering him. The child is not feeling well," Mrs. Weasley said shrilly. "I'm not a child." Draco scowled. Mrs. Weasley smiled complacently. "Of course you aren't, dear," she said and patted him on the top of his blonde head. Harry barely managed to suppress a chuckle at the annoyed, yet resigned, look on Draco's face. "Severus, he's dehydrated and he's suffering from heat exhaustion. He needs some fluids and a nice long nap," Madame Pomfrey diagnosed. Draco got up, tearing out her grasp. "I'm fine and I certainly don't need a nap." Draco snarled, his patience rapidly waning. "You are sounding awfully cranky." "Maybe a nap would be just the thing," Hermione chimed in. Draco glared at her furiously, but she grinned and winked and he realized she was just teasing him. The glare dropped instantly and he looked away, trying to suppress the small smile that surfaced. "Drink this," Snape ordered, not amused by Draco's defiance. He held out a large bottle containing a murky grayish-green liquid. The sight of it turned Draco's stomach instantly, his flushed face paled suddenly, and he ran as fast as he could into the washroom. He emptied the remnants of his breakfast. "Poor boy is nauseous," Madame Pomfrey stated and shook her head in sympathy. "I'll take care of him," Snape spoke up. He grabbed Draco's arm as he came out of the washroom looking even worse and feeling quite embarrassed. "Drink this down, it will rehydrate you. And then get onto this bed." Draco shook his head. "I can't stay here. With Weasley's puking, I'll just feel more nauseous." Snape sighed wearily. "Ms. Granger, would you mind taking him down to my quarters and ensuring he drink this and lie down on the bed?" She nodded. "I don't need an escort. I can get there on my own," Draco stated. Snape ignored his words, but his intense dark glare made Draco clam up. If you encounter anyone on the way, just act disgusted that I ordered you to take care of him. I'm sure the two of you can hurl enough insults at each other to make it believable. His gaze turned back to the blonde boy. You will go with Ms. Granger and you will do as she says. If I hear of any trouble, you will answer to me. Understood. Draco froze, glaring resentfully at Snape but feeling too queasy to mouth off. He gave a quick angry nod, relieved that at least he didn't have to stay in the hospital wing, but mortified by the way Snape ordered him around. Hermione took the bottle from Snape and smiled softly at Draco. Do you want to go now or rest for a few minutes? Let's go, he mumbled, throwing a scathing look at Snape. As soon as they were out in the hallway, Draco turned to her. I'm fine and I promise to drink that. He wrinkled up his nose. But, I don't need you walking me down to the dungeon, I can manage that just fine on my own, thanks, he drawled. Draco, you are all flushed and sweaty and you just threw up. You are far from fine. His stormy eyes narrowed and he flushed an even more pink shade. I only threw up because Weasley did. Hermione's eyebrow went up and, in an amused voice, she responded, why? In sympathy. He scowled at her. Why don't you just go back and fawn over pathetic Potter? I'm sure he'll enjoy your attention. Hermione's eyes flashed. He's not pathetic. Okay fine, he's not pathetic, but you'd rather be by his side than heading down to the dungeons because Snape made you. Hermione quietly stated, he's just worried about you, you know. Draco stared stonily in front of him as they walked down the stairs. Hermione sighed loudly. Draco stopped. I didn't ask for your help. We can both just pretend that you did what Snape asked. Will you stop being such an insufferable git? You're not feeling well and I'm going to take care of you and I don't care how pissed off you are. His eyes narrowed and turned icy. She looked at him calmly. The angrier you get, the better your chances are of being sick again. If you want to hurl all over the staircase, that's your prerogative, but the smart thing would be to stay calm and follow Snape's instructions. He turned from her wordlessly, not trusting his voice since he was so furious. He continued walking towards the dungeon. Hermione couldn't resist enthusiastically responding with a, good boy, like she was rewarding a dog that had just performed a trick. She noticed Draco twitch like he was using every ounce of restraint within him to not hex her. When they got to Snape's private rooms, she felt guilty for making him angry as he immediately headed to the washroom and was, once again, sick. When he was done, his strained voice quietly said, you can go now. I'm going to take a shower and then I'll drink that awful stuff. You need to drink it now or you won't start feeling better. He came out, looking the worse for wear, held out his hand for the bottle, opened it, and drank it all down, grimacing at the end. He looked at her pointedly, raising an eyebrow. You can go now. Then he turned, dismissing her, and headed back into the bathroom. She gritted her teeth but decided to stay. Sometimes he's like a blast-ended scroot and has to be handled with care, she said to Loki, who wound himself around her legs and gave an agreeable, mmfh. She transfigured some water into ice like she had the time Draco twisted his ankle, and after chipping it into tiny pieces, she wrapped it in a cloth. After his shower, Draco came out in Snape's black bathrobe. Much to his surprise, he found Hermione still standing there. I thought you'd left, he commented, sneering. Obviously not. You look awful. Do you feel any better at all? He wanted to lie and say yes, but the truth was he did feel awful and dizzy and didn't have the energy to argue with Miss Know-It-All. He mumbled, no. Are you feeling dizzy? You look a little woozy. Draco gave an annoyed snort at her words. Malfoys don't get woozy. Hermione sighed. Fine then. You look dizzy, like you are suffering from vertigo, your equilibrium looks unbalanced, should I go on? Okay, I get it. He suddenly smirked lightly. I do feel a bit woozy. Hermione laughed softly, grabbed the cold cloths, and put a big pillow on her lap. Come lie down. Before you faint. He stood there with the customary scowl on his face. She sighed again and rephrased to pacify that damn Malfoy pride of his. Before you lose consciousness, pass out, hit the floor. He hesitated. You want me to lie on your lap? She responded, pulling a blanket closer. He awkwardly lay down on the bed, feeling incredibly tired. Hermione put one ice-filled cloth on his forehead and other one on the back of his neck. What are you doing? He asked groggily. It's something my mother used to do when I had a fever. He groaned. Great. Some Muggle method. It's the last thing I need. Just shut up and close your eyes. He did as she said and realized how good the two cloths felt. Hermione gently smoothed back his still damp hair. Better, Draco. He mumbled something inaudible, but it sounded affirmative. Before Hermione could utter another word, he had fallen asleep. She lightly stroked his shoulder and smiled to herself. A short 6 months ago, the idea of Draco Malfoy asleep with his head in her lap would have been ludicrous. She sat back against the headboard. He stirred softly, wrapping one arm around her knee. She couldn't resist running her fingers through that light blonde hair, it really was a striking color. She stayed still, watching him sleep for at least an hour. Then, when Professor Snape came in, she gently slid him off her lap with the pillow. He Ned softly and flipped over to lie on his stomach, his arm hugging the pillow as Loki curled up by his side. When she thought that Snape wasn't looking, she leaned over and softly kissed at his cheek once, whispering, "Sweet dreams." Hours later he woke up slowly, realizing that he was lying on his stomach and his head was no longer in Hermione's lap. He looked up at Snape's dark-eyed concerned gaze. "How are you feeling?" "Okay." Snape reached out to help him sit up, but he pulled back. Snape frowned. "Draco." The light eyes flashed at him angrily. "Why do you have to embarrass me in front of the Golden Trio all the time?" Snape scowled a bit. "Because sometimes you don't use common sense and incidents like today will only lead to you, or others, getting hurt." "I didn't hurt Weasley." Draco responded angrily. "I know you didn't and, in fact, you likely saved his life, but if that hadn't happened, you would have spent a few more hours out in the sun and instead of experiencing the mild discomfort you are now in, you would be suffering from a bad case of heat stroke." Draco was still furious and hurt all at the same time. "Drink this and then we'll get going with the occlumency lesson." Extreme dread gripped Draco's heart. He took the glass Snape offered. I don't feel well enough. I think I'm going to be sick again," he mumbled quietly. Snape's hand shot out feeling his forehead. "I think you are going to be just fine." He noted the resentful look Draco flashed him so he softened his tone. "I know how bad the first lesson was, but you know it is necessary. The headmaster and I spoke, and I will take it very slow. I promise that I will end each lesson after one memory if you haven't succeeded in blocking me out. We will talk about it and make sure you can deal with it calmly. We are all here for you and you won't have to deal with anything by yourself ever again. Just be open with us." Draco, still looking extremely uncomfortable, nodded reluctantly. Snape softly reassured him. "It's all right to be scared." The gray eyes snapped up at him. "I'm not scared." Snape didn't respond, just raised his eyebrow. Draco's gaze dropped to the floor, knowing that Snape knew the truth. What worked for Harry was concentrating his anger at the person invading his mind and directing it back at them. This way he was able to force me out of his mind. Give that try and see if it works. Ready? Draco responded with a shaky yes and stood, looking apprehensive with his wand drawn. Snape's heart went out to him as he looked at him. He wished it wasn't necessary, he hated torturing him with his past. He sighed. "Clear your mind. Focus on repelling me," came Snape's instruction. Legilimens. Images swirled around in his head. He was a 5-year-old once again, and his parents were having a dinner party. He was forced to sit at the table with the adults even though he had been ill for 2 days. The meal set in front of him was sautéed cow brains. The smell and mushy look of them flipped his stomach. Without thinking, he yelled out loud, "I'm not eating this." Everyone turned to look at him. His father stood up and threw his napkin down angrily. Draco whimpered. "You have been taught better than to behave like this at the dinner table," Lucius had quietly snarled. "I apologize for my son's behavior, and as such you may witness his punishment." Lucius pulled him up and stood him on the chair in front of all the guests. He punished him using his wand as a switch. Draco, between his own sobs, heard the guests applauding and encouraging Lucius. Snape lifted the spell quickly. Draco was left trembling and gripping the side of the desk, overwhelmed by the shame and embarrassment of being punished in front of all those people. The only voice that had spoken up in protest that day had been Snape's. He had only known him as his father's friend who had always been kind to him. He had heard him snarl in an angry, but controlled voice, "That's enough, Lucius." Lucius had stopped hitting him, and sat him down hard back in the chair, threatening, "You will not leave the table until you finish every bite of this." He had sat there, his head down on his arms, quietly crying. As far as his father's punishments went, it hadn't been bad, just a half a dozen hits, but he had felt so ashamed. When the guests finished, they went into another room. He then felt a hand gently stroke the top of his head. A soft voice had said, "Shush, little one. You're all right now. I suspect you are more embarrassed than badly hurt, and you're going to be okay. Why don't you go on to your room?" He had cried that he couldn't until he finished his food. As he looked up tearfully, Snape had pulled out his wand and make his dinner disappear. "It will be our secret. Go on now." He had wiped his face and had stood up on shaky legs. He had looked up at the dark eyes that looked at him so concerned and burst into tears. Snape had dropped down to his level, put his hands on his shoulders, and pulled him close. He had sat down on the chair and lifted him onto his lap, holding him tight against his chest, and had spoken to him in a quiet and soothing voice. "It's over now, Draco. Your father was just embarrassed and wanted to embarrass you in turn. Hush now." When his sobs quieted, Snape whispered softly, "Go on to your room now, everything will be all right." Draco's eyes closed tightly as the memory ended. His breaths came in shallow pants. He once again felt Snape's hand on his head. "I remember that incident," his voice came softly. Draco took a deep breath. "You've always been nice to me. You gave me my first potion set." He sniffed softly. Anger had welled up in Snape seeing Draco's memory of that time. He had been furious with Lucius for doing that to him. Snape's father had done something similar to him on a number of occasions, and he still felt vulnerable and humiliated whenever those memories resurfaced. "Did he ever do anything like that again, when I wasn't around?" Snape asked, wondering if his conversation with Lucius that day had at least had some effect on him. Draco shook his head. "No, never in front of other people again." Snape sighed heavily. "My father did similar things to me on a number of occasions. He usually encouraged his guests to assist him in his punishments." He spoke in a low, pained voice. Draco's wide eyes looked up at him. "You really know how I feel sometimes, don't you?" Snape nodded. "Unfortunately, yes." Draco continued slowly, "My mother, that night she..." Snape frowned. "What did she do?" "She was furious at me for disrupting the party. She didn't think that my father had punished me adequately, so she came into my room and caned me." "What?" Snape growled. Draco looked up in alarm. "She only hit me twice before my father came into the room and stopped her. He told her that she wasn't allowed to hurt me, that he had already punished me, and that he was the only one who could. She never hit me again after that. He sat with me for a few minutes until I stopped crying. I loved him for that," Draco explained quietly. Snape winced inwardly. He reached over and pulled Draco to him, holding him for a moment before he squirmed out of his grasp. "I'm okay. He talked to me, he told me what it meant to be a Malfoy. He said that he was sorry for hitting me, but that sometimes he needed to do so to make me learn what was expected of me and to teach me to honor the Malfoy name. He told me he knew I would make him proud." Draco's voice became strained and he turned away from Snape, biting back the tears that threatened to choke him as he remembered his father patting him gently on his back and his words just before he fell asleep. "You are my son, Draco. I know you will make me proud." When Snape went to put his hand on the trembling teen's shoulder, he pulled away abruptly as a small sob escaped. "Don't." Snape patiently held back. He knew how emotional occlumency memories could be, and Draco was struggling for control. When he took a deep shaky breath, Snape knew he had won the battle. Draco gave a shaky smile. "I guess I didn't make him very proud." His eyes filled up and, once again, he turned away, swearing softly. "You would have made any father proud. You work hard, you are smart, and you are resourceful. You can't judge yourself on Lucius' expectations. Cruelty, prejudice, and arrogance aren't good measures of character." Snape stepped closer, putting his hand comfortingly on the back of Draco's neck. This time he didn't pull away. "Are you all right now?" Snape asked softly. Draco nodded, allowing Snape to reach out to him for a moment. "You are really going to need to concentrate on blocking me out of your thoughts." Draco pulled back, softly agreeing. "I know, it's just so hard when the memories come. I know it's painful. I had the same problems when the headmaster taught me. Harry also took a long time to learn. Draco shook slightly, remembering the shared occlumency lesson when his whole life had been exposed. Snape sighed. Go get some dinner and then some sleep. Here's some dreamless sleep potion. You are looking rather weary lately and I think you could use it. Draco appreciated that Snape didn't attempt to make him talk about his nightmares. He obviously knew about them, but didn't press him. He smiled gratefully and took the small vial as he headed to the Great Hall. After grabbing a small vial, Snape went back to the hospital wing to check on Weasley and to talk to Harry. The redhead was snoring softly. Snape had spoken to Madame Pomfrey in the hallway and she assured him that Weasley, aside from being sick 2 more times, was doing much better and was starting to feel some tingling in his legs. She predicted he would be able to go to his classes by Monday morning. She also told him Potter would be released right after dinner. He had spent some time with Ron and then had fallen asleep for an hour, so she felt he was well enough to spend the night in the dorm. Harry was sitting on his bed with a resentful look on his face. Snape knew the last thing he wanted to do was see and talk to him. He held out the vial. Potter, take this, he ordered. Harry looked suspiciously at the small vial. What is it? A calming potion for your nerves. I need to talk to you and I want to ensure you don't have another episode, since I am certain you won't like what I have to say. Harry grew angry. How dare Snape? I am not interested in anything you have to say, Harry replied stiffly. Don't be an idiot. Your behavior has an impact on all of our futures. Drink the potion, Snape reiterated in a low, dangerous tone. Despite everything, Harry still retained a smidgen of fear when it came to Snape. He wouldn't put it past him to cast a spell or hex that would force the potion down his throat. With fury shining from his eyes, he downed the contents of the vial. He expected to see a gleam of satisfaction in Snape's eyes, but there was nothing in the cold, dark expression. Snape waited a few moments, presumably for the potion to take effect. I will apologize again for having upset you enough to warrant another attack, but I need to ensure that you will not act so foolishly again to jeopardize what we have worked so hard for. Harry snorted. We aren't the ones Voldemort is after. It's me that he wants, and I've had to face him every time. If we have any chance of succeeding, then I have to excel at everything. If that means being one step ahead of your precious Draco, then I will continue to do so. Snape's eyes narrowed. So you are telling me you still haven't realized how badly you jeopardized the plan with your arrogance. The Order's extra training for all of you was put at risk. I could have been exposed. Not to mention that you could have been seriously hurt and ended up at St. Mungo's for months. Are you really that dim-witted? Snape snarled. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but couldn't think of anything that would explain how he felt. He glared at Snape. Snape took a deep breath, calming himself. Let me explain it in explicit detail. Don't bother, Harry interrupted. Oh, I will bother and you will listen. Snape sat down on the edge of the bed. If Tonks hadn't known how to get you out of the Splinch, the Ministry would have had to be notified. They would have questioned why we are teaching you skills outside of Hogwarts, and they would have wanted to know who was teaching. I would have lied, Harry interrupted again. Snape looked at him, clearly displeased. As accomplished as you are at lying, they would not hesitate to use Veritaserum on you to discover the truth. The Order would have been exposed, the Dark Lord would have found out, I would have been exposed, and you would likely be incapacitated. The Dark Lord would certainly have enjoyed that. Your little ploy was foolish, childish, and dangerous. If you are to succeed, you need to use your brain and think things through. Most importantly, listen to those who are trying to help and teach you. Harry felt like a chastised child about to be sent to his room without dinner. Resentment burned in him. At that moment, he hated Snape for making him feel that way, yet he hated him even more for being right. He knew, in retrospect, what he did was wrong and that it could have gotten them all in trouble, but the last thing he wanted to do was admit it to Snape. Snape looked at him, shaking his head. Well, is there at least an apology for your actions coming soon? Harry scoffed. Right, an apology from me to you. Remember, I was the one lying on the ground thanks to your words. Snape sighed, for which I apologized. His dark eyes bore into Harry. When you splinched yourself, you startled me badly. I have seen wizards splinched before and it can be a very serious and painful injury. I did not want to see that happen to you. Harry's resentment lessened a bit. Snape stood up. Think about what you did and how it could have jeopardized everything. I'm assuming you don't want to do that and you don't want the Dark Lord to win. With a whirl of his black cloak, Snape exited, leaving Harry with a heavy heart. Lupin regarded him curiously. Draco Malfoy was a jumble of emotions, one moment vulnerable, the next angry, condescending, and arrogant. Right now, he stood before him, looking as if he would rather be anywhere in the world than here in the classroom with him. Draco, are you ready? His chin lifted up arrogantly. I don't see why I have to learn this, he stated flatly. Because you would succumb to a Dementor in seconds after what you went through last winter. You need to be able to conjure up a Patronus. The boggart is perfect for such learnings, as it takes on the shape of what you most fear. If you are able to send a Patronus as a defense, you will be able to ward off a Dementor. Draco stood quietly for a moment, debating Lupin's words. Then, resigned, he shrugged. Fine, let's get to it then. Before we start, I want you to focus on a happy memory. Lupin gave him a few moments then said, ready. Shall I will let the boggart out. Draco took a deep breath, but inwardly he trembled. He nodded then closed his eyes and thought of the incredible feeling of catching the snitch during the game against Ravenclaw. When he opened his eyes, Snape lay on the floor, dead, in front of him. No, he screamed. It's just a boggart. It's not real, Lupin yelled. Focus. Shaken, Draco tried to think of the Quidditch match, but the image from his nightmare blocked his memory. Snape's dead body transformed into Lucius holding his wand with a malicious smile on his face as he spat out, Avada Kedavra. Draco backed away, holding his wand and his hand shaking uncontrollably as Lupin shouted, Ridiculous. As usual, the boggart became a shiny orb and then vanished. He felt cold and clammy and a lump swelled up in throat. Gentle hands dropped onto Draco's shoulders. Startled, he pulled away, his eyes wide, his face ashen. Dumbledore stood behind him. It's okay, Draco, calm down. You'll get it soon. He nodded and took some deep breaths. Remus, I'm sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to bring you these notes. Dumbledore turned back to the teen. Do you mind if I stay for the next lesson? Draco's stomach flipped. Dumbledore had seen him at his absolute worst when he had bawled all over him last year. He was still embarrassed to be around him because of that. He certainly didn't want the headmaster to watch this when he had such a hard time staying in control. He shook his head. Please don't. His voice sounded hoarse and he quickly cleared his throat. There was kindness and understanding in the headmaster's eyes. He nodded just before he turned to leave. I understand, congratulations are in order. You apparated on the first try. That's quite the feat, Draco. You should be very proud of yourself. I know that Professor Snape is. Well done, that's quite a nice memory. He reached out and lightly patted Draco's cheek before turning and exiting the room. Lupin praised the headmaster silently. He was a very perceptive man. Those words were exactly what Draco needed at the moment. Shall we try again? Uncertainty flashed through Draco's eyes and the smile that had crept up at the headmaster's words vanished instantly. I need a minute, Draco said in a voice just above a whisper. Take all the time you need, Lupin responded patiently. Draco threw him a grateful look. Lupin was glad to see it. His name was listed on Draco's guardianship papers, also, yet between Severus, Albus, and Minerva, he knew the boy was least likely to turn to him in an event of need. He needed to change that to ensure he felt comfortable. The blonde teen paced restlessly back and forth along the stone wall. He seemed to get more agitated rather than calmer. Draco, please come sit with me for a moment. He looked at the werewolf with suspicion. Although Lupin had been nice to him on various occasions, he remembered how he had threatened to tie him to the bed whenever he wanted to get up during his recovery from his father's beating. He was always so quiet and calm yet intimidating all the same. He didn't want to feel intimidated, hated that he did, in fact, yet, at the same time, he appreciated that Lupin was always so quiet and patient. He never yelled at him like Snape did. Lupin had sat down on a bench and patted the spot next to him. He went hesitantly over to him. I think perhaps we should discuss the boggart first before you start concentrating on a happy memory. I know what a boggart is, Draco responded impatiently. Yes, that's true, but you missed a few classes in your third year so you never actually encountered one till this year. Draco grew quiet. He had purposely missed them, claiming that his hippogriff injury was causing him agony. You know you are safe at Hogwarts, your father cannot get in. He nodded. He knew all of that, but it didn't stop the nightmares. Professor Snape is safe here also. Your father cannot kill him, nor would he be likely to because it would anger you know who. Draco knew his father was terrified of the Dark Lord and that was likely the real reason he hadn't killed Snape last time. He glanced at Lupin who smiled at him softly and got up. He touched his shoulder lightly, reassuringly. You can do it. I won't pressure you, though. You can learn at your own pace. His heart still beat wildly and he felt very apprehensive, but he was a little calmer now that Lupin put no pressure on him. The boggart immediately became his father again, this time snapping a whip. Draco took a deep breath and pointed his wand while trying to focus on Snape's smile and Tonks' grin when he had apparated. He shouted, Expectro Patronum, and a wisp of vapor came out of his wand. As his father advanced, fury shining from his eyes, Draco couldn't stop the shudder that tore through him, but he shouted again, Expectro Patronum. Nothing happened the second time. Lupin quickly jumped in and banished the boggart back to the cupboard. I'm not doing this. Draco shouted at him. He was breathing hard and shaking. Lupin reached out towards him, but he backed away, his eyes wild and stormy. I'm useless at this. I'll never get it right and I won't do it. You will get it, I promise. You almost had it, Draco. You were closer than ever before. I saw the shadow of a Patronus, Lupin encouraged him quietly. Once he calmed down again and got his breathing under control, he realized that Lupin was right. Professor Lupin, could you tell what it was? He asked hesitantly. No, not yet. It was too faint and not defined. I'm sure that whatever it is, it will be impressive, Lupin assured. Draco smiled at him weakly. Would you like to stop here for now and continue with the rest of the class or would you prefer to work privately on another day? He was silent for a moment. Now that he'd at least had a little progress, he figured he could make the effort. I'll try with the others. Lupin smiled at him. I'll see you later then. Draco went to leave, but he hesitated at the door. Thanks. Anytime I can help, came Lupin's reply. Harry sat by Ron's bed. They were playing wizard's chess. Ron had regained the feeling in his legs, but he was still very weak. Madame Pomfrey had let him out of the bed for short walks and then made him drink strengthening potions. He would be able to attend classes on Monday. I have to admit I was shocked to wake up and find Snape by my bedside. He was actually quite civil. Wanted to know if I was in pain and then reassured me I'd be all right, Ron said as moved his bishop. Harry looked up briefly then, with an angry expression, looked at the wall. Harry, what's going on? Are you still pissed at him for what he said? Harry glared at him instead of the wall. You heard what he said. How do you think I feel? Ron looked thoughtful. I guess after all this time it wasn't unexpected. He was pretty mad at you and you didn't follow his and Tonks' instructions. You know how much he hates that. Harry stood up abruptly. I have to go. Ron snorted in frustration. Come on, don't be git. You know I'm on your side. Eyes blazing, Harry shot back, doesn't seem like it to me. He angrily left the ward. When he got to the stairs, he stopped and took a deep breath. He knew it wasn't Ron's fault, but he just didn't want to talk about Snape. Hi, Harry. Ginny came over with a bag of chocolate frogs in her hand. I'm on my way to see my clumsy brother and, what's wrong? She asked, looking concerned at this stormy expression. Nothing. He shouted at her as he continued angrily down the stairs. Her eyes narrowed. You don't need to take it out on me. She shouted after him, shaking her head in frustration. Later that afternoon, they were gathered in Lupin's office again, this time Snape was with him. Snape looked very uncomfortable, but Lupin had thought his presence would be very beneficial to Draco. If the boggart turned into a dead Snape again, Snape would be on hand to reassure him. He hadn't told Snape about Draco's boggart, since he felt it was the teen's prerogative to tell his guardian. Draco looked equally uncomfortable when he entered and saw Snape. He had questioned why he was there and when Snape told him, Draco flatly stated that he didn't need him there. A very brief look of hurt flashed in Snape's eyes but, despite his ward's wishes, he stayed. Draco became unresponsive and sullen. Harry had glared at Snape when he entered and looked rather uncomfortable also. As the lesson started, Hermione's otter was in perfect form. Harry's stag wavered a little as he had trouble focusing on a happy memory and was disturbed by Snape's presence. Draco looked very nervous when it was his turn. He glanced at Lupin, who smiled encouragingly, and his gaze drifted over to Snape, whose dark eyes looked sympathetic. "I know you can do it, Draco," he encouraged with confidence. Hermione and Harry both nodded at him and he focused with everything in him on how he felt when he had apparated. Lupin was about to release the boggart when someone cried out sharply. Draco opened his eyes, annoyed that he had been interrupted. Snape was gritting his teeth and had grasped his arm. Lupin rushed over to him. "Severus, I have to go," gasped Snape. "No," Draco shouted, his insides twisting in fear. "You can't go." Snape was pale and trembling slightly. "I have to." Draco grabbed his other arm. "He'll kill you. My father will kill you." His voice dropped to a frantic whisper. "It will be all right." Lupin gently pulled him back, but he angrily wrenched himself out of his grasp, shouting at Snape. "If you meant what you said and you care about me, you won't go." His voice acquired a note of desperation. "Draco, stop. You're not being fair," Lupin spoke up, seeing the added pain on Snape's face. With regret in his eyes, Snape responded. Quietly, trying to reassure Draco. "I'm sorry, but you need to understand that I have to do this." He then glanced briefly at Harry, whose green eyes were wide with worry and his face was pale. Harry bit his lip. "Be careful." Snape nodded and vanished out the door. Draco stood still for a moment, frozen by the panic he felt. When Lupin made a move towards him, he tore out the door, his breathing strained. "Let me talk to him," Harry said as he followed. Hermione suppressed the urge to run after both of them. Maybe they could help each other. Draco had run at top speed down to the lake. Harry had a hard time keeping him in sight. He glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby, but few people had wandered out on the damp, dark, foggy day, a sharp contrast to the one before. He finally caught sight of the silvery blonde head and went over to him. He was gasping for air as Harry knelt down by him. He looked up, his eyes wide with fear, as he wheezed out, "Can't breathe." Harry shook his head. "You're hyperventilating. You need to calm down." He pulled out his wand and transfigured an old crumpled leaf into a paper bag. Years ago, when Dudley had thrown a tantrum and hyperventilated, Aunt Petunia had made Diddykins breathe into a paper bag and it had seemed to help. "Here, breathe into it." He handed it to the pale boy. Draco, between wheezes, glanced over. Revulsion crossed his face as he knocked it away. Frustrated, Harry sighed. "Don't be such a prat. It's a Muggle method, but it really works." Somewhere in Draco's muddled brain he remembered how Hermione's Muggle method had worked. Desperate, he grabbed the bag and, with shaking hands, held it over his face. "That's it, just breathe into it and try and relax," Harry said, patting his back. After a while, as his breathing calmed, Draco pulled his face away from the bag and threw it away angrily. He looked at Harry. "Well, Potter, aren't you going to give me the pep talk now on how everything will be all right and Snape will be fine and all will be wonderful?" He couldn't help but sneer at the dark-haired boy. Harry glanced at him briefly and shook his head. "No, because I don't know if that will happen," he responded quietly. Draco looked surprised. They both stared out at the lake. "I hate this. I hate him for going. Why does he let himself be like a South Avenue?" Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Aren't you being a bit of hypocrite considering that, until a while ago, you were perfectly willing to be a South Avenue to Voldemort?" He flinched visibly at Harry's use of the Dark Lord's name and then he grew angrier. "I never wanted to be anyone's South Avenue. I just didn't know what it was like. My father always said it was wonderful, the power and prestige of being a Death Eater and fighting for all we believed in." "Calm down or you'll hyperventilate again. Snape's not a South Avenue. He made the choice to be a spy and he's good at it." "He didn't have to go," Draco responded, sulking. Harry snorted, annoyed. "Of course he did. Voldemort demands loyalty. Just shut up, Potter." He got up, intending to find himself a Potterless spot to sit and think. "I don't want anything to happen to him either, especially." Harry's voice trailed off. Draco stopped. "Especially what?" "What? Since you started to care for him. Think of him as a parental substitute. Think of him as you did your godfather." Harry sighed wearily. "No. Since I wouldn't forgive him and didn't tell him I was sorry for endangering the Order when I screwed up at Apparition." "Oh." Puzzled, he sat back down. "He was pretty pissed at you." He grinned a bit. Harry shot him a scathing look. "If you're just going to razz me about it or gloat because you got it, you might as well leave." Draco bit his lip, his eyes softened. And he even looked a tad apologetic. I'm sure he knows you didn't mean it. Right, Harry responded, but his green eyes looked unconvinced. I can't lose him, Draco suddenly said in small, quiet voice. A tightness formed in Harry's throat when he thought back to last June. He had felt the same way when he thought Voldemort had Sirius. He hoarsely replied, hopefully you won't have to. Draco glanced at him. Harry stared at the ground, his black hair falling over his forehead. He could see him blinking quickly and realized he was thinking about his godfather. How do you get over losing the one person in the world that means a lot to you? He asked softly. Harry laughed harshly. I'll let you know if I ever find out. Sorry. He didn't know how to continue. It's okay. I don't want you to find out, and I don't, for my reasons, want to lose Snape either. He's like a mentor to me and I really do care what happens to him. He helped me a lot last fall and I'll always be grateful to him. Draco grew quiet. He wondered if Potter knew how much Snape actually cared for him. A part of him didn't want to tell him because he knew Snape wasn't likely to, but the part of him that had grown in these last few months felt guilty keeping quiet. He sighed. Snape told me at the end of last year that he actually thought of you like a son. Harry's eyes grew wide. He didn't know if hearing that made him feel better or worse. He felt kind of warm thinking that the man who secretly loved his mother thought of him that way, but it also made him feel even guiltier for the way he had behaved. If Snape died now, the aggravating tightness in his throat came back. He cleared his throat loudly and with a teasing grin, in an effort to distract himself as well as Malfoy, responded, So, Malfoy. I guess that makes us brothers. Draco snorted. When flobberworms fly. That won't ever happen. Snape and I are Slytherins, not a goody two-shoes Gryffindors. Harry laughed, glad that the mood had somewhat lightened. No, you're right. I can't be calling some Slytherin ferret my brother. Draco smirked. Shut up or I'll hex you. Harry grinned. I better get back before someone sees us together. Are you feeling a bit better now? The smile faded as fast as it had come. No. Will you at least try not to hyperventilate again? The blonde head nodded. Right then. Harry turned to leave when Draco cleared his throat. He turned back to look at him. Thanks for the paper bag. You're welcome. Remember the bag thing, it works. When a sad look once again crossed Harry's features, he left. A well of anxiety formed again in Draco's chest. He shivered slightly. Snape had to be all right. As Harry made his way back to Hogwarts, Ginny came out the door with her Quidditch broom in hand. She looked him angrily and brushed past him. Ginny, wait, he called after her. What do you want? She turned to look at him. I'm sorry I snapped at you earlier. I was angry at Snape and I took it out on you and Ron, he said quietly. His eyes looked so sincere that she couldn't stay mad at him. All right, just don't do it again. He nodded. Did something happen? She looked at him intently, wondering why he looked so down and worried. He shook his head. She made a face. I'm not dumb, you know. It's obvious you're upset. Harry looked around to make sure no one was nearby that could hear. When a group of first years came down the steps, he took Ginny's arm and led her off to the side. Snape was called to a Death Eater meeting. She nodded as understanding crossed her features. You're afraid that he'll be killed. Harry swallowed heavily. I don't think I can handle another death. Ginny didn't know what to say. Her heart went out to him as he stood there, focusing on a nearby tree, the wind blowing his hair. He looked so isolated, so alone. She reached out and touched his arm and smiled at him. It won't do any good to worry about him. Whatever happens, it wouldn't be your fault. You know that. His eyes looked into hers. Ginny, I don't want anything to happen to him. She nodded, stepping closer. It will be all right. He looked down into Ginny's blue eyes, so full of warmth and sympathy. When she reached up to hug him lightly, he wrapped his arms around her for a moment and closed his eyes. After a moment, he let go of her and pulled back. His eyes still looked sad and haunted. Thanks, Ginny. She smiled at him wistfully, knowing that he was still sad and worried. She also knew that he didn't want sympathy. Harry the hero, always trying to be strong for everyone, never allowing himself to show any weakness. All of that just made him even more special in her eyes. She walked towards the Quidditch field, her thoughts full of the green-eyed wizard. As Harry went inside, he encountered Lupin in the hallway. Harry, would you join me in my office for a moment? His eyes were concerned. He nodded and followed him into the room. Lupin sat down on the end of his desk. How's Draco? Upset, he was hyperventilating when I found him, but we talked for a bit. And he was okay when I left. Lupin nodded. The thought of losing Professor Snape made him have a panic attack. I think he is still suffering from the repercussions of Lucius' actions last year. He looked intensely at Harry. How are you feeling? The black-haired teen shrugged. Lupin regarded him quietly. Despite Harry's evasiveness, he could see the worry etched on his face. I have every confidence that Professor Snape will return, but if he were to meet with tragedy, you have a lot of support from myself, all members of the Order and all of your many friends. Harry nodded distractedly. He was furious with me when I screwed up an apparating lesson. I know all about it. He looked surprised. You do? Of course, anything that results in you being admitted to the hospital wing, the members of the Order are informed. Harry snorted, his anger flowing momentarily. Great, so if I break a toe, everyone will know. Lupin smiled slightly. Well, perhaps nothing so insignificant. He then continued. Judging by your expression at finding Snape at today's lesson, I assume you hadn't reached an understanding. He shook his head. He insulted my dad, and Sirius again. I couldn't forgive him, and he wanted an apology from me for jeopardizing the Order. And you didn't apologize, Lupin stated softly, and you regret that now. Harry bit his lip. I keep remembering how he took me the veil, and when he taught me occlumency last year and helped me deal with Sirius' death. When he returns, I suggest you talk to him. You need to let him know how much you appreciated these things. If something were to happen to him at some point, you'll feel better for having said them and for forgiving him. His lapses in controlling his temper. He does care about you very much. Malfoy said that he sort of thought of me as a son. Lupin's eyes widened with surprise. That's a remarkable admission for Severus, especially to Draco. Harry grew quiet. I know. He stared at his toes, his black hair falling forward shielding his eyes. He apparently had feelings for my mother. Yes he did. Harry looked up startled. You knew? Lupin nodded. I saw them together once and spoke to Lily about it. I was worried for her, but she assured me that Severus would never harm her. She cared about him, but under no circumstances was I to let Sirius or James know. It was their secret. I could see the look in Severus' eyes sometimes when he looked at her and thought no one else was looking. His feelings went beyond friendship. Harry's green eyes looked worried. What about my mother's? She felt compassion for Snape. Aside from that, I don't really know. When he took the dark mark, she was angry and disappointed. It was from that point onwards that her relationship with James intensified. Harry asked hesitantly. If Snape hadn't taken the dark mark, do you think my mother would have ended up with him? Lupin's eyes darkened. I honestly don't know how deep her feelings were, whether they went beyond friendship. His voice trailed off. Harry kept seeing the image from Snape's memory of him holding his mother's dead body. It brought back the reality of what a sad life he had. Would he be alive long enough to ever experience any happiness, or was Voldemort torturing him to death at this moment? Harry, Lupin asked gently, worried about the desolate look on his face. He looked up smiling wryly and sighed. It doesn't really matter anymore. Both my parents are dead. I'll never know. They both loved you very much. That's what matters. And if Snape has managed to get over his hatred and jealousy of your father enough to admit that he cares about you, that's a huge improvement. Harry nodded. I just hope he's okay. Me too. Lupin smiled reassuringly. Draco walked into Hogwarts and was about to head into the dungeon when Hermione came down the stairs. She glanced around to make sure she wouldn't be overheard. Are you okay? He nodded, even though his chest felt tight again. Potter made me breathe into a paper bag, yet another wonderful Muggle invention. He replied, sarcastically. Hermione replied with a touch of impatience in her voice, well, since you aren't gasping for air, it must have worked. He glanced at her, his gray eyes shadowed. Her heart skipped a beat. What was it about him that made her want to hug him all the time? His stance, his expression screamed, stay away. But something in his eyes cried out. For what? Comfort perhaps. She didn't know, she just knew somehow she wanted to make him feel better. She knew how important Snape was to him and how worried he was. It's going to be okay. He smirked. Right, Granger, everything will be perfect. She sighed. I'm not trying to trivialize what could happen, but Professor Snape is smart, he won't do anything to jeopardize himself. But my father will jeopardize him. Draco responded, the smirk disappearing. As once again the horrible fear he felt took over. He won't let him, she assured him again. He shook his head, tired of arguing with her. She reached out tentatively and stroked his arm. Try to be positive, you are only hurting yourself if you have another panic attack. His eyes flashed as he pulled away. I'm fine. She bit her lip. She had wanted to make him feel better, but he was pulling away from her again, looking very annoyed. I have to go, he said curtly and headed down to the dungeons. At dinner that night, the atmosphere amongst the professors was very quiet. They were all rather worried, although they didn't show it. Albus kept thinking that this was the first time since Draco was beaten in his own almost fatal encounter that Severus would encounter Lucius again. Would there be a repeat of last time? Would Severus be able to keep his temper in check when encountering his old friend? Would Lucius want revenge now that he had lost custody of his heir? How would Tom react to all this? Would he believe Severus' reasoning that he had petitioned for custody in order to keep the future Death Eater from being beaten to death? Would he believe Severus was doing it for the dark side, or would he see that his main motive was love, something Tom considered weak and detestable? Remus told Albus, Molly and Minerva that he had spoken to Harry, who was naturally very worried. They all noted that Draco was not in the Great Hall. I'll check up on him and make sure he's not having another panic attack, Minerva assured them. Later after dinner she discovered through Crabbe and Goyle that Draco was not in the Slytherin dorm and no one had seen him since the afternoon. Worried, she went down to Severus' room thinking that perhaps he had gone there to wait. She found him sitting by the fire idly stroking Loki. His expression was vacant. Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing here? He looked at her, eyes wide. I can't stay in the dorm tonight. I want to be here when he comes back. She shook her head. Please. His voice was desperate. She sighed. You really should not be in here. His head dropped as he stared at the cat. I want to make sure he's all right. His voice was soft but filled with anxiety. He was about to say something and stopped. He bit his lip and focused on a shelf full of potions. She frowned. What is it, Mr. Malfoy? He squeezed his eyes shut at her words. Draco. His silvery eyes opened and looked at her in surprise. You've never called me by my first name before. Perhaps when it's just you and I speaking it could be appropriate. He nodded, giving her a small smile and then once again looking away. Tell me what's wrong, I promise it will stay between the two of us. He looked doubtful. Could her trust her not to tell Snape? The anxiety was overwhelming. He cleared his throat. Promise, he said barely above a whisper. Worried, she nodded. I keep having these awful dreams in which my father kills him. Oh dear boy, they are just dreams. It's your own fear and worry haunting you. You mustn't let them fester. Have you talked to Professor Snape about them? No. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone. He jumped up, panic once again in his voice. Shish, calm down. I won't, but you can't keep missing sleep and torturing yourself this way. What am I supposed to do? I can't make them stop. He stated dejectedly. Well, for tonight I'll give you a dreamless sleep potion. He looked at her again. He gave me one last night. He must know something then. Draco shook his head. He knows I haven't been sleeping well, but he doesn't know about the dreams. I'll give you a half dose. No, I don't want to be asleep when he comes back. He all but shouted at her. McGonagall's voice acquired a note of sternness. Draco, you will do as you are told, or you will not be allowed to spend the night here. She stated firmly. His pointy chin rose in the air and his eyes narrowed resentfully. What does it matter if I take it or not? You have missed far too much sleep, and I happen to know that Advanced Transfigurations isn't the only class that your marks have dropped in. He couldn't deny it. He grumbled, fine, I'll take it then. Good. She left for a few moments and came back with a half-filled vial. I want to see you swallow it. He glared at her stubbornly. Why can't you just leave me alone to wait for him? Her eyes softened. Because I care about you and I know Professor Snape would want you to get some much-needed rest. I'll rest tomorrow when he's back. He refused to take the vial she held out. Fine, then as I said before, you will not be spending the night here. McGonagall stood her ground firmly against the petulant teen. He shifted uncomfortably under her stern gaze. Well, go on, Mr. Malfoy, back to your room. He bit his lip, his eyes were smoky gray and angry. He responded hoarsely, his voice tight, I'll take it. He took the vial and sat on the edge of the bed staring at it. McGonagall sat down beside him and put her hand on his back, as she tried to soothe and reassure him. I know you think I am being unreasonable insisting you take this, but I am only doing this because I am worried about you. His eyes closed tightly, his breathing was rapid and irregular. She knew how frightened he was at the possibility of losing Severus, the one person in his life that had cared about him for as far back as he could remember. She also knew how much Draco meant to Severus. She sighed softly again. She wasn't sure if he would pull away or not, but she followed an age-old instinct and put her arms around him. He stiffened. For a moment, she knew he was fighting the anger he felt, but he then took a deep shaky breath, his arms tentatively wrapped around her. And his head fell to her shoulder. The little boy that had, like Harry, never experienced a mother's love sought her out, wanting to be comforted and told all would be well. No matter what happens, you are not alone anymore, she whispered to him as her heart went out to him. I know, but he took another deep breath, then responded in a choked voice, I don't want him to die. None of us do, we all care very much for Professor Snape. He nodded, pulling out of her embrace, and blushing softly. He glanced at her briefly before his eyes dropped down again as he looked embarrassed. Ready to get some rest now? No, I still don't want to take it, but if that's the only way I can stay here. He looked at her, hoping she had relented. She had a tight yet amused smile on her face. Yes, that's the only way. She transfigured the sofa into a bed. He lay down under the covers and swallowed the potion. Waves of heaviness swept over him and he knew no more. Harry went to the Gryffindor rooms that night feeling sick with worry and dread. He was surprised to find Ron up in bed. He looked at him guiltily. For a moment. Hi. Ron responded with a curt greeting. Pomfrey let you out early. Ron nodded. Harry felt even guiltier. Ron, about before. Ron raised an eyebrow at him. You mean when you did a pretty good imitation of Snape? Harry flushed. I'm sorry. They stared at each other for a moment. Ron then smiled wearily. I guess I'd be a git if I didn't forgive you. Any word on Snape? Hermione told me. What happened? He shook his head. He still hasn't come back. Malfoy must really be freaking now. Harry nodded. Probably. I haven't seen him for quite a while. He didn't come to dinner. You know there's nothing either of you can do, so you might as well not make yourself sick with worry, Ron said sympathetically. Harry nodded. On a happy note, Pomfrey gave the green light for me to play in next week's Quidditch match against Slytherin. Mum's not too happy about it though. Ron grinned. It would have been Sirius' birthday on that day, Harry noted sadly. Ron grew silent for a moment. He never knew what to say to Harry when he grew quiet like this. He usually ignored it and tried to change the subject. But Hermione told him it wasn't good for Harry when he did that. He needed to talk and deal with it, but it was awkward. You could dedicate your catching the snitch to him, he suggested, hesitantly. Harry snorted. If I actually manage to catch it. You usually do. You're one of the best seekers ever. His words made Harry smile. You're my friend, you're a bit biased. Don't forget I have Draco to deal with, Ron grudgingly admitted. Yeah, I guess he's a half-decent seeker at times. But I like your idea. If I do catch it, I'll dedicate it to Sirius. He would have liked that, especially in a match against Slytherin. The thought lifted Harry's spirits a little. Snape will hate it, Ron blurted out, realizing too late that he directed Harry's thought back to worry. If he's alive for it. His heart sank again. He will be, Ron assured him. Harry headed into his bed with a heavy heart. Late that night, Snape headed towards Hogwarts from the Forbidden Forest. His body sore and aching from the 3 Cruciatus curses the Dark Lord had used on him. The first one after he and Lucius had gotten into a loud argument over Draco's custody. They had both drawn wands. The Dark Lord was furious with both of them for disrupting the meeting. The second one was for going after custody of Draco without his permission. The third one for not reporting to the Dark Lord on these events. He hated not knowing every detail that occurred in the lives of his Death Eaters. Even though Snape felt sick and shaken, he got off lightly. Compared to Lucius, when the Dark Lord learned that Lucius had almost taken a future Death Eater's life, he subjected him to an extended period of the curse, which left the elder Malfoy a pathetic sobbing bundle of robes, curled on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Lucius never could handle pain. Well, if it had been Draco on the ground it would have been heart-wrenching for Snape to observe, but after what Lucius did to him last year he had a hard time mustering up even a grain of sympathy for the chastised blonde wizard. When Malfoy had finally gained some composure back and was able to rise, trembling to his feet, he apologized profusely to the Dark Lord, explaining he had never meant to almost kill his heir, just punish him for disloyalty. The Dark Lord seemed to accept this, but with a warning to all Death Eaters that their children were vital to their survival. Lucius nodded, his cold, steel eyes still watering from the pain. For a moment his and Snape's eyes met, and for the first time in a long time Snape felt a flash of sympathy. Sympathy in the context that his longtime friend would never know what a lucky man he could have been, how much love he could have had if only had been able to feel and give some himself. His expression softened a little and Lucius' eyes widened slightly in surprise. The meeting had dragged on, as they had to listen to the Dark Lord's ranting over Harry Potter. He was determined to kill him himself. During the rant, Snape concentrated on how much he despised James Potter and for years Harry. Also, the Dark Lord would see his contempt and not doubt his loyalty. Snape stumbled lightly as he walked very slowly towards Hogwarts. Cold sweat beading his forehead, his dark hair tangled and falling over his eyes. He winced every so often. The Dark Lord had been in a particularly foul mood, making him even crueler than usual. He stopped for a moment, leaning against a tree as a wave of nausea rolled over him. With weary eyes he looked towards the castle. He closed his eyes and took a deep shaky breath, willing himself to put one foot in front of the other. "Here, let me help," came a soft voice suddenly to his right. Startled and inhaling sharply he looked into the worried eyes of Tonks. "How did you know?" Snape gasped out. "I've been watching for you from the castle. As soon as I saw you I ran down. We've all been frantic with worry." She moved close to him, putting her arm around his waist so that his arm was over her shoulder. "I'm assuming you are suffering lingering effects of the cruciatus." "I'm fine, I don't need help," he rasped coldly. She looked up at him with a soft smile on her face. "Stop being so damn ornery. You'll get back into the castle much quicker with my help." "I could, of course, conjure up a stretcher and load you on it." "Absolutely not," he snarled. She grinned mischievously. "Relax, Sev, I won't do anything to diminish your masculinity." He was too exhausted and in too much pain to respond further. "I'm very relieved to see you," she said to him softly as she supported him gently. Even though he was enveloped in a haze of lingering pain and shivers, her words made an unexpected feeling of warmth wash over him. She brought him into the hospital ward, where Poppy immediately started fussing over him. When she had him settled in one of the beds and given him a draft of pain reliever, he looked up drowsily at Tonks. He didn't know if it was the 3 Cruciatus curses or the pain-relieving draft, but suddenly the words just came out of his mouth in a low voice, still a little hoarse from the pain he had endured. "Are you just going to stand there or tuck me in?" A second after the words came out of his mouth his eyes widened in horror. Tonks snorted in amusement. "Oh boy, you really are out of it." She grinned, moving closer and softly tucked the blanket around him. "Better?" she asked sweetly. He ignored her question. "Is Draco okay?" "I didn't see him, but Minerva told me he was very distraught, apparently. After you left he hyperventilated." Harry calmed him down and Minerva spent some time trying to reassure him. "He insisted on spending the night in your room. Minerva gave him a light dose of sleeping potion. He really loves you, you know." Another flood of warmth filled him. "I love him too," he stated hoarsely. "I'll leave you to get some sleep unless you need me to key you and make it better." She laughed lightly, teasing him. He couldn't suppress the small smile that forced itself on his lips. "I'll be fine." He paused for a moment. "Thank you for coming to help me." His dark eyes connected to hers. She stepped closer for a moment and with her hand lightly brushed his hair out of his face. "You're welcome." Then with a soft sigh of relief that he was okay, she turned and left. Snape was left wondering how her lips on his would have felt. He was rather inexperienced with this teasing thing. Did she mean it? The thought lulled him sleep. Tonks spread the word to all the professors via the flu that Snape was fine. and resting in the hospital wing with a strict warning if they disturbed him. Before morning she would hex them. Dumbledore sat back in his office, his blue eyes twinkling upon hearing her words. Things were happening for Severus even if he didn't realize it yet. He got up and went to the hospital wing. As he stood in front of Severus he felt a wave of protectiveness wash over him. He reached down and stroked the black hair away from the pale face. "I'm very glad you are back safe amongst us." Minerva breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. She went down to Snape's room and checked on Draco. She smiled seeing him fast asleep curled around Loki, who opened his amber eyes and regarded her sleepily. The boy was always so pale, and even in sleep his face looked drawn and anxious. She debated waking him to tell him that Snape would be fine, but he, despite his groggy state from the draft, would insist on going to the hospital wing, and Severus needed to rest, as did he also. She left a little note on the nightstand so he wouldn't panic when he woke up. The following morning before the sun had risen, Draco woke up. He immediately got up and ran into Snape's bedroom. The bed was empty. His heart dropped, his throat went dry. He walked back towards his bed, suddenly seeing the note on the nightstand. He hesitantly picked it up, the words leapt of the page. He quickly got dressed and ran down to the hospital wing. Snape was still asleep, so he sat down by his bedside. He anxiously looked him over for any visible signs of injury. He couldn't see any. Madame Pomfrey came over. "Mr. Malfoy, what are you doing here? I wanted to check on Professor Snape. Is he okay?" She nodded. "He'll be just fine." Draco smiled a little, the relief showing on his face. Snape woke up slowly, his mouth felt dry and his body still ached a bit. He opened his eyes to see worried gray eyes looking at him. "Draco, what are you doing here?" he asked raspily. "I wanted to make sure you were okay," came the anxious reply. "I'm fine." He sat up slowly. "Why are you in here?" The Dark Lord was in a rather foul mood, and I got a few tastes of the Cruciatus. The blonde teen paled even more than usual. He swallowed heavily before asking. Was my father there?" "Yes. It might interest you to know the Dark Lord was most displeased with him for almost killing you. Lucius was even worse off than I." "What did he do to him?" Draco asked softly. Snape regarded him. He knew Draco would be curious, but he was concerned that there were still feelings. He didn't want him feeling pity for Lucius. Yet he didn't want to lie to him either. An extended session of the Cruciatus. He wouldn't make eye contact with him. Was he okay? Eventually. As you learned firsthand from your father, the Cruciatus is rather painful. He had collapsed to the floor sobbing, then begged the Dark Lord for forgiveness. He got it, but with a warning that harming future Death Eaters would not be tolerated. Draco grew quiet. The image of his father broken on the floor made him feel strange. He knew he should feel some sort of satisfaction, but he didn't know what to feel. He looked up to meet Snape's dark, concerned gaze. "Are you all right?" he asked, his deep voice laced with worry. He nodded, looking back down at the floor. Snape got up and put on the robe Poppy had laid out for him. Draco got up also. He kept glancing up at him, his eyes still wide with anxiety. He stepped towards him and hesitantly, almost as if he was afraid Snape would push him away, he raised his arms and hugged him. "I'm glad you're back." Snape hugged him back tightly. "I will always do everything I can to ensure that I am there for you." Draco closed his eyes for a moment, relishing the feeling of having someone really love him. Just then Harry entered. Harry stopped when he noticed Draco hugging his guardian. Draco had pulled back already when he realized that Snape's attention had suddenly become focused on something behind him. He turned and saw Harry. Sorry, I'll come back." He apologized. "No, it's okay, Potter. He's all yours. I'm going to get some breakfast." Draco responded, still smiling with relief that Snape was back. Harry gave him a brief smile and then turned his attention to Snape. "Are you all right?" "Yes, just a run-in with the Cruciatus." Harry nodded. "I'm glad. I mean that you're okay." Snape suppressed the grin that almost surfaced over Harry's discomfort. "You wanted to make sure that I made it back?" Snape inquired, wondering why. Harry had come down. The green eyes regarded him with a troubled expression. "I came to say that. You were right." Snape raised a dark eyebrow. About. If Harry was going to apologize, he wasn't going to let him off easily. Jeopardizing the order and not thinking. The last two words were barely above a whisper. Snape knew that apologizing wasn't something Harry enjoyed doing. He wanted to make sure he was sincere. One look into his guilt-laden eyes confirmed that he was. Snape sat back on the edge of the bed. Thank you for finally acknowledging that. I am curious to what made you come to that realization now. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I know you were right about that, but when you insulted my father and Sirius. I see. So even when I apologized you stayed angry. Harry sat down on the bed across from him. Yes, I hate it when you bring them up. I mean, he was my dad. I never got to know him, but if I had, I know I would have loved him, and Sirius was the closest thing to a dad I have ever had, and they're both dead. His voice grew soft. The realization hit Snape then that what Harry wasn't saying was how much his words had hurt him. He sighed, feeling for the first time the gut-wrenching pain that Ha had caused the boy continually by insulting two people he would never again have in his life. I am sorry, Harry. The green eyes lifted to look at him intently. Then a soft smile played on his lips. I kept thinking back to when you let Draco and I see your memories so we could better understand you, and I realized that you and Draco are alike in many ways. You both use words to fight with when you're angry. Snape nodded, looking uncomfortable. I'm an adult, I should know better, but sometimes I just lash out without thinking. Harry nodded. I guess I get angry and don't apologize when I should. Snape snorted softly, smiling a little. I was worried that something would happen to you. I'm fine. You are the one that has to be careful. The Dark Lord is determined to kill you with whatever means at his disposal. That means no leaving school grounds and never go anywhere outside alone. I haven't been able to do that since the Death Eater attack in Hogsmeade. Anyway, Harry responded, disgruntled. Just be careful, the Dark Lord is a vicious, determined man. Why did he curse you? He was annoyed that I hadn't informed him about custody of Draco. Lucius must have told him. Lucius got off worse than I. He deserved that and more after what he did to Draco physically and emotionally. Harry nodded. I had a talk with Professor Lupin and he made me realize how much I wanted you to be okay. So I just wanted to say thanks for everything you've done for me, like take me to the Vale and help me learn occlumency. Snape's eyes widened. He was surprised the werewolf was being so fair. He swallowed a bit guiltily, thinking how much he had resented Dumbledore for once again giving him the defense of the dark arts role, albeit slitting he duties with Tonks this time around. Tonks, she was too inexperienced to have a role of such prestige, although he had to admit she had her wits about her and she wasn't hard to look at. Professor Snape. Harry's voice startled him. He had momentarily forgotten he was there. Thank you for saying that, and you are welcome. I hope Tonks and I can add apparating without splinching to our list of skills soon. Harry flushed slightly pink. He hated being reminded of splinching himself. He gave a wry grin and nodded. So we're okay again? He asked hesitantly. Snape felt awkward for a moment, then got up and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Yes. A huge smile broke out on Harry's face as he headed to the door. When he opened the door, Tonks popped her head in. How are you feeling this morning? Much improved. She smiled at him. See you at breakfast. He nodded. As soon as she was gone, Snape couldn't suppress the smile that crept onto his face. It was good to be back at Hogwarts. Breakfast was a joyous occasion that morning. All the professors were relieved that Snape was back amongst them. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he watched Snape glance very furtively at Tonks every so often when he thought no one was looking. The week flew by with classes and Quidditch practices. The tormenting between houses Gryffindor and Slytherin grew until both rivalries were ready to burst by Saturday morning. What would have been Sirius' birthday turned out to be a cool day. The afternoon started with a light drizzle hitting the ground. As they walked out onto the pitch, Harry glanced over at the Slytherin team. Draco looked arrogant, his shoulders straight. He looked back with a confident smirk on his face, although he looked rather pale, more so than usual. For a moment Harry felt as if the last 4 months didn't even happen. Draco was back to his Slytherin self. Madame Hooch blew the whistle and a wave of excitement washed over Harry. He loved flying. Zambini got through to the Gryffindor goal post and much to the Gryffindor's horror he scored, giving Slytherin the lead. Harry glanced over to Ron, who looked angry with himself for having missed. It was hard to see anything through the wet blanket of drizzle. Harry narrowly missed being hit by a bludger as he scoured the area. Gryffindor scored next evening, up the score. The yells and screams of encouragement reached him through the wind, buoying his determination to catch the snitch. Suddenly another Gryffindor goal was had. Harry yelled out in joy when he realized Ginny had been the one to score. Suddenly Harry spotted a flash of gold over by the goalpost. He raced for it with Draco close on his heels. Draco leaned over and tried to unseat Harry from his broom. Harry elbowed him hard in return, which resulted in the Slytherin temporarily backing off. Harry, his heart racing, suddenly saw the snitch. It hovered close to the wet grass. He spun his broom around and dove for it. In the same instant Draco spotted it and also went into a dive. The snitch suddenly took off again and Harry swerved sharply, his arm stretched out to grasp it. He hit something hard and for a moment, blinded by the rain, he thought he had hit a bludger. Instead he realized it was another player, the flash of green revealing a Slytherin. He twisted and with a surge of joy he clasped the snitch. The roar that went up around him was deafening. He cried out from the shattering pain in his leg. He closed his eyes trying to get the agony under control. The breath caught in his throat. "Easy, Malfoy, help's on the way," Harry said softly. A moment after having caught the snitch he realized it had been Malfoy that he accidentally hit. The blonde lay on the ground face down, his face a mask of agony. "You bastard, you did this to me. I hate you," Draco screamed at Harry. "Look, I'm sorry, I didn't bump you on purpose." Harry apologized softly. With another shuddering breath. "Get away from me. Draco, calm down, where does it hurt?" Snape asked gently, feeling for broken bones. Biting his lip he moaned, "Ned. Everywhere but especially my leg." Despite his best attempts he couldn't suppress the cry of sheer agony as Snape touched his knee. "Shish shish shish, you've broken your kneecap. Madame Pomfrey will heal that. Just relax." Snape conjured up a stretcher and levitated him onto it. "Malfoy. Draco, I'm sorry," Harry called out as Snape levitated the stretcher. He was soon surrounded by his ecstatic teammates. He lifted the snitch into the air and looking up into the dark stormy skies whispered, "Happy birthday, Sirius." Suddenly he was grabbed and hugged by Ginny. "Harry, you were brilliant." A flood of happiness overwhelmed him. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. Ginny realized how elated he was. Ron had told her that it was Sirius' birthday. She reached up to key him on the cheek, something she had never done before when he suddenly turned his head. She found her lips on his in surprise. Harry was startled to find Ginny's lips on his. In his state of joy he gave in to a lingering key. Green eyes looked into brown eyes, both pulled away blushing. "Congratulations, Harry," she stammered shyly. "Thanks, Ginny," he said quietly, looking down for a moment then smiling at her awkwardly. His black hair was hanging in his eyes and Ginny longed to brush the wet strands off his face. She resisted, embarrassed that she had ended up dotting him, even if it had been accidental. She was glad that Ron hadn't seen it. He had his own crowd of team members congratulating him for blocking the last 3 shots. More Gryffindors flooded from the stands, including Hermione. She had tears in her eyes. "Oh Harry, I bet wherever Sirius is he's smiling." With his clothes dripping wet and his shoes soaked from standing in a puddle he felt a surge of gratitude at Hermione's words. He pulled her close, his lips finding hers. Ginny stood back, her heart clenching. She hadn't realized that Harry and Hermione had grown this close. Ron had never said a word. Tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes and she turned away from the rest of the celebrations to head to her room. The last thing Draco saw before he was whisked away was the Gryffindors descending on Harry and Hermione, throwing her arms around him and dotting him on the lips. He took another halting breath before closing his eyes and focusing on his misery. After spending a few uncomfortable moments being stripped of his clothes by Snape and put into pajamas, Draco lay in the hospital bed downing bitter-tasting potions. He grimaced at the vile taste, but Madame Pomfrey kept handing him one after the other. Feeling nauseous he lay back on the mattress. Pansy, Crabbe, Goyle and the rest of the Slytherins gathered around him. Pansy couldn't seem to keep her hands out of his hair. "I was so scared, Draco. Can you all just go?" Draco shouted in desperation. All he wanted was to be alone. Snape steered them out of the room. "They're just worried about you." He looked at him with a concerned dark gaze. Draco ignored his words. "What's going to happen to Potter?" Snape's brow furrowed. "I assume he'll get carried around by the rest of the Gryffindors and glorified for the rest of the week." Draco's eyes flashed and his face flushed. "Not even a detention for what he did to me." Just then Hermione entered. Snape sighed. "I have things to do, get some rest." He turned to Hermione. "He's stuffed full of potions, he needs to get some rest." She nodded. I'll only be a minute. Snape left and Hermione went over to Draco. His blonde hair was all mussed, there was a bruise on his cheek. Are you okay? How are you feeling? She asked softly. Like you care. Just get out of here. He snarled at her angrily. Draco, you'll win next time. Only if Golden Boy doesn't sabotage me. He snarled at her. You know it was an accident, please calm down. She tried to soothe him. Stupid Saint Potter almost got me killed again and then expects me to accept his apology. That isn't going to happen no matter how much you beg. Granger. That's why you're here, isn't it? Poor Harry feels guilty. Oh please Draco, you just have to forgive him. He imitated Hermione's voice as he spit out the words, his cheeks becoming redder. Hermione's eyes narrowed at him, he looked furious. His pale face flushed. With anger, his eyes stormy, his pointy chin thrust into the air, his breathing labored. If you would stop being such an insensitive selfish prat for a minute, you'd learn that it would have been Sirius's birthday today, you know Sirius. Harry's godfather that was killed last year. Harry was desperate to catch the snitch for him. Draco looked at her incredulously. How touching, he sneered. Did it ever occur to any of you insensitive selfish prats that maybe for once in a game against Potter I would have liked to catch the snitch? That maybe after all the years of trying not to disappoint my father and trying to make him proud of me it would have been gratifying to win against Potter for once. Maybe, wherever my father is he'd hear about it and maybe regret not having encouraged and supported me like Snape does, instead of beating me to a bloody pulp. He took a deep breath. Before continuing his tirade, his voice low and icy, maybe after everything that happened it would have been a personal triumph for me to catch it. Maybe I wanted to catch it for Snape after. He paused, his voice becoming strained. After all that he's done for me. He was trembling violently in his anger. He took another deep raspy breath, while staring at the bed sheets. Just get out of here and don't bother coming back, he added hoarsely. Hermione bit her lip. At first she had been angered by his words but now she felt very guilty. She could see how very upset he was. She had thought only of Harry winning without realizing how much Draco might have wanted to catch the snitch and how cheated of it he felt. You are absolutely right Draco and I'm so sorry. He looked at her wide-eyed for a moment before narrowing his eyes. She continued, when you tumbled off the broom I was really scared, I'm glad. It's only your knee that was badly hurt. Opposed to what Granger? I can't even walk right now. He retorted angrily. Opposed to your neck for instance. She replied back, trying to stay calm in the face of his sneer. His eyes flashed angrily turning almost translucent silver. How nice. Granger, a little remorse that I was almost killed. But let's face it, when it comes down to it it will always be Saint Potty that garners your concerns and support. Your actions today prove that all the talk of friendship is just a bunch of bullock. Draco. It dawned on Hermione suddenly how insecure with their friendship he was and how upset and angry he was that she had excused Harry and gotten mad at him for not forgiving him right away. If only she could get past his anger and make him see it really was an accident so he would at least accept Harry's apology and let his anger die down enough to see that they also cared about him. Save your breath, go and whisper in Golden Boy's ear how petty and cruel I am. Hermione sighed angrily. She hated when Draco behaved so childishly. Draco smirked at her silence. What mudblood? He spoke the last word slowly, emphasizing it. At a loss for words. Am I not acting like you want me to? I'm not accepting Saint Potty's apology. Do you want to slap me across the face again? Hermione's eyes narrowed but she responded with a smirk of her. Since you are acting like an obnoxious child, I'm thinking your face isn't the part of you that needs a good series of sharp slaps. The smirk disappeared as the implication of her words sank in. He stiffened and glared at her malevolently. Just then they both realized Professor McGonagall had come in. Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy needs his rest, he should even be having visitors, she stated sternly. Sorry Professor McGonagall. Hermione headed for the door. She tossed her hair, throwing one glance back at Draco who stared at her with icy eyes. Before closing the door behind her. You need to get some sleep and let the potions do their healing. Would you like a wee bit of calming potion? Draco shook his head. He was glad McGonagall had come to see him. She would understand and be on his side. He'd kill anyone who would have suggested it. But he cherished those moments when McGonagall fussed over him. He finally got a taste of what he'd been missing out on all his life. She helped him lie down and brought another blanket. "So is Potter going to be punished for almost killing me?" he asked pointedly. "No, Mr. Malfoy, he will not. You know as well as I do that it was an accident. That's a load of bullocks." He snarled at her, his anger overwhelming him. It faded quickly when he saw the look in her eyes. It reminded him of the look in his mother's eyes just before the one and only time in his life she had personally punished him. He knew McGonagall would never hit him, but he felt guilty for lashing out at her when she had been nothing but kind to him. He quickly mumbled, "Sorry. I obviously didn't need to worry that you were in pain or ill." She turned to leave when he responded in a quiet, almost pleading voice. "Please don't go." She glanced at him. He looked contrite, the anger from his gray eyes was gone. "I have to prepare for a first-year class. Mr. Malfoy, if you think that just because you have changed your tone in order to get what you want after behaving as you have been for the last while will make me immediately cater to your every wish, you are wrong. You are not in Malfoy Manor. We will not beat you here, but we will also not spoil you. I have to prepare for a first-year class. Just think about something for me, Mr. Malfoy. If Professor Snape had died last week and you felt responsible, how would you feel if on his birthday, as a tribute to his memory, you wanted more than anything to catch the snitch? What if you did and had accidentally hit and injured Harry in your pursuit? Would you have at least apologized? I would likely have gotten detention with Filch since I'm not the Golden Gryffindor boy," he snarled, his anger rising again. "No, you wouldn't have, because it was an accident." She stared at him with a very disappointed look. "Perhaps Miss Granger's assessment today was rather accurate. I hope your foul mood clears up soon," she replied, her voice cold and stern before she opened the door. Just go then," Malfoy choked out. Minerva closed her eyes, fighting back the urge to go to him, trying not to think of his pale, bruised face. After a second's pause, she left, firmly closing the door behind her. He hit the mattress hard with his fist. He had in less than half an hour alienated the one person he thought of as his friend, as well as the professor who he felt he could always turn to. He took a long, shuddering breath. Madame Pomfrey came in again, making him swallow some bitter-tasting potion. It churned around in his stomach, making him feel queasy again. That and the pain in his knee made him wish Professor McGonagall would come back and sit with him for a while. He knew she was too mad at him to come back. He wished he at least had the stuffed dragon Hermione had given him. It was in Snape's private rooms where he kept it, not daring to bring it to the Slytherin quarters. Hermione sat down beside Harry, who had a huge smile on his face from all the praise the rest of the Gryffindors lathered on him. "What's wrong?" he asked, noting she was unusually quiet. "I tried to talk to Malfoy. I thought you were calling him Draco these days. Well, he's back to being Malfoy. He just about bit my head off and then called me, well, you can imagine what he called me again." "He what?" Ron stormed in after having caught the last sentence. "Relax, Ron, he's upset and I just made it worse." "How could you possibly upset him more, unless of course you slapped him again?" Harry asked with a raised brow. "No, not exactly." Hermione reddened slightly. Harry and Ron glanced at each other over the table. "Myone, what did you do?" Ron asked with a teasing grin. She looked up at both of their amused expressions and sighed in defeat. "Well, I sort of alluded to the fact that he was acting like a brat who could use." She mumbled something. "What?" they both asked. She sighed, getting a slap on his behind. She whispered the last part, blushing hotly. Harry, who had just taken a drink of pumpkin juice, spit it out over the table. Ron was barely able to dodge it. "You what?" Harry asked, his voice heavy with mirth. She gave him an annoyed look. "You know how much pride he has. I shouldn't have said that." "Oh, I would have given anything to see the look on his face," Ron howled in laughter. "So Hermione, were you planning on administering it yourself?" Ron asked mischievously. "Ron, grow up." She stood up with a loud snort, throwing him a disgusted look as she stormed out of the Great Hall. "Ron, how could you?" She was already feeling bad for having said that to Malfoy. Ron dissolved into peals of laughter. "I couldn't help myself. You've got to admit, Harry, that no one here deserves it more than Malfoy. I always wished McGonagall had been there when he called Hermione a mudblood." You know she would have just given him a detention. I guess so. Ron sighed. I know he's such a git sometimes, but he's trying to change and things haven't exactly been easy for him either. Neither of you saw his memories during that occlumency lesson. Believe me, he doesn't need anyone hitting him. Lucius did enough of that. I'm trying to be patient with him, he just makes it so difficult sometimes. You didn't injure him on purpose. No, but it doesn't change the fact that he's ended up in the hospital wing again because of me. I have to go talk to him in the morning. As Harry's admirers surrounded him, Ron went back to the common room. He found Ginny looking rather teary-eyed on one of the sofas. What's wrong? She shook her head, giving him a small smile. Nothing really. Ron shrugged. Okay. She frowned slightly. Why didn't you tell me that Harry and Hermione were a couple? It was Ron's turn to frown. What do you mean? They were snogging after the game. She looked at him curiously. Ron paled slightly, then turned and went up the stairs to the boys' rooms. When Harry came up later, Ron's curtains were closed, and not wanting to disturb him, he too went to bed. His body ached from Lucius beating and the 2 Cruciatus curses he had been subject to. He took a deep breath and fought with every fiber of strength he had, but Lucius cast a binding spell on him, effectively immobilizing him. He gritted his teeth as he realized Lucius had his left arm stretched up. With horror, he saw a long bony hand holding a wand. It pointed at his arm as an incredible, searing pain stared to engrave the dark mark. He screamed loudly, squeezed his eyes tightly shut, and bit his lip so hard he could taste blood. With a bolt he sat up in bed, realizing he was in the hospital wing, shivering yet sweating profusely. He got up, his heart was racing so fast his breath came in pants. He didn't want to appear like a little kid running to his parents at the sound of thunder, but at that moment he didn't care how it looked. He didn't want to be alone, he wanted Snape nearby. So throwing on his robe and ignoring the sharp pain shooting up his leg, he limped as fast as he could on adrenaline down to the dungeons to Snape's rooms. He knocked on the door, breathing hard. Snape was awakened from a sound sleep by the frantic knocking. He got up, wondering which of his first-year student had gotten sick this time. He was startled to find Draco at his door. The blonde teen was shaking uncontrollably. His breath came in ragged pants. Draco, what happened? I'm okay, but can I please stay the night here on the sofa? His eyes were wide and pleading, his voice a whisper. Snape frowned, but then transfigured the sofa once again into a bed and ignited the fire with his wand. Draco shakily climbed into the bed, wrapping his arms around himself. Despite the added warmth, he still shivered uncontrollably. Snape got a warmth package and held it against him. Snape then sat down and rubbed his ward's shoulder through the blankets. Did something happen in the hospital, or did you have a nightmare? Please just let me sleep here, I don't want to talk about it. I might be able to help. Snape coaxed gently. Draco squeezed his eyes shut. It was just a stupid nightmare, I don't want to talk about it. He felt nauseous from the pain now radiating through his knee. Snape's hand reached out and stroked his forehead. You are safe here, you know that, and as long as you do nothing foolish you will continue to be safe. He looked into Draco's pain-filled eyes. Your knee must hurt. You shouldn't have been moving around on it, the potion hasn't had time to heal. He pulled back the bottom half of the covers and rolled up Draco's pajama leg and frowned at what he saw. The knee was bruised and very swollen. He sighed, glancing at Draco, who stared fixedly at the blanket. He got up and poured some Incentia balm and applied it liberally to a cloth. He came back and applied it to Draco's knee, eliciting a strangled gasp from the blonde. He then wrapped a towel around it. He glanced at him again. This time he had his eyes tightly squeezed shut. He realized the dream must have sent him into a panic in order for him to put any weight on that leg. He knew he must be feeling the results of his actions tenfold. He tucked another blanket around him. Would you like something to help dull the pain? He asked softly. Please, came the strained reply. A soft knock came on his door. He went over to answer it and discovered Minerva standing there. Severus the First, don't want to worry you, but I just went to check on Mr. Malfoy and he's missing from the hospital wing. He smiled slightly. It's okay, he's here, he had a bad nightmare and re-injured his knee. Poppy will be furious. Oh dear, was her reply as she looked at his knee. Will he need the Muggle contraption crutches? Snape nodded. Likely for a day or two till the healing potion can take hold. Again. Quote, Snape had made him lie on his back, the sharp pains vibrating up his leg. Made him immobile. McGonagall sat down, gently stroking his hair. He looked up. Her shivering, "You're not mad at me anymore. I'm still very disappointed with your unforgiving behavior, but that doesn't mean I don't care about you." He nodded slowly, relieved she was there. She clasped his hand and squeezed it lightly in reassurance. Snape came to the other side of the bed, lifting Draco's head slightly so he could drink the pain potion. Shivering still, he looked back up at McGonagall. "I'm sorry, Minerva couldn't suppress the small grin that appeared at his words. "Hush now, don't think about any of it, just concentrate on getting warm. Sit up a bit." She helped him sit up, took a big pillow and slanted it against herself. As she sat down on the bed, she reclined against the headboard and after bundling the blankets around him got him to lean against her with her arms around him, holding him like a sick child. Snape regarded him with shocked curiosity. He knew if he tried that Draco would immediately push him away. Minerva exerted some magic over the boy. It was obvious to Snape that the nightmare had left him quite distraught. He wished he would tell him about it. He had come to him seeking security, but it was obvious that Minerva was the one who could best provide comfort. He was still amazed that Draco so readily accepted Minerva's nurturing. "You'll get a good night's sleep now and by morning you'll feel much better," she whispered into his hair. He nodded slightly, closing his eyes. When weariness overcame Draco and he fell asleep, Snape looked intently into Minerva's eyes. "Thank you for coming and for caring so much about him." Minerva's beady eyes regarded him thoughtfully. "Every child should have a mother figure, no matter how old they are." She raised an eyebrow to him. Snape flushed slightly. Minerva had on occasion acted rather parental when it came to himself, stern when she was angry with him, yet comforting and supporting when he was distraught. He responded wryly with a grudging half smile. "You fill that role well." "Thank you," she responded softly. "This boy and Potter both need as much support as we can give them." "Are you playing mother to Potter also?" he asked, slightly amused that the stern professor also had such a caring side. "Only when he lets me, but I believe Molly has a closer connection than I have." Snape nodded. "Draco appears to be very fond of you. I appreciate you building up his trust. He doesn't give it easily." She smiled grimly. "He's a lot like you, Severus." Severus snorted in response. The following morning, Draco awoke. He slowly opened his eyes and realized he was in Snape's rooms. He groaned softly, remembering the events of the night before. "How are you feeling?" came Snape's smooth voice as he walked out the adjoining room. Draco glanced at him, then looked away disgruntled. Embarrassment welled up in him as he remembered practically running to Snape after his nightmare. It had seemed like a bright idea last night, but now he couldn't believe he had done that. Snape suppressed the grin that rose in him over the teen's obvious embarrassment. "Draco, I'm very glad you came to me last night. We are family now and we should be there for each other. How's your knee?" He threw Snape a grateful look and nodded. "I feel like Hagrid, that lumbering oaf played Quidditch with me and I was the quaffle." This time Snape didn't even try to hold back the unexpected laugh. "That bad? Well, it's Sunday so you can spend the day in bed recuperating." He sat down on the edge of the bed and examined the injured knee. "You are going to need to stay off that as much as possible for the next few days until the potion gets hold again." He nodded again. "I'll get you a bite to eat. Is there any homework you need to do? I can get Crabbe or Goyle to get it for you. I guess I better do my Transfigurations essay. I'll need my textbook and notebook." "Good idea, you wouldn't want to disappoint Professor McGonagall." He remembered how she had held him last night when he was shivering uncontrollably. He flushed slightly. "No." Snape couldn't keep the amused look off his face. "She cares a lot about you." He responded softly. "I know. That's good, Draco. You need a good support network. If anything were ever to happen to me, I'd be very relieved to know that you have a good relationship with Professor McGonagall." Draco swallowed. He looked up with anxiety in his eyes. "Nothing is going to happen to you." His loyalty and worry continually amazed Snape. His heart swelled when he looked at the boy. He didn't think it possible to care about anyone so much. The boy really was like his own flesh and blood. "Not if I can help it," he reassured him softly. Snape headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. As he sat down, Tonks appeared beside him. "How's my cousin? Minerva told me what happened last night. He's sore, embarrassed. Poor kid, do you mind if I go see him? She asked, her dark eyes sparkling. No, not at all. Perhaps you can stop by after breakfast. I'm going to bring him some food. Snape invited, his voice low and smooth despite how nervous he felt. Okay, I'll join you then. She smiled at him. Snape nodded, then focused on his food, his heart speeding up. Minerva and Albus discreetly smiled at each other. When Harry awoke the next morning, he noticed that Ron was already up. It puzzled him that Ron hadn't waited for him to go down for breakfast. He ended up going down with Seamus and Neville and Hermione. Ron wasn't at breakfast either. Does anyone know where Ron is? I think he's out on the Quidditch pitch. I saw him leave with his broom. Justin spoke up. Harry frowned, looking puzzled. He hurried downing his breakfast and ran up to grab his firebolt. He knew he should be working on his Transfigurations essay, but the temptation for a practice run at Quidditch with Ron was too tempting. When he got out, he saw Ron racing around the goal posts. He waved, but Ron either didn't see him or chose not to wave back. Harry soared up to him, but Ron headed for the ground at the same time. Harry changed direction and met him on the ground. Once they were down on the grass, Ron's temper got the best of him and he started yelling. How could you? I can't believe I ever thought we were friends. You know how I feel about my own, and you just go and key her. What was it? You just got carried away because you once again caught the snitch. Harry had paled considerably, his green eyes wide with guilt. Ron, I'm sorry, it just happened again, it really wasn't planned. What? Wait a minute. Happened again. You've keyed her before. The anguished look on Harry's face answered his question. Ron's tone grew harsh. When were you going to tell me? After the wedding. Ron blinked, rapidly, his anger and emotions welling up. Ron, it's not like that. Please just let me try and explain. Harry felt horrible. He had never seen Ron so upset, and he certainly hadn't wanted him to find out this way. He realized how stupid he had acted yesterday after he had won. Forget it. I have nothing more to say to you. Ron replied, his voice hoarse. He turned and started to head back to Hogwarts, but Harry grabbed his arm. Ron turned and found his fist connecting to Harry's jaw. Harry fell back, his eyes wide with surprise. Stay away from me. Harry's hand went up to rub his jaw. Ron, calm down. He shook his head at him angrily and turned again. Ron, wait. Look, I'm sorry. He ran after him, but Ron turned on him furiously again. Back off. Harry took a shaky breath. He had just lost Ron, his best friend. Unbeknownst to both boys, their conversation had been overheard. Ron changed direction and headed down to the edge of the forest. No one was around, and he sat on a log, letting his anger wash over him. He didn't know what hurt worse, the fact that they had keyed more than once, or the fact Harry hadn't bothered to tell him. Were they keeping it a secret? Shush, don't tell Ron. Even though he hadn't actually ever told Harry that he had feelings for Hermione, he thought it was understood. He felt angry and hurt that both of them would betray him like that. Hi, Ron. He looked up, startled to find Luna Lovegood suddenly standing beside him. He hadn't even heard her approach. Look, I'm not really good company right now. Feeling guilty, came the soft, wispy voice. Ron bristled. What? Why would I feel guilty? Luna sat down beside him uninvited. Harry has gone through so much, so maybe he's mistakenly found some support or comfort in a friend, and he's mistaken it for something else. Ron snorted. Not likely, besides Hermione knew what she was doing. Maybe she has also mistakenly confused her friendship and her nurturing instinct with romantic feelings. You know, you are a lot like the crumple-horned snurcack. When it is mating season, he's busy pursuing other species like the straight-horned snurcack, while the female crumple-horned is practically right under his nose. Ron's eyes went a little blurry with confusion. What? Well, have you ever come out and told Hermione how you feel? Ron shifted uncomfortably. No, she knows. I doubt it. Besides, are you sure you're not just chasing a straight-horned snurcack? It's something to think about, she said mysteriously as she got up and walked away, leaving Ron with the beginnings of a headache. Putting all the nonsense about squat-nosed, or whatever they were called, snurcacks aside, he felt the beginnings of a flicker of guilt. Sirius had died. Harry had those awful pain attacks. He had to kill he who must not be named. Maybe he truly was desperately seeking something to distract himself. Maybe he shouldn't have exploded at him like he did, and maybe he shouldn't have said the things he said. Maybe in a day or two when he felt less calm he'd try and talk to him again. He took a deep breath going to the Gryffindor Tower. Dejected Harry went back inside. He'd let Ron cool down for a bit and then try and talk to him again. Now he had to go to the hospital wing to see how Malfoy was and whether he was in a better mood and ready to acknowledge it was an accident. When he got there he discovered the wing empty and surmised that Draco had already been released. As he headed out into the hallway he ran into Professor McGonagall. "Potter, are you not feeling well?" she asked, concerned. "I'm fine, I was just looking for Malfoy." She nodded. "He's in Snape's room, he had a bad night and re-injured his knee. I'm just going to talk to him." She frowned. "Potter, maybe you should wait a day or two. He was very upset yesterday, he needs some time to cool down. I just want to say I'm sorry again for injuring him. It was an accident, it wasn't your fault." "I know, but he seems to think it was. That is Mr. Malfoy's problem, not yours." She smiled at him warmly. "Thanks," he said softly. He headed down to the dungeon. Knocking first, he then entered. Malfoy was lying on a bed, paler than usual. His eyes narrowed. "Get out, Potter," he practically shouted at him. "Malfoy, I just came by to say sorry again. I didn't mean to injure you, it was an accident." He didn't respond immediately. For a second he wanted to accept Potter's apology, but then the key flashed in his mind again. Potter had everything, the snitch, Hermione, everyone's adoration. "Nothing with you is ever an accident. It wouldn't have mattered to you if I'd broken my neck as long as you caught the snitch, the same way it didn't matter that Diggory died just as long as you got the cup. You'll do anything for fame, Potter, it doesn't." "Draco." Snape's angry voice came from the door. Harry felt sick. Anger rose in him, but with Snape being there he didn't want to get into a fight with Malfoy. He quickly turned and rushed past Snape and Tonks. "I'll go after him," Tonks told Snape while throwing Draco a look of shocked disbelief. Snape stood there for a moment glaring at Draco. He was furious with him once again. "After everything you know about Potter, how could you say something like that? When are you going to grow up?" Draco's heart clenched at the words. Snape was protecting Potter again. Fuming, he looked away. "No explanation for your actions. Fine, then there will be repercussions. You will serve a week's worth of detentions with Filch as soon as your knee is healed." Draco's mouth dropped open in outrage, but the look of barely controlled anger in Snape's eyes kept him from responding. Snape slammed down a tray of food on the table next to his bed, then headed towards the door. "Are you proud of yourself, Draco? You are becoming more and more like your father. Cruel to the core." With those parting words Snape slammed the door shut loudly behind him. His heart did a painful clench at Snape's words. The anger he had felt faded as he realized what Snape now thought of him. He was sure if McGonagall found out what he had said she'd be disgusted with him also. The look on Tonks' face hadn't been reassuring either. He trembled slightly and turned on his side, feeling rather sick. "Harry!" Tonks cried as she ran after him. "I'm all right, Tonks," he reassured her, quietly as he turned to look at her. "Are you sure?" Draco was being a childish brat. "I hope Severus gives him a deserving detention." "It's okay, it doesn't matter, he's a git," Harry responded. She reached out and squeezed his shoulder. "Okay, be the tough guy if you want, but I'm here if you want to talk." He smiled at her, but his eyes remained troubled. "Thanks." He then went down the hall with his shoulders slumped and his head down. Tonks' heart gave a sympathetic lurch as she watched him go. Harry headed out the door into the darkening afternoon. What had felt like such an incredible high yesterday now led him to feel nothing but misery. He sat back staring out at the foggy night. His anger had dissipated, leaving instead a wave of despair to wash over him. His jaw ached. He felt queasy knowing that Ron now despised him. What had he been thinking? Dotting Hermione. Worst of all was the betrayal in Ron's eyes. He knew Ron liked Hermione, and why he hadn't thought of that, being instead blinded by the key. He felt horrible, guilt gnawing at him, making him feel nauseous and making his heart ache. He pulled his knees up and put his head down on them. He certainly hadn't meant to hurt Malfoy either, yet inadvertently in his enthusiasm he had, thereby breaking the fragile trust that had after long last gotten a precarious hold. Last year, because of what he did, he got Sirius killed. He snorted in anger. Why couldn't he think before he did things? Ron didn't deserve this. The angrier he grew at himself, the worse his headache grew, until suddenly, much to his shock, the horrible pain from those two past occasions tore through his head and eyes again. He moaned from the pain and went limp as the darkness took over. Ron hadn't seen Harry all day, although he did his best to avoid him by not hanging out in places he would be. He did expect to see him that night either in the Gryffindor common room or in the boys' dorm rooms. When it became quite late, he started to worry. Something was wrong. When everyone started to turn in, Ron grew more and more anxious. Everyone kept asking where Harry was and he couldn't answer. Finally he gave up and headed out to Professor McGonagall's rooms. He knocked on her door and she answered after a few moments, dressed in her tartan night robe. "Mr. Weasley, what's wrong?" Ron fidgeted uncomfortably. "Well, Harry isn't in the dorm and I just wondered if you knew where he was." McGonagall looked worried. "No, I have no idea where Mr. Potter is. When did you last see him?" "Just before lunch. We had an argument and stayed out of each other's way." "Has Miss Granger seen him?" Ron shook his head. "I don't know, but I don't think anyone has seen him. You go to bed and leave things to me. I'm sure he's fine," McGonagall assured him. Ron nodded and trudged slowly back to his room. Minerva immediately flew Snape, who told her he would be there shortly. He knocked on her door. "I'm sorry I couldn't talk over the floor. Draco's asleep and I didn't want him to wake up. I'd have to suppress the urge to yell at him again." "Why? What happened?" "He behaved deplorably today. He said some extremely cruel things to Potter." "Oh dear. I wonder if Severus Potter is missing." Snape's dark eyes widened considerably. "Missing? How long has he been missing?" "We're not sure, but possibly all afternoon and evening. Apparently he and Mr. Weasley also exchanged words today. I'll check the grounds if you check the castle. If we can't find him shortly, we'll need to get the headmaster and Lupin and Molly." Minerva nodded and immediately took off down the hallway. Fear clenched Snape's heart. The severity of Draco's words might have caused Harry to have another one of his strange attacks. As Snape stepped out into the chilly night air, he remembered finding Harry down by the lake last year when he was upset. He held out his wand, Lumos. He almost missed the dark shape curled up on its side under a large yew. He rushed over and bent down beside him. "Oh Potter, what have you done?" he asked softly as he checked his breathing and pulse. With a groan he picked him up, hurrying to the hospital wing with him. "Poppy, what is it?" "Oh no, not Potter again." "Here, put him down." She immediately began to check over Harry. "He's icy cold. He was outside, I don't know for how long. Could have been hours." Snape stood back anxiously as Madame Pomfrey moved her wand over him. "I'm getting some potions. Please get him a warmth package and put 3 blankets over him to warm him up. Aside from a bruised jaw, there are no other signs of injury." Snape immediately achioed a warmth package and placed it on Harry's chest, then he covered him with blankets, stopping for a moment to gently stroke the black hair out of his pale face. "I'm sorry, Harry," he whispered softly. "This isn't your fault, Severus," McGonagall assured him as she came up behind him. "I should have talked to Draco earlier about his anger over the accident. I didn't, and because of that he lashed out again when Harry attempted to apologize. Mr. Malfoy knows better than that, and I insist you give him a detention that he will remember as a result of this. But Severus, you couldn't know any of this would happen. Don't blame yourself. Potter shouldn't have gone outside by himself at night, he knows the rules." Snape nodded as he looked at Minerva, his dark eyes wide with worry. She went over to the pale teen, putting her hand on his arm. "Look at him, Severus, how much more can he take? We've all tried to figure out what is wrong with him and haven't had any success. How can we help him when we don't know what we are dealing with?" Snape shook his head. He screamed as Professor McGonagall fell dead at his feet. "It's your fault, Draco, you put her in danger." Snape snarled at him just before muttering, "Crucio." As he screamed again and groaned loudly, he found himself shaken roughly. He awoke with a start, shivering profusely. It was dark at first, but then he felt someone's arm around him. He put his hands over his face, gasping for air. At first he thought it was Snape beside him, but then he realized it was the headmaster patting his back and telling him to breathe deeply. "How long has he been having nightmares?" "I suspect since last year," came Snape's voice. "That's it, Draco, nice long breaths." He dropped his hand to look at the headmaster, who regarded him over his half-moon glasses. "What was the nightmare about?" Draco's insides twisted and he quickly replied, "I don't remember." "Draco." He reluctantly raised his eyes to the headmaster, who looked intently at him for a moment then abruptly got up. Severus, let's get back to our meeting. Then he turned to the blonde teen again. Try and get some sleep. He nodded and glanced surreptitiously at Snape to see if he was still furious with him. Snape looked him with concern, but there was still anger in his gaze. Draco turned away, burying his head in his pillow with a groan. You need to talk to him. Dumbledore stated shortly. He doesn't want to talk. He needs to. Severus, you aren't going to like this, but I went into his mind. You performed legilimens on him. Snape snarled angrily. Calm down, it was solely for his benefit. You must realize ever since last year, he has lost weight, his grades are slipping and he looks worn. These nightmares are wreaking havoc with him, it is no small wonder that he lost his temper. What did you see? I saw what I'm assuming was his most recent nightmare. Minerva died in front of him. You blamed him, then performed the Cruciatus curse on him. Snape paled considerably. He realized a long shaky breath. Severus, the boy is badly scarred by last year's events. I'm assuming you were angry with him after what he said to Harry. Snape nodded, feeling sick inside. Your anger combined with his guilt over how he behaved has no doubt led to this nightmare. Snape sighed. What am I supposed to do? I've given him a week's detention with Filch, I can't just not do anything. No, carry on with the punishment, but assure him that no matter how angry you are at him, you still care about him. He needs correction, but he desperately needs your support also. I'll talk to him when I'm calmer. Good, then let's resume discussing Harry's condition. None of us have been able to figure it out, the pain seems to be caused by anger. Dumbledore stared at the wall. Do you know something, Professor Dumbledore? The light blue eyes looked serious. Albus. Snape looked uncomfortable but quietly responded, Albus. Nothing definite. We'll have to see what develops further. Harry felt warm, safe and content when he awakened. He stretched out but then sneezed and his head hurt again. Watch her, Harry, are you cold? He opened his eyes to see Tonks sitting beside him. Lo, Tonks, he said quietly, his throat hurt. How are you feeling? She asked softly. Tired. How's your head? Was it like last time? Yeah, it's gone though, I just have a headache now. Tonks sighed regarding the black-haired teen looking so pale. His green eyes were troubled and sad. She patted his shoulder. Wasn't the smartest thing you ever did going outside on such a damp chilly night. That's an understatement, came Snape's voice with a touch of unheeded anger. What were you thinking? Sorry. Draco shouldn't have said what he did, but that was no reason to endanger yourself. It wasn't just what Draco said. He responded wearily, closing his eyes. Harry, what happened then? Tonks queried. I just want to sleep. Professor McGonagall mentioned that you had a fight with Weasley. Is that how your jaw was bruised? Snape asked, his voice low and stern, brooking no room for evasiveness. Yes, he reluctantly answered. What were you fighting about? Harry shook his head. He knew they were trying to help, but he didn't want to talk about what had happened. Was it about a girl? Tonks asked. Harry's eyes snapped open for a moment, then looked away. Snape scowled. Is this about Miss Granger? When Harry didn't respond, Snape continued. It seems to me that the three of you have been friends for a long time. I'm sure whatever little fight you have had will in time iron itself out. Snape stated firmly. He snorted. Not this time, I messed up. How so? Tonks asked patiently. Harry didn't want them to know, but he also wanted them to stop talking and let him go back to sleep. Ron saw Hermione and Mickey after the game. Harry mumbled, yawning. For a moment Snape thought back to the moment he witnessed Miss Granger dotting Draco on the cheek after he had overheated from the sun. Was it possible that Draco had feelings for her and he too had seen the key, and that was partially what had caused his vicious outburst? Tonks added reassuringly. Snape's right, Harry, you have all been through so much together, your friendship is strong enough to survive anything, even a key. Harry sneezed again. Hope so. He seems to be getting sick, do you have a potion or something to help him? She asked Snape. He smiled at her softly. Just like in the Muggle world, the wizard world has no known cure for a cold. The birds they sang at the break of day. Start again, I heard them say. Don't dwell on what has passed away or what is yet to be. Anthem, Leonard Cohen. When Harry awoke the next morning, it was with a headache, a sore throat and a fever. He rarely ever got sick, in fact hadn't had a cold since he was little. Back then, aside from forcing medication down his throat, He had had little attention and care from the Dursleys. In between feverish naps, he didn't have much recollection of it other than Uncle Vernon yelling at him later about how much time they had to waste on him. Madame Pomfrey set up a little tray beside him. "I know you don't feel much like eating, but it's important for you to keep your strength up and you must drink plenty of fluids." He nodded miserably and responded hoarsely, "I'll try." He glanced over at the food with disgust. He groaned and closed his eyes again, trying to focus on how happy he had been when he caught the snitch for Sirius. He sighed softly when suddenly a cool cloth was put on his forehead. He drowsily opened his eyes to find Mrs. Weasley sitting beside him. "Oh Harry, that was very foolish of you to go outside yesterday. Look at you, you could get pneumonia," she scolded. Annoyance rose him at her words. He didn't need to be scolded like some 5-year-old. He didn't respond. "I had a talk with Ron, and although he didn't say much, he did say he hit you after you two had an argument about Hermione. I will give him detention." "No," Harry shouted as loud as his sore throat would allow. "I mean, please don't, you'll just make it worse." She looked at him disapprovingly. "Fine, but if the situation gets worse between you two, I want you to tell me." He nodded in relief. "I will," he agreed just to pacify her. "Now Harry dear, is there anything I can do or get you to make you feel a little better? Oh, look at your blankets, they are all tangled." She proceeded to straighten them out and Harry had to admit he was so much more comfortable. "Thanks." She looked at him concerned. She knew that he had had another one of his attacks and passed out in the cold. He didn't look well, very pale, but his cheeks were flushed. His black hair was even more mussed than usual. She took the cloth on his forehead and dipped it into the cold water by the bedside. She wrung it out and placed it down again. He smiled softly. "I'm fine. Honest, Mrs. Weasley. No one ever fussed over me when I was sick and I always recovered." Her eyes were filled with sympathy. "Harry, I wish your mother had been able to be there. She would have loved you so much and you would have had a wonderful childhood with her and your father." His long-lashed lids dropped momentarily as he swallowed heavily. Her hand came out to stroke his hair. "Get some rest dear, but first I want you to drink this pomegranate juice." He opened his eyes again as she guided the straw to his lips. He swallowed slowly, his throat felt painful as the cool liquid went down. He felt so sleepy again. The last thing he remembered before sleep overtook him was Mrs. Weasley pulling the blanket up to his neck. "Sleep Harry dear," she whispered. "What happened to Harry?" Hermione demanded. Ron threw her a wounded look. "I don't know. When he didn't turn up in the common room last night, I went to Professor McGonagall. She told me that both you and Draco had a fight with him. Draco I can understand because he's been foul lately, but how could you fight with him knowing everything he has gone through and is still going through?" Ron looked away, his expression mingled with both anger and guilt. "What did you fight about?" Anger won out. "Your secret little relationship. It would have been nice if at least one of you would have bothered to tell me about it. Instead I get to hear how you're snogging on the Quidditch field." Hermione paled. "Ron, it wasn't like that. We're not a couple." "What are you then?" "First and foremost, Harry and I are friends, after that I'm not sure. I love and care about Harry, don't you realize, Ron, that we are his family? We need to be there for him. As for a key, or two, I'm not sure what that means yet." She blushed furiously upon saying those words. "You could have told me," Ron said quietly, his blue eyes looked hurt. "I'm sorry. Neither one of us meant to be secretive, it's just not something to talk about when you don't know what it is." Ron didn't respond. "Ron, you are acting like you're hurt or something. What's bothering you? Is it the key? Is it because Harry and I key, Ed? Why would that bother you? It's not like you have ever made a move towards me." Ron scowled. Hermione studied him quietly. "Do you think of me as more than a friend?" "No. Well, maybe yes, I don't know." Hermione sighed. "Look, judging by the reaction that Key caused, perhaps it isn't a good idea to mix friendship with anything else. It just makes everything complicated. Sorry Myone, maybe I didn't handle this right." Hermione snorted. "Maybe. You decked Harry." She paced around the empty common room. "Will you talk to him, calmly?" Hermione asked him, coming closer to him. His blue eyes still retained some hurt and he replied, "Maybe." He left the room. Hermione followed shortly after him. They had a double potions class. Her eyes wandered over to where Draco usually sat, but he wasn't there. They worked on a Hallmesk potion. It was designed to alter the hair color instantly after swallowing the correct dosage. As Snape went over the ingredients list, the door swung open and Draco awkwardly limped in on his crutches. He looked pale, tired and miserable. "You were late, Mr. Malfoy, 5 points from Slytherin." Snape spat out. Everyone from Gryffindors to Slytherins gasped. Snape had never deducted points from a Slytherin in potions class. Hermione glanced at Professor Snape and reached the conclusion that for some reason he was very annoyed at Draco. She wondered if it had anything to do with Harry. She looked over to Draco again, who carefully lowered his crutches and balanced on his good leg to sit down beside Pansy. Pansy immediately fawned over him. He looked resentful yet at the same time very subdued. He must have had a major row with Snape. Hermione decided to turn her hair violet, a color she had seen Tonks have on occasion. Snape came around examining everyone's potions and watching their hair change color as they drank them. "Miss Granger, that is a color that would not help in disguise." Hermione inwardly cringed, waiting for Snape to take points from Gryffindor, but as his eyes lingered on her hair for a moment he moved on wordlessly. As his eyes lingered on the violet color, his thought unconsciously wandered to thoughts of Tonks. He had meant to deduct points from Gryffindor, but somehow he couldn't bring himself to do so. Draco had gone back to Snape's rooms. He hadn't wanted to, but Snape coldly insisted on it. He was sitting in bed working on a divination list of predictions when there was a knock at the door. He reluctantly responded. "Come in." Hermione entered. Her dark eyes regarded him anxiously. He sneered at her. "What do you want?" "Come to see if Snape has yanked me over his knees yet. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm a little too old for that. Besides, my father gave me enough of that and worse to last me a lifetime. So I suggest you leave." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Do you always have to be so melodramatic?" His eyes flashed angrily. She took a deep breath. He looked as bad as he had in potions class. "Look, Draco, even though you once again called me a mudblood without any regard for my feelings, I, unlike you, have remorse for what I said. I shouldn't have said it, and I'm sorry." He hadn't expected her to apologize. He thought she'd come and go off on him again for what he said to Harry. Confusion crossed his features, then he sighed. "Thank you," he said softly, glancing at her. "You're welcome," she said curtly and turned to leave. "Wait." She turned slowly back to him. His light eyes looked anxious. "I'm sorry, too." Her eyes were still hard and unforgiving. "You are always sorry later, but it never stops you from using that word. You know it hurts me, so you purposely spit it out at me. It leads me to believe you haven't really changed. Whenever you are angry, you revert back to your old self, and it doesn't matter who gets hurt. Sometimes I wonder why I bother to keep trying to be your friend." Draco shrugged and dropped his gaze to the blanket. He didn't know what to say to Hermione. In one fell swoop he had alienated everyone. She came closer to him. "Why are you doing this? I thought after everything we went through at the end of last year we could at least be friends. I thought you wanted to. Remember when I took you to the room of requirements?" He looked up at her then. His face looked thin, pale and miserable. He nodded slowly, his eyes looking sad. "Of course I remember." He paused, looking away again, clearly uncomfortable. "I want to be friends with you." She smiled softly, relieved to hear him say it. "I'm glad." She sat on the edge of the bed. He looked at her again, his silver eyes wide. "How are feeling?" she asked softly. He shrugged, attempted a smirk but failed miserably. Something in his eyes prompted her to lean over and put her arms around in a soft hug. There was no hesitation as he grasped her tightly, dropping his head into her hair. "I'm just so tired," he mumbled. "Are you still having nightmares?" He nodded as he let go of her and pulled back slightly, looking uneasy. "Does Professor Snape know?" He snorted. "Just about everyone knows." "Good, maybe they can help." He shook his head. "Unless they drug me with dreamless sleep potion, there's nothing they can do." "A lot has happened," she acknowledged. He stayed silent. She put her hand down on his and squeezed it softly. He turned his hand over and squeezed hers back, then looked up and smiled softly at her. In that second her heart skipped a beat. Sometimes Draco reminded her of some hurt wild animal, and just now for that second he had responded to her with trust. Before she could say anything, the door banged open and Snape entered. "Miss Granger." He nodded, acknowledging her. He glanced at Draco to see him withdraw his hand from hers. He went into the other room, smiling to himself. So part of Draco's outburst was connected to his feelings for the Granger girl. I better go. I hope you don't have any nightmares tonight. She smiled softly at him and left. When Snape heard the door close, he went into the other room. Are you ready to apologize to Potter yet? Will it get me out of the detention? He asked, subdued. No. He felt a heavy weight in his gut. He hated having Snape mad at him. I'll go talk to him. He grabbed his crutches and got up, wincing as his knee gave a sharp pain. Snape headed over to the door, opening it for him. He looked at Snape resentfully. I'm going alone. He paused for a moment, debating whether he should force his charge to make the apology in front of him. When his eyes met Draco's stormy glare and he noted how his chin thrust up defiantly, he decided to let him retain some dignity. He was apologizing, and that was progress for him. He nodded and shut the door behind him. Draco squeezed his eyes shut tightly, then took a deep breath and started to slowly head up the stairs. Part of him regretted not letting Snape come. Maybe once he heard the apology he would forgive him, maybe even be a little proud of him. He felt as if his heart was dragging on the floor as he entered the hospital wing. He made his way over to Potter's bed. He looked awful, his skin tone pale but his cheeks flushed red. When he opened his eyes, they shone a bright feverish green. What do you want? He asked, his voice scratchy as he looked at the pale blonde boy standing uncomfortably before him. I just came to say that I'm sorry. Harry laughed harshly. For what? For being a git and not accepting my apology when you knew it was an accident? Or for saying it didn't matter to me that Cedric died? Or perhaps you wanted to add that it also didn't matter that I cost Sirius his life? With his gray eyes wide and ridden with regret, Draco awkwardly sat down, putting his crutches beside him. Look, it's really hard for me to talk to you, after all these years. He sighed heavily. I know you didn't do it on purpose and I shouldn't have said what I did about Cedric. I'm sorry. Really I am. He sighed again, hesitating before he continued. I wanted to catch the snitch for Snape and for me, just once I wanted to beat you. Instead Snape now hates me. He said the last sentence in almost a whisper. Harry stayed silent for a minute, then responded, I really am sorry your knee got busted because of me. He grinned wryly. Snape doesn't hate you. He snorted. Well, he's doing a pretty good imitation of it then. He gets pissed way too easily, but he doesn't mean it, well, not in your case anyway. So is it my fault that you're in here? I don't know. It was pretty stupid going outside. Now you sound just like Snape. Harry laughed hoarsely. He was relieved that Malfoy had finally come to his senses. Mr. Malfoy, leaving the hospital wing as you did last night is an extremely foolish act. Your kneecap was smashed. You can't just go traipsing about on it until it has fully healed. Now hop on the bed so I can look at it, came Madame Pomfrey's order as she walked up to the boys. No, it's okay, Professor Snape has been looking at it. Draco protested. Pomfrey HRRRMPHED and pointed to the bed, not allowing for any resistance. He reluctantly hopped up as she pulled aside his robe and rolled up his pant leg. She poked and prodded at his throbbing knee, making him flinch and hiss a few times. It is healing, but it will take at least another day. She applied a cold compress, soaked in healing potion on it. Let it sit there for about 5 minutes, then you can go. She looked at him sternly. He nodded, suddenly wanting nothing more than to lie down and sleep, but he knew he couldn't. He had to be back in Snape's rooms for an occlumency lesson, and the last thing he wanted to do was anger Snape more than he already was. Do you have to stay in here? Yeah, just for the night. Potter was obviously very tired and sick. He lay back on the pillow and closed his eyes. Draco regarded him silently. For almost 6 years he had hated him with a passion, almost an obsession. All he wanted to do was make his life miserable and come out ahead of him. His father was constantly harping on how much better Potter was than him at just about everything, and what a disappointment he was to the name of Malfoy. He'd heard it over and over again until it all welled up in a fury of hatred towards the black-haired boy on the bed. Now his life had changed so much he didn't really hate him anymore, at least not all of the time. After the 5 minutes were up, Madame Pomfrey came back and removed the compress. He got up as quietly as he could, even though the crutches banged into the bedside. Potter didn't wake up. He clumsily made his way back down to Snape's rooms. Draco, are you all right? Are you feeling any better? You look so tired. Pansy had cornered him in the hallway and had her hands all over him. He hugged her back for a moment, then realizing how much more he enjoyed being hugged by Granger. I'm fine, Pansy. I need to get back to Snape's rooms. I'm late for a special potion lesson he's giving me. Draco realized he almost slipped and said, Occlumency. You're the best potions maker ever. She flirted with him. He smirked. I know, but thanks anyway. Will you be at dinner? Probably not. I need to rest my knee after all my classes today. It's pretty sore. Her pug face pouted. I'll miss you. Yeah, I miss you too. He responded, feeling confused as to the validity of his words. Harry was awakened by the sound of someone awkwardly clearing his throat nearby. He reached over the nightstand, taking his glasses again. Madame Pomfrey must have put them there. He was startled to find Ron standing beside the bed. Harry. He looked awkward. I shouldn't have hit you. Harry didn't respond. He wasn't sure what he should say to Ron. Would Ron explode if he tried to explain again? Ron, I didn't mean to. It's okay, you don't have to explain again. I should have listened the first time. Myone and I talked. I overreacted and I guess I waited too long to let her know. He sighed as he stared at the ground. I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't know what will happen between Hermione and me. It might only be friendship, I don't know. Ron nodded. I better go. It's okay. Are you going to be all right? Harry nodded. He felt very sleepy and yawned again. I'll come visit tomorrow. Ron promised. Harry lay back. Even though his head still hurt and he still felt miserable physically, his heart felt much lighter. He had barely closed his eyes again. He heard the door of the hospital wing close. He opened his eyes again to find Hermione walking towards him. Harry, are you all right? I guess as long as you ignore the sore throat, aches, pains and fever. He smiled softly, then reached over to drink some of the juice so his voice wouldn't sound so gravelly. Ron came to talk to me. I think he's okay now. Hermione nervously bit her lip. I care about you so much. You know that, Harry, right? I know, and I care about you too. But I'm just thinking maybe we shouldn't. She hesitated for a moment. Confuse our friendship by Ing. Well, at least not for a while. Harry felt his face heating up under the fever's flush. He had liked Ing Hermione and being close to her, but he also liked being friends with her. Their had made everything complicated, yet the closeness had felt so good. Okay. He looked dejected. Hermione longed to stroke the hair out of his face. Are you sure? She asked softly. He looked up and gave her a half-hearted grin. Yeah, it's fine. He lied. How's your knee? Tonks asked as she saw Draco limping towards the dungeon. I'll live. He snapped. Still in a foul mood, I see. What you said to Harry yesterday was very cruel. His temper got the better of him. I apologized to him, okay? I don't need you and Snape telling me how much I'm like my father. I'm not. He yelled at her, then suddenly his expression changed and he winced. Chill out, Koos. I never said you were like Lucius. She stepped closer to him. He took a deep breath. Well, he thinks I am. Who? Snape. He nodded. Tonks frowned. Draco looked like he hadn't slept in a week. His nerves were obviously frayed and he looked pained. She followed him slowly into Severus' rooms. Snape looked at him as he entered. Well, how did it go? Fine. He snapped, resenting Snape's question. Are you ready for your lesson? Have you been practicing? Yes. Don't lie. You can get away with that with your simpering friends, but not with me. Anger welled up in Draco and he glared at his guardian. Severus, can I speak to you out in the hallway for a moment? Tonks asked as she stepped through the doorway. She had heard the exchange between them. Both Snape and Draco glared at her with resentment. Snape, with a flourish of his black robes, walked briskly across the room and out the door with her, slamming it shut behind him. I'm about to conduct an occlumency lesson. I'm aware of that. I overheard you. He looked at her, his dark eyes confused. Severus, take a good look at Draco. He looks awful, like death warmed over and you practically bit his head off. Snape opened his mouth to respond, but she cut him off. I know he behaved badly with Harry, but he's apologized and he's obviously upset. Severus, you have a bad habit of lashing out at people. Not that it is any of your concern, but perhaps sometimes I have a reason to. Not with the kids. I've heard how you treat some of them, especially the Gryffindors. You need to lighten up, Severus. You don't understand. He snarled at her. I understand more than you'll ever know, but taking it out on others doesn't make it any better. She stood defiantly in front of him, her dark eyes flashing. His eyes turned cold and emotionless. I need to start the lesson. He turned and slammed the door shut again. Tonks took a deep breath and stomped up the stairs. Draco sat on the bed frozen, his eyes wide as the door slammed shut behind Snape. Snape then pulled out his wand and snarled. Ready. Draco snorted angrily, picked up one of his crutches and pulled out his wand. Remember to clear your mind and focus on repelling me. Use your wand if you need to at the beginning. Snape instructed. He nodded. Legilimens. There was darkness and then bright red and orange light. Screams were so loud, soul-searing sounds of horrible agony, then an awful smell filled the air, as the air grew hot. The world crumbled, shivering. He couldn't hold onto the crutch. He started to fall, but strong arms caught him. Draco. Draco. Trembling uncontrollably, trying to inhale large gasps of air, he raised his eyes to Snape. What was that? What happened? Draco sat there biting his lip hard, blinking rapidly, breathing heavily. Shish, it's okay, it's over. Snape stroked his hair and reassuringly squeezed his shoulder. Chocolate. Draco finally gasped. Realization dawned on Snape. Of course. He leapt up over to his desk and pulled out a bar of honeydukes. He quickly broke off a piece and gave it to Draco. He shoved as much of it as possible into his mouth, chewing so quickly he almost choked. Snape wrapped a thick blanket around his shoulders. There were obviously Dementors involved, but I don't understand that. Memory. What happened? Draco pulled back slowly, carefully drawing his knees to his chest. It was when Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Snape gently corrected. Draco, don't bend your knee. He stretched his sore leg out in front of him before continuing. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's punishment for when Crabbe, Goyle, Flint and I impersonated Dementors on the Quidditch field. 3 years ago. The Dementors. He dropped his head to his one bent knee. Snape sighed heavily. I remember, I fought with the headmaster to reconsider. It was too harsh, but the headmaster was furious with me and banned me from even being there. You never told me what happened. You threw up when you got back to the common room and refused to talk about it. I didn't press you. Snape frowned. All I felt from this particular memory was intense cold, and a lot of anguish. What exactly happened when you left the Quidditch field? Draco brought his head up and leaned back against the wall, staring at the ceiling, remembering Dumbledore's anger. His normally twinkling light blue eyes had sparkled with a powerful rage. The air had practically crackled around him. Did any of you think of the mass panic you could have caused? Students could have been hurt or worse. The headmaster hadn't yelled, but his voice was deep and powerful and resonated a reluctantly controlled anger. He had shivered slightly. He had never seen the headmaster with so much fury on his face. Fear had welled up in him. His chest had felt tight and his knees felt like rubber. He had never been in this much trouble before. In all my years at Hogwarts, this is one of the vilest stunts I have ever witnessed. If Mr. Potter had had the same reaction as last time, he could have been killed. He has endured more trauma than anything in your worst nightmares. The headmaster chastised as the 4 boys and Professor McGonagall walked back into Hogwarts. When they passed by the caretaker, he spoke up. Headmaster, I would be pleased to get the whips. He grinned diabolically. And make them scream a bit. Dumbledore's face twitched slightly. As tempting as that may be, and I thank you for the offer, Argus, but I have another punishment in mind. It will be more effective than a whip in teaching these boys what they need to learn. They looked anxiously at each other. The caretaker walked away, grumbling about the good old days. The 4 boys were practically trembling as they entered a room they had never seen before. Minerva, stay with them, I'll return momentarily. Albus, are you sure about this? Yes, this needs to be a punishment they won't soon forget. Draco felt sick at his words, the huge knot of fear curling in his stomach grew. When his father found out he had been caught and punished by Dumbledore, he'd be furious. When Dumbledore returned, he motioned to the door, which led to an adjoining room. Marcus, come with me please. Marcus, Cocky with his head held high in defiance briskly followed the headmaster into the room next door. No sounds were heard but when he came out, he was pale, his eyes wide with terror. Crabbe came next. He trembled. Before he even went near the door, he too came out a few minutes later. Trembling, his face shiny with sweat. Goyle was called directly after. He sobbed as he came out of the room a few moments later. Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall sharply said. Draco looked up at her, his eyes wide and pleading. He shook his head. Softly. Go on, you performed the deed, now face up to the consequences. He wanted to beg and plead but the Malfoy pride wouldn't let him. Pulling himself together and thrusting up his pointy chin, he sneered and went to the room. Immediately he was enveloped in an icy chill. He whimpered unconsciously. The headmaster stood in the corner with wand drawn and a soft silvery light glowing from the end. In the other corner he heard a long drawn-out rasping sound. Since you are so fond of the Dementors and take great pleasure in tormenting others for their reaction to them, I thought it an appropriate lesson for you to get a taste of your own medicine. No. Draco gasped and turned swiftly to grab the door. It was locked. The huge black shape loomed up behind him. He turned feeling colder and weaker. By the moment, a withered slimy hand reached towards him. He cried out. Then he heard screams and cries, felt a fire hot in his face and then inhaled a horrible smell. What had seemed like hours but were in reality only minutes he found himself on the floor whimpering and shaking, feeling queasy. The Dementor was gone and Dumbledore's hands were on his shoulders. I didn't expect him to have such an extreme reaction, came Professor McGonagall's voice. Nor did I, came Dumbledore's voce softer and less angry than it had been before. Here Draco, eat this chocolate, it will help. With shaking hands he took the chocolate and crammed as much of it into his mouth that he could chew without choking. The professor sat back watching him till he regained his composure. Would you care to talk about what you saw? Came the headmaster's voice. No. Draco responded hoarsely, looking away, fighting back tears that were threatening to leak out. I hope, Draco, that you will now think to respond with empathy towards your schoolmates. I realize this lesson was hard but I could think of nothing more effective in getting through to you as well as this. If I ever hear of you tormenting anyone about their reactions to the Dementors again or putting any of the students at risk, you will be expelled. Have I made myself clear? Draco looked up, his heart beating rapidly. He swallowed hard and responded curtly with a, yes sir. Misery welled up tightly in his chest. He shakily left the room and headed for the dungeon. He felt dizzy and fought the urge to throw up. I hated Dumbledore for making me feel that way. When the Dementor came at me, it was so cold and I heard screams, and then it was hot and there was a horrible smell in the air. I don't know why I smelled and heard that, he explained hoarsely. Snape went pale. Oh Merlin. He looked up at him. What? Snape looked incredibly uneasy. I think I know from when that was. Recovering a little, Draco sat up straighter. What? When you were just a little over a year old, just before the Dark Lord lost his powers, there was a Death Eater meeting in the dungeons at Malfoy Manor. Lucius had brought you to it, stating that you'd likely sleep through it. Muggles were tortured that night. Snape's voice dropped to a whisper. Burned alive. Draco's hands came up over his face, the nausea returning. The potions master's arms went around him. It was a long time ago. That's what we are working on preventing now. Okay. He whispered to him. His arms went tightly around Snape's neck for a moment as he breathed deeply. Snape rubbed his back. You need to focus on blocking me. You can't keep letting your memories overwhelm you. Draco pulled back and cleared his throat. Go to bed now, take some calming potion and get some sleep. Snape ordered as he picked up the crutches and handed them to him. He pulled himself up and headed over to the bed. Snape left the room. It was already quite dark as Snape got to the top of the astronomy tower. He opened the door and stood outside by the rail, inhaling the night. I didn't know that you come up here, came a curious voice from a dark corner. Startled, Snape drew out his wand. Relax, it's just me. Tonks stepped out of the shadows. His dark eyes looked confused. Why are up here? She replied softly, I just needed a quiet place to think. She went to the railing and stared out into the night as the wind ruffled her hair. He watched her quietly for a moment. Is everything all right? She glanced up at him. Some things will never be right. She hesitated before continuing, but you learn to live with them. How's Draco? Hopefully asleep by now. The wind blew his black hair over his face. I am too impatient with him sometimes. He loves you so much. I think when you are upset with him it makes him really miserable, and I think that contributes to his nightmares. He doesn't feel safe or secure. There is no worse feeling in the world, Severus, when you don't feel safe. Snape sighed. I know. But I don't know how to change that. I'm his guardian now. He should feel safe. He's also got Minerva and Albus, and you, and Remus, Tonks added. Snape nodded grudgingly. Give him a detention if he behaves badly, but don't get so angry with him. He must have flashbacks of his father all the time. I'm not like Lucius. Snape gasped. Of course not, I didn't mean that. She put her hand on his arm to console him. I meant with all the trauma he went through, he no doubt feels very insecure when everyone is upset with him. I know, Snape stated softly, his voice deep. He sat down on the stone ledge and continued hesitantly. There are times when he flinches and shrinks away when he thinks I'm angry. Knowing everything he has been through, that must be hard to see. Snape nodded, looking at the ground, his chest feeling tight from worry over Draco. I don't know how to stop his nightmares. Tonks' heart clenched in pity. She had never seen the dark potions master look so vulnerable. Impulsively she reached down and softly kissed at his forehead. I'm sure you'll find a way to help my cousin. Snape stiffened at her touch but then relaxed as she kept her hand on his shoulder. She sat down beside him. I know he can't take Dreamless Sleep potion for more than 2 nights, but what about a strong calming potion? He nodded. I've made him strong doses before, but once it wears off he awakens with another nightmare. His grades have dropped, he's irritable, emotional. Love goes a long way in healing, just keep reassuring him and talking to him. I'll try to help, she encouraged him softly. He glanced at her for a moment, his dark eyes wide and uncertain, then looked away again. I should go check on him then. Give him my best. Snape stood up. I will. Are you coming down? She smiled at him, her dark eyes full of warmth. Not yet, I'm going to stay for a while longer. Thank you. His mouth twitched into a brief smile. She smiled softly in response. As Snape headed back to the dungeon he ran into Minerva. Severus, are you all right? Are you coming down with Potter's cold? He frowned at her. No, of course not, why would you think that? You look all flushed. He flushed an even deeper shade of pink at her words. Oh, well, it must have been the wind. I was outside, getting a breath of air, and it was windy. Minerva's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Snape did many things, but rambling was never one of them. I'm glad to hear that you aren't ill then. Snape nodded as he hastily headed down the hall. Draco lay awake despite the calming potion. He idly played with Loki as many troubled thoughts went through his head. When Snape came in later, he came over to him and sat down beside the bed. You should be sleeping. Can't. Why not? He shook his head and turned away towards the wall, causing Snape's heart to give a painful jolt. Snape then did something that startled Draco. It was something he had never done before. Snape leaned down and kissed at the top of his head. I'm proud of you for apologizing to Potter, and Draco know this, no matter what you do, I love you very much, more than I ever thought possible. We are family now. Please try to sleep. With that he went into his own bedroom, leaving Draco's heart feeling light. Feeling more content than he had in days, he laid his tired head on the pillow, cuddled Loki and closed his eyes. Shadows danced around him, voices taunted him, Voldemort and the Death Eaters stood in front of him. He pulled out his wand, but before he could utter a word the horrible pain in his head surfaced again. Darkness closed over him as he felt himself falling to the sound of Death Eaters' laughter. Harry bolted up in bed with a strangled gasp. He found himself in someone's arms. Ginny had felt terrible for telling Ron about Harry and Hermione. She realized she should have thought it through and considered what Ron's reaction would be. She never in a million years wanted Harry to be hurt. She went into the hospital wing and sat by his bedside. He was sleeping, restlessly, his black hair damp from fever. He whimpered in his sleep. Concerned, she sat on the edge of the bed stroking his arm. He suddenly bolted up with a cry and she wrapped her arms around him. He clasped her tightly, almost desperately. Shush, Harry, it's all right. You're okay, you're in the hospital ward. He breathed heavily into her shoulder. She stroked his back. Harry realized by the red hair he was grasping that it was Ginny whose arms he had practically leapt into. As the dream faded, he realized everyone was safe, everyone but Sirius. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly and trembled. After a few more deep breaths, he calmed enough to loosen his tight grip on Ginny. Are you all right? She asked anxiously. I'm fine, he muttered, embarrassed. Harry, I just wanted to make sure you're okay. Ron was so angry and I felt so bad. It's okay, Ginny, I'm all right. I just have a cold and I shouldn't have gone outside. It's not Ron's fault. She tentatively touched his bruised jaw. He hit you. He gave her a wry grin. It's all right, really. She longed to wrap her arms around him again, but instead she just smiled softly. Do you mind if I just sit here with you for a bit? I mean, I know you're tired and you're supposed to rest, so I'll just stay till you fall asleep. Again, drowsiness overwhelmed him and he nodded. You should lie down. Yeah, I guess so. He lay down again and smiled at her softly. Thanks, Jin, for coming to see me. She smiled back at him. Why wouldn't I? I mean, we're friends, right? He nodded, his black hair falling over his eyes. Without thinking, Ginny reached over and brushed the hair out of his eyes. He looked at her startled and she blushed in response. She cleared her throat. So did you have a nightmare when you woke up so suddenly? His green eyes came up to meet hers for a moment, then he focused on the end of the bed. He didn't want to talk about it. Was it about Sirius? She asked hesitantly. He shook his head. Her dark eyes regarded him with sympathy. You know who? He replied bitterly, yes. A pained expression formed on her face. She reached out and took his hand into her own. You will defeat him and we will all help you. He smiled sadly. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be here. You are strong and brave, you are my hero. He laughed harshly. Ginny, I'm not a hero. She grinned. Okay then, be modest if you have to. He turned towards her. It's not a joke, the Death Eaters and Voldemort could kill all of you and I'll end up with this stupid pain in my head being useless. He winced when his head throbbed and put his hands up to rub his temples. Ginny snorted. I know it's not a joke, I know how powerful he is firsthand. I also know how strong you are. You beat him before, you can do it again. Harry lay back on the pillow, looking exhausted. Don't think about it now, get some rest, get over this cold. Everyone is trying to find a cure to the pain, they will, and then everything will be fine. She quieted down and reassured him. Everything won't be fine, my parents, Cedric and Sirius will all still be dead. He replied stubbornly. She bit her lip worriedly. Don't think about that, it's in the past now and we can't change it. Your parents died so that you could live. Cedric's death wasn't your fault. Sirius died trying to save you. Don't let their deaths be in vain. His green eyes looked desolate, but he nodded listlessly. She squeezed his hand. Close your eyes and sleep. He smiled softly then. I'm sorry, Ginny, you are right, it will be all right. I'm just not feeling well right now. She smiled warmly then and squeezed his hand again. This time he squeezed back, closing his eyes and sighing sleepily. She stayed with him until he was asleep. One by one they fell, first Hermione, then Neville, Luna, Ginny and Ron. Voldemort's red eyes shone with pleasure. He pointed his wand at him as the horrible pain tore through his head, immobilizing him. He heard Voldemort cackle, Avada Kedavra. He woke up screaming, no. His hand to his scar and he Ned in pain. Potter. Harry, shush, calm down, you're dreaming. His throat felt raw, he was sore and hot. He opened his eyes and stared at Snape. He bent over, gasping for air while his heart pounded painfully. He brought his hands up over his face and sat there hunched over. Snape's hand fell gently onto his neck. He didn't speak, just quietly letting him recover. When Harry lifted his head, the anguished look in his green eyes tore a hole in Snape's heart. Lie down, he managed to say quietly. Harry turned away from Snape. He felt sick and his skin was clammy. Again Snape's hand came out, this time to rest reassuringly on his shoulder. Have you been practicing occlumency to ward off the Dark Lord? Harry's voice sounded strained. It's not Voldemort, it was just a nightmare. About Black. The dark head shook, indicating a negative response. Snape squeezed his shoulder. Maybe I can help if you tell me what it was about. With that, Harry turned towards him, shaking off his hand. You haven't found out why I keep getting this pain in my head, so you can't help. No one can. Perhaps the dreams are connected. We'll never know if you keep everything to yourself. Snape prodded. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. Snape winced softly as regarded him. He was deathly pale, and his black hair stuck to his forehead. When his eyes opened again they were bright with fever. He killed Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna and Ginny, then hurled Avada Kedavra at me. Satisfied. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. I didn't ask because I wanted to torment you. Harry released a frustrated breath. Have you been having many nightmares? 2 in a row tonight, but otherwise no. Potter, you are feverish, you are hallucinating. These unexplainable head pains are frightening. He raised his head and shouted, I'm not frightened, I just want this to stop. Potter, calm down or I will force calming potion down your throat. Snape growled. The black lashes closed for a moment as he fell back onto the pillows and took a deep breath. I suggest you try to relax. He soaked a cloth in some ice water and placed it on Harry's head. Thank you, he responded reluctantly, glancing up at him. His green eyes once again made him think of Lily. He nodded. Good night, son. He got up and started towards the door when suddenly his words came back at him in shock. He had called Harry, son. He managed to keep walking out into the hallway, closing the door behind him. He brought a hand up to his forehead, taking a deep breath. Harry lay frozen in place. The potion's master had just called him son. He remembered Draco telling him that Snape thought of him as a son, but he never thought that he'd actually hear those words coming out of Snape's mouth. On one hand, it made him feel resentful. He was James Potter's son, not Snape's. Yet never having known his father, it made him feel secure somehow, knowing that Snape was there for him, that he cared for him, sort of like a godfather would, like Sirius did. He played the words over in his mind again, good night, son. He smiled softly as the weariness descended over him again. Draco was late for Lupin's lesson. He hurried as fast as he could on his crutches. As he rounded the corner his crutch slipped and he sprawled. Watcher Draco, are you all right? Tonks rushed towards him. I hate these stupid muggle things, he exclaimed angrily as she helped him to his feet. Tonks laughed. S.K.S. to be you coos. He glared at her. Oh come on, these muggle things are helping you heal. It isn't their fault that you messed up Pomfrey's healing. I'm just so sick of them. I want to be able to walk again. Relax. It will happen soon. Perhaps even this afternoon. His head dropped as he groaned. I hope so. He looked up at her and smirked. Can't you put a good word in for me with Snape? She raised her eyebrow. What makes you think I have any influence over your guardian? He smirked again but didn't reply. Have fun conjuring up your Patronus. She threw after him as he limped away. He turned his head, the smirk had disappeared and a scowl had replaced it. This time she smirked. Neville was there along with Hermione and Ron when Draco entered. He scowled again, not pleased by his presence. Neville and Luna and Ginny were all aware of what had happened to him and were sworn to secrecy. Lupin sighed, looking at the disgruntled bunch. None of them looked like they were ready to do much of anything. Draco, would you like to go first? He asked him softly. He looked a little better this morning, a little more rested. His stomach clenched. He didn't want to fail in front of Longbottom. After harassing him for 5 years, he didn't want to give him any ammunition to return all the barbs and cruel words. He swallowed heavily to try and still his pounding heart. Ready. Think of a happy memory. Draco's mind went to the moment Hermione had hugged him and when Snape had at him on the head. Lupin released the boggart, who immediately turned into Lucius, smiling coldly and waving his cane. Draco shivered, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He concentrated hard on Snape's words of last night and the feel of Hermione in his arms. He opened his eyes again as a wave of warmth washed over him. He yelled, Expectro Patronum. A silvery blob came out of his wand. As it traveled forwards, it took shape into a crystalline raven who stretched out his wings. It headed straight at Lucius. Lupin stepped in and banished the boggart. The raven dissipated. Draco stood stunned in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had done it. Draco, that was wonderful, what a beautiful raven. Hermione congratulated him with a big smile. Yes, Draco, that was indeed well done. You must be sure to tell Professor Snape about the form your Patronus took. He nodded, relief mingling with disappointment. He had hoped his Patronus would be something big and impressive like a dragon. The rest of the class passed in a blur. Neville still had trouble forming a Patronus and confused the lesson with banishing a boggart, which resulted in Snape materializing wearing his grandmother's dress and hat again. Hermione did well in her otter frolic lively. Ron's bull charged wildly and he was very pleased. Draco found himself jealous and grew very quiet. Harry woke up still feeling tired, but his head felt a lot better. His fever was gone, but he was still tired. He convinced Madame Pomfrey to let him go, but he had to promise to get lots of rest. He got dressed in the hospital wing, headed to the Gryffindor dorm, grabbed a change of clothes and headed for the bath. Afterwards he changed into newer clothes and headed to the Great Hall. "Potter, what are you doing out of the hospital wing?" Quote. Harry stopped and turned to look at Snape. "I'm feeling better." "I'm glad to hear that. Do you feel up to a private apparating lesson?" Harry's heart skipped a beat when he remembered how badly the last one went. "I guess so, but can I get something to eat first?" Snape nodded, his dark eyes regarding him intently. Harry felt uncomfortable under Snape's gaze. What if he splinched himself again? Snape would be furious. They arranged a time after the time for magical creatures class. He met up in the Great Hall with everyone and was immediately surrounded by his concerned friends. "Hey mate, feeling okay?" Ron asked quietly. He nodded. "Thanks." Ginny's dark eyes looked concerned and she smiled softly at him from across the table. Her concern lifted his heart and he found himself digging hungrily into his food. Draco watched from the Slytherin table, and noted that Hermione sat beside Harry like she usually did. He found himself feeling jealous for the second time that day. Gryffindors and Slytherins had a shared, care for magical creatures class, after lunch. Hagrid had promised he had an interesting creature that would impress them all. Draco hated the class. He didn't consider Hagrid to be a good teacher, and after the Hippogriff incident he was always worried about getting mangled again. The class gathered near Hagrid's hut. He came out with a huge smile on his face, and on a leash was a huge black cat with long gleaming fangs. It let out a loud snarl and pulled back its lips to reveal even more dangerous sharp teeth. The class let out a collective gasp and backed away. "It's all right, ye don't need to be scared. He's just a big cat," Hagrid explained. "His name's Boris and he's a saber-tooth exanther. He's really just a kitten still, only 10 months old, he is. Can any of ye tell me what's so special about exanthers?" Hermione's hand shot up. Hagrid smiled broadly. "Hermione, xanthers have the ability to turn invisible when hunting their prey, making them almost invincible. They were almost hunted to extinction when their coats became fashionable, but protests by good wizards ended that practice and their numbers are slowing recovering again." "Very good. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now does anyone want to come and pet him?" Hagrid asked with a hopeful note in his voice. Draco stood back along with the rest of the Slytherins, his arms were crossed. There was no way he wanted to go anywhere near one of Hagrid's creatures. Harry came forward and stood in front of the large cat. Should I just pat him? Kneel down in front of him and look him in the eye, then rub his chin." Harry looked doubtful but gingerly went down on his knees in front of Boris. Hello Boris." The cat's green-eyed gaze studied him with curiosity and he licked his fangs. This unnerved Harry slightly, but he took a deep breath and reached to rub the furry chin. The cat stretched out his throat and closed his eyes languidly. Then an incredibly loud throaty purr reverted around the clearing. He smiled, feeling the vibrations coming from the cat's throat. "E likes ya, Ari." When Harry stopped petting him, the rest of the Gryffindors and some Slytherins gathered around and took turns rubbing his chin. Draco was not one of them. It would have been too awkward to try to bend down with his crutches. During the rest of the class they learned what xanthers like to eat, where they live, sleep and mate. When class ended, Draco headed to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey would check out his knee again and determined if it was now healed enough to not require crutches anymore. Harry went to meet Snape in the Great Hall for his apparating lesson. It was locked off to anyone else so they wouldn't be interrupted. Snape observed him thoughtfully. "Are you worried you'll splinch yourself again?" "I hope not." He looked at Snape, remembering his words from last night. Last night." He stopped. Snape froze. Potter was going to ask him about his comment last night. "What about last night? You called me son. It felt rather weird. I mean, not bad, but..." Snape sighed. "I was thinking of your mother and how proud she would have been of you," and somehow the word slipped out. "Oh, I see. I just thought that maybe..." Harry's voice had grown quiet and uncertain. Snape wasn't sure how to respond. Did Harry want him to think of him as a son? Or was he annoyed? He never was good at discussing his feelings. Snape decided to try to explain. "Sometimes because I cared about your mother so much, and now that I've grown to know you better." He paused for a moment, struggling for words. And now that you don't hate me so much anymore. Harry interjected. I don't hate you at all, you know that. Even though I'm not officially your guardian, I feel like I should be. Harry grew quiet, he lowered his head in thought, his black hair falling forward, his lashes black against his pale cheeks. Harry, does it bother you? The black head shook, indicating, no. I miss Sirius so much, and it's not the same of course, but I like knowing that you're here. He lifted his head and gave a small smile. Snape gave a quick awkward smile, clearly uncomfortable talking about feelings. Okay, let's work on apparating. Harry nodded and stood up. I want you to focus on the area beside the Slytherin table. Close your eyes, hold out your wand, see the area in your mind, think Destina. Harry closed his eyes and listened to Snape's deep voice. He took a deep breath, willing himself to relax. He focused on the area Snape had instructed. He didn't deviate from it this time. He followed Snape's instructions exactly as he spoke them. Suddenly he felt a cold breeze on his face and his body felt like a feather, then landed with a jolt. He opened his eyes and found himself beside the table. He sighed with immense relief. He had done it. Congratulations, Mr. Potter, I knew you could do it. Snape congratulated him, his dark eyes warm. Thanks for helping me. Harry felt better than he had in days. All the uncertainty and the bad dreams faded away. He had apparated and he felt on top of the world. Harry headed to Transfiguration class and met up with Ron and Hermione. He shared the news with them. Later at dinner his appetite came back, and that night he slept in the Gryffindor ward uninterrupted by bad dreams. Just after midnight, Snape was jerked out of an exhaustive sleep by the sound of Draco thrashing around in his bed. When he heard anguished whimpers and hitched breathing, he realized he must be having another nightmare. He hurried over and lit the candle on his nightstand. The teen sprawled on his stomach, his silvery hair illuminated by the candlelight. Draco. Snape spoke softly, lightly touching his shoulder. It's just a bad dream, come on, wake up. Draco awoke with a start, flipping over into a sitting position, his eyes looked startlingly silver in the light. He anxiously scanned the room. It's okay, you're here with me, safe at Hogwarts, you're all right. When Draco's eyes met his own, he realized there were tear tracks down his pale cheeks, although now his eyes were dry. What was it about? Draco took a deep shaky breath, his body starting to relax a little. I can't remember. He remembered exactly every little detail, but he didn't want to tell Snape that he had had yet another dream of one of his father's punishments. Especially since this one was likely triggered by the occlumency lesson. Snape might decide to put the lessons on hold while he wanted nothing more than to learn it. He realized suddenly that his face was wet and he hastily brought up his sleeve. After hearing of Dumbledore's punishment after being caught, he had experienced the longest caning he had ever received. He was sure his father hadn't stopped until his arm went numb. He visibly shivered at the memory of the amount of pain he had been in. Snape's hand reassuringly stroked back his tousled hair. Was it the Dementors or one of Lucius' punishments? Draco's head snapped up. I told you I can't remember. I know what you said, but I don't believe you. Snape curtly stated. That's your problem. He snapped louder than he meant to. He went to turn away, but Snape's hand grabbed his upper arm in a vice-like grip. Do I need to perform legilimens on you to find out the truth? He shook in anger. You wouldn't. He shouted in disbelief. His anger building as he felt more and more trapped. Snape's dark eyes bore into his own. He tried to pull out of Snape's grasp, but his grip only tightened. Let me go. He shouted at him in frustration. Tell me about the nightmare. Draco's breathing became harsh as he fought to get out of his grip. His eyes welled up. He was exhausted, felt trapped and powerless. Why are you doing this? He asked, his voice cracking under the strain. Because these nightmares are wreaking havoc with our life and I want to help you deal with them, but I can't help if you won't be honest. His free hand came up to cover his face. Snape released his hold, seeing how upset his ward had become. Tell me please. He coaxed gently. Draco took a few halting breaths, then gave in. When my father found out about the Dementors stunt, he was furious. I had gotten caught and been punished by McGonagall and especially Dumbledore. He paused, his eyes glistening angrily. He caned me. Is that what you wanted to hear? Snape's eyes closed for a moment, feeling queasy. How many? Draco didn't respond for a moment, feeling the nausea rise up in him as he remembered the furious beating. 22. Snape expelled a long breath. Did you have any potion? He shook his head. It was over Easter. I used up what you'd given me at Christmas. He glanced at Snape. It was the only time he hit me then. Snape's eyes were full of rage. The only time. You were only there 4 days. You must have been barely able to move after that. Why didn't you come to me? Snape shouted angrily, wanting nothing more at that point than to squeeze every last breath out of Lucius. Draco shrank back from his anger, like a cowed dog. I didn't want to bother you. You were mad all the time because Lupin was there. Snape sighed quickly, calming down. He softened his voice. I thought I made myself clear that my door was always open to you. The blonde teen stared at the foot of the bed, looking worn and defeated. Snape continued. Never mind, that was a long time ago. I'm going to brew you a cup of tea that will make you drowsy and help you to sleep. He nodded slightly, still focused on the footrest. When he came back, Draco was lying back on the pillows. He put the tea down on the nightstand next to him and poured him a cup. His ward wearily sat up, took the cup and sipped at the hot tea. Snape cleared his throat awkwardly. You know how Potter's Patronus is a stag. Draco nodded, feeling apprehensive. Was Snape going to say he was disappointed that his was a raven? He hadn't told him yet, but maybe Lupin did. His Patronus took on the form of his father's animagus shape. His protector. When I started working for the headmaster, he thought it best if I could become animagus. He spent long hours with me, training me to see if I had any natural ability to become one. Thankfully I did so eventually. After many months I became an animagus, unregistered of course. He paused. Draco was focused on him, albeit looking confused. Draco, I want you to know that my animagus form is a raven. His eyes widened, but then a soft smile formed on his face. Suddenly a raven was the best creature in the entire world. He cleared his throat. I'm glad then that my Patronus is a raven. He grew quiet for a moment. Can you teach me how to become animagus? Snape rolled his eyes. No, and don't even think about it. I want you to sleep now. Draco reluctantly nodded as he tried to suppress a yawn. Good night. He sleepily rolled over, closing his eyes. Snape pulled the blanket over him, his heart feeling warm. Harry awoke the next morning feeling very pleased with himself. He had apparated, he was feeling much better, and he had Quidditch practice today to look forward to. You okay, mate? Ron asked, then yawned loudly. Great, he replied as he got out of bed. No more of those bad head pains. No. Harry didn't even want to think about those, let alone talk about them. Later, as they were down at breakfast, the mail came and Harry was surprised to receive a letter. He opened it to find a message that sounded like it came from Snape. Defense of the Dark Arts lesson at 4 o'clock in Hagrid's hut. Round up the others. Do not be late. He glanced to the professor's table and Snape briefly nodded at him. He gave a small nod in return. He whispered the information to Ron and Hermione. Hermione then quietly told Neville as Ron told Ginny. They knew Ginny would later tell Luna, and Harry knew that Snape would have already told Draco. He looked in the direction of the blonde Slytherin to discover him watching them, his gaze expressionless. He had heard from Ron yesterday that Draco was able to conjure up a Patronus and that it was a raven. He wanted to congratulate him, knowing what a rough time he had had previously trying to do it. After breakfast they went to divination. Professor Trelawney gave tarot card readings, and, as usual, Harry ended up with a bad card, the Tower card, which implied destruction, catastrophe and illness. After over 3 years of dire predictions from that crazy bat, he found they didn't bother him so much anymore. The only thing he had learned to heed was if the professor had a true prediction, and she hadn't done that since his 3rd year when she predicted Pettigrew's return to Voldemort. Harry and Ron made it through class but whispered to each other about the upcoming Quidditch practice throughout. Their next class was Advanced Transfigurations with the Slytherins. Today you will learn how to transform a quill into a footstool, Professor McGonagall stated. Observe. She waved her wand and clearly said, a tool. The quill immediately turned into a wooden footstool. Draco sat up straighter on the bench. Ever since both the headmaster and Snape had transformed sofas into beds for him, he had wanted to learn how to do it. Give it a try, Mr. Finnegan, Professor McGonagall ordered. Seamus waved his wand and said, a tool. The quill quivered and turned into an odd-looking footstool. McGonagall frowned and slowly slid the footstool across the desk, leaving a trail of ink. I'm afraid you're going to need to practice some more. She surveyed the classroom. What are you all waiting for? Give it a try. Hermione immediately transfigured her quill into a lovely wooden footstool. Harry's transformed, but one leg seemed to be shorter than the other. Ron's footstool was covered in ink. Neville's quill sprouted legs that stuck out at odd angles. Draco's footstool only had 2-inch-high legs. By the end of class, everyone other than Hermione left frustrated. After teaching a second-year potions class, Snape decided to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to talk to Tonks about the lesson they would be teaching that afternoon. He took a deep breath, straightened his robe, and cleared his throat before entering. Much to his disappointment, Lupin was in the classroom. He turned. "Severus, I was looking for Tonks too." He paused for a moment, "to go over today's lesson." "I'm afraid Tonks caught Harry's cold. She decided to take a hot bath to see if she would feel better so she could help you with teaching today," Lupin stated as he rifled through some papers. A group of fourth years started to file in around Snape as he nodded and quickly exited. Taking another deep breath, he headed towards Tonks' room. His stomach flipped as he got closer. Hesitantly he knocked on her door. She opened it. She was wearing a bright orange bathrobe which clashed violently with her purple hair. "Watch her, Severus. What a nice surprise," she commented, her voice raspy. He stood nervously at the door. "Remus told me you weren't feeling well. Could I get you a pepper-up potion from Poppy? I already have one. I was hoping to feel well enough to come to class, but I'm sorry, I just don't feel well. Is there anything I can get for you?" Snape asked. She smiled and her dark eyes lit up. "A cure? You know there isn't one. Come on, you're a potions genius, you can invent one." She grinned then sneezed loudly. He felt warm inside at her reference to him being a genius. He handed her a handkerchief as she sneezed again. She blew her nose into it then attempted to hand it back. He looked at it startled as she burst out laughing. "Oh sorry. Guess you don't want a snot-soaked handkerchief back in your pocket." A small grin worked its way out on the potion master's face. His sallow complexion turned a slight shade of pink. "I hope you feel better. I'm going to take a nice, hot, tangerine-scented bubble bath. I'm sure that will perk me right up." He nodded as he left. When he walked down the hallway, he found his heart racing at the thought of Tonks enveloped in bubbles. He shook his head, trying to force the image out of his thoughts. As soon as McGonagall's class ended, Harry and Ron both bolted out. It was a wet day, but the temperatures were mild. They practiced for hours and were totally soaked. After taking baths and changing clothes, they collapsed in front of the fireplace in their common room. Ginny came in after her bath and joined them. "Who'd have thought that Seamus here would make such a decent chaser?" she teased. Seamus blushed slightly and sat up a little straighter on the sofa. Harry studied Seamus, wondering if Ginny fancied him and found himself feeling a stab of jealousy at the thought. He looked towards Ginny. Her cheeks were all flushed from practice and the damp air had made her long hair curl into loose, unruly red ringlets. She'd never looked more attractive. After some idle chatter, they made their way down to the secret classroom to study with Snape. Today both classes were combined, so there were 7 students: Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, Neville, and Draco. Snape was standing there looking impatient as they entered. "I want you to divide into partners quickly. I will work with the one who doesn't have a partner." The students quickly teamed up: Hermione and Ron, Ginny and Luna, Harry and Draco. Poor Neville was in a state of panic, realizing he had to work with his most feared professor. "Professor Snape, where is Tonks?" Hermione asked. She liked the purple-haired witch. "She has apparently caught Mr. Potter's cold and won't be joining us today." The class groaned, making Snape glare at them all. "The lesson for today is the spell, Arresto Momentum. You will recall no doubt 3 years ago when the presence of the Dementors resulted in Mr. Potter falling off his broom and plummeting to earth." Harry groaned inwardly and felt his face growing hot. He hated being reminded of that time when he had felt so weak and powerless. Snape continued, "The headmaster used this spell to slow him down and save his life." He paused and glared at each of them in turn. He then continued, "The headmaster. And I thought it imperative to learn this in case of any accidents while flying. On the table in front of each of you there is a pumpkin. One of you will levitate it to the rafters, then drop it. Your partner will perform the spell to slow it down. Concentrate. If the pumpkin is smashed, you will be responsible for cleaning it up." Neville trembled. He was sure his pumpkin would smash when it became his turn. "Once the pumpkin has been levitated, raise your wand and be prepared to say, Arresto Momentum." Have I made myself clear? They all nodded or responded affirmatively. Congratulations, I heard you conjured up a spectacular Patronus, Harry whispered to Draco. He smirked. Yes. It's a raven, just like Snape's animagus form. Harry's eyes widened. I didn't know Snape was an animagus. There's a lot you don't know, Potter, Draco drawled. The dark-haired wizard just shook his head in exasperation. Sometimes Draco was the same old arrogant prat that he'd always been. Meanwhile, Ron had levitated the pumpkin and Hermione eagerly stood with wand drawn ready to do the spell. She succeeded on the first try. Ginny was also able to slow down her pumpkin, although it hit the table with a loud thud. Neville predictably uttered the spell too late and his pumpkin went splat all over the table, with orange mush attaching to Snape's robes. Snape angrily muttered about what an idiot boy he was as he handed him a bucket and cloth and attempted to brush orange goo off of himself. Draco levitated the pumpkin up but released it before it got to the rafters. He shouted, "Now, Potter." Harry hadn't been ready yet, as he was waiting for the pumpkin to get to the required level. He quickly waved his wand and uttered, "Arresto momentum," but the pumpkin didn't slow down enough and broke into two sections before he finished getting the words out. Draco stood back with a slight sneer on his face. "Too bad, Potter. Now stand back while an expert does it." Harry's patience snapped. "You cheated and didn't levitate it properly." Hearing the commotion, Snape strode over to them. "Potter, just clean up the mess and do it again." "Yes, Potter. Clean up your mess and don't blame your screw-ups on me," Draco drawled. Something inside of Harry snapped as his anger built. He didn't know what happened or how it happened, but suddenly the excruciating pain built up in his head and then, in an instant, it was gone and he felt weak and was trembling. Draco Malfoy let out a scream and fell to the ground curled up and feeling as if his very bones were melting. He'd felt like this once before, when his father had punished him with the Cruciatus curse, but this time the pain was even worse than he remembered it. He whimpered, gripped in the throes of extreme agony. Snape sprang into action and quickly ended the spell. Shaken, he turned to look at Harry, who stood wavering on his feet and staring with horror at Draco. He then looked up to find everyone's eyes on him, reflecting that same horror. His chest felt tight and he was shaking all over. He had just performed an unforgivable. He opened his mouth to try and apologize, but no words came out. The only sound in the room was Draco's harsh breaths and occasional soft whimpers. He looked down at him again and the pain-filled gray eyes turned up to look at him. Harry did as his instinct told him. He fled the room. "Ms. Granger, please attend to Mr. Malfoy and get him into a hot bath." With one quick glance at Draco, he too ran out of the room, presumably after Harry. Draco lay on the floor in shock. His body was still twitching from the after effects of the curse. He couldn't help but think back to the time his father had cursed him with it. His father, who was on the dark side, and now the same curse. From Harry Potter, who was supposed to be the savior of the light. He didn't know what to think anymore. He knew by the expression on Potter's face that he hadn't done it on purpose, that somehow it was an accident, but how could a wizard his age even pull off a curse of such magnitude that it outdid the one his father delivered? Hermione and Ron both helped him sit up. "He didn't do it on purpose, Malfoy," Ron tried to explain. "It was an accident and I know Harry is as shocked as we are by what just happened." "I know," Draco whispered. Ron and Hermione looked at each other in astonishment. They had both expected him to throw a tantrum and be furious. Yet he sat there looking subdued, his eyes wide and slightly vacant. "He's in shock," Hermione surmised quietly to Ron. "Come on, Draco, let's get you out of here." With Ron's help she got him to his feet. "Now what?" asked Ron. "Snape said to get him into a hot bath, but we can't very well take him into the Slytherin wing, or for that matter the Gryffindor one. I can't be seen helping him in the prefect's bath. We could take him to Snape's rooms." Hermione interrupted, "No, Snape might be taking Harry there. Let's see if we can take him to the room of requirement. Ron, can you run and get the invisibility cloak? We'll be able to sneak him there between us." Ron got up and ran out of the room as Draco sank back to the floor. The others gathered around. "What's going to happen to Harry?" Neville asked worriedly. Ginny had turned ashen. "They wouldn't expel him, would they? Or send him to Azkaban?" Neville asked with a catch in his throat. "No, of course not," Luna said dreamily. "He's a hero." Hermione snorted. We don't know for sure what's going to happen, but I do think Snape will keep this quiet, so you all can't say a word about this. Understand? She shouted at them. They all agreed, but Hermione wasn't so sure. Neville, if word of this gets out, I'm blaming you, so you better keep quiet. Neville's eyes grew big. Of course I will, Hermione. I care about Harry. Good. She looked back at Draco, who still sat in a dazed heap. Are you feeling any better? She asked him gently. His gaze momentarily focused on her as he nodded and tried to stand. She and Ginny got him to his feet. He still trembled slightly. Ron returned and immediately threw the cloak over Draco's head. Everyone gasped, having never seen it in use before. They hurried to the room of requirement and, like the last time Hermione had been there with Draco, a bubble bath wafted from the adjoining room. She expected a wise crack from the blonde Slytherin, but he stayed silent. Ron helped him into the bathroom, but Draco insisted on undressing himself. They sat on the sofa waiting for Draco to finish his bath. Should we go to Dumbledore? Maybe he can protect Harry, Ron suggested. Hermione's eyes welled up. He preformed and unforgivable. Even if he and Snape keep quiet, how can they, or anyone, know if it won't happen again? This is bad, Ron, really bad. Can we trust Malfoy to keep his mouth shut? Hermione glared at him. Of course. He might get mad and be jealous of Harry at times, but he's not stupid. Unless he wants to end up in Lucius, or worse, Voldemort's, hands, he knows Harry is his only chance of having the light side win. He's acting a bit strange, don't you think? I expected him to fly into a rage. Hermione frowned. I know, it was rather odd. I hope he's okay. Do you suppose it reminded him of when Lucius cursed him? Remember on New Year's Eve, that nightmare he had? Maybe the memory of it made him a bit mental. Hermione nodded. I think he's in shock. I mean, I'm sure he never expected Harry, of all people, to be the one who cursed him next after Lucius. It must be rather disturbing for him. Draco lay in the hot water. His heart was still racing painfully and he felt slightly dizzy. Potter had performed the Cruciatus curse on him, it seemed unreal. Yet it had hurt worse than any pain he had ever experienced before. He slowly got up and dried himself off. He changed back into his clothes and slowly forced himself to head out to where he knew Ron and Hermione were. Hermione immediately jumped up and ran over to him, putting her arm around his waist so he could lean on her. I'm fine, really. I don't need help. She ignored him and led him over to the black fuzzy sofa. It seemed to invite him to lie down on it, which he did. Hermione threw a warm, thick blanket over him. Maybe we should take him to Madame Pomfrey. Ron suggested. No. Hermione whispered fiercely. We can't. She'd know he had the Cruciatus curse performed on him. Oh, right. Ron nodded. I still don't get how Harry could have done it without a wand and without uttering a single word. Draco spoke up. He can speak Parseltongue. Maybe Potter knows a lot more about the dark arts than we give him credit for. Hermione turned on him suspiciously. What are you insinuating? The blonde shrugged. I'm just saying that he's way ahead of most wizards, dark wizards that is, for his age. Silence engulfed the room. Snape ran after Harry who, in a blind panic, had no escape plan. He headed straight out the door and for Hagrid's hut, although he didn't know what he would do once he got there. Suddenly a stunning spell hit him and he fell face first into the damp grass. The spell was lifted a moment later as Snape reached down and lifted him to his feet. He looked into the dark, fathomless eyes and attempted to explain. I didn't do it, not on purpose. I wasn't even thinking it. I don't know what happened. 1 second that horrible pain shot through my scar and eyes again and then suddenly the pain was gone and Draco was on the ground. I didn't mean to do it. Listen to me. Snape growled, grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him once. I never once believed that you had done it on purpose, but Potter, this is very serious and we need to immediately go to the headmaster's office. No. Harry tried to tear out of Snape's grasp but he only tightened it more. He realized the young wizard was on the verge of being hysterical. Calm down, he whispered into his hair. Professor Dumbledore needs to know about this. It's possible that the Dark Lord is somehow controlling you. The green eyes looked up at him with extreme anguish. No, please no, he begged softly. He didn't want anyone to know what had happened, he didn't want to know what Dumbledore thought, and most of all he didn't want confirmed what he somehow suspected. Voldemort was making him perform the dark arts and thereby recruiting him. Have you had any strange dreams lately? He probed again. He could tell by the increasing stiffness in Potter's shoulders that he was getting angrier. He didn't take his eyes off of him in case he turned suddenly and he needed to dodge a curse. "No. Sod off, Snape," came Harry's voice. It was loud, but it wavered. Snape continued on in silence, not wanting to upset him more than he already was. When he caught up to him before the headmaster's office, he gently laid his hand on the teen's shoulder. "Don't," Harry snapped as he pulled away. His voice was tight with worry and his breathing was becoming labored. "Curly whirlies," Snape spoke quietly as the door to the spiral staircase opened. Harry stepped inside, his heart racing uncomfortably. What if Dumbledore decided he was too much of a danger to others? What if he sent him back to the Dursleys or Grimmauld Place? His breathing became more rapid as his stomach twisted. "Take some deep breaths, Potter, and get a grip. It will be all right," Snape reassured him impatiently, suppressing his own worries. Harry stayed silent. He felt sick. As they got to the top of the staircase, Harry stepped out. His head hung down and he refused to look up, refused to have his worst fears confirmed. "Harry, Severus, what's happened?" Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk. He stood up when they both entered. Snape described the events of the lesson. Potter did not do this on purpose and he had no control over it. Worry clouded Dumbledore's usual twinkling blue eyes. He walked over to Harry. "How are you feeling now? Is there any pain?" He shook his head. "Look at me, Harry," he demanded quietly. The angry green eyes looked up. "Why? What does it matter? You can't do anything. You can't help me. Perhaps I can, perhaps I can't, but we won't know until we try, correct?" Harry turned and stormed away from the headmaster. "Potter," Snape growled. "It's all right, Severus. Before we continue, I need for you to find Draco and bring him here. I suspect that he, too, is in a precarious state of mind right now. Aren't you afraid I'll curse him again?" Harry shouted at both of them. Snape's impatience rose a notch. Before he could say anything, though, Dumbledore interrupted. "Go, Severus. I'll talk to Harry." His gaze lit on the young wizard again. "And Severus, please bring back 2 vials of calming potion." With a worried look on his face, Snape glanced at Harry one more time before he left the room. Dumbledore walked over to stand in front of Harry. When the boy looked up, Dumbledore quietly said, "Legilimens." Harry's eyes went wide and he concentrated against the force trying to invade his mind. With a loud groan, he forced Dumbledore out of his mind. He doubled over, his breathing harsh, feeling like he was going to be sick. "Well done, Harry. I had to do that just to make sure. Come and sit down and have a cup of tea." He felt hot and sweaty. He let the headmaster lead him over to a chair and numbly took the cup of proffered tea. His hands were still shaking slightly. "How did you feel just before it happened?" He took a deep breath and looked at the headmaster warily. "Fine. Malfoy was being a stupid prat and, I don't know, it just happened." "Were you angry?" He nodded. "Did you think about the Cruciatus curse at all?" "No." The headmaster didn't ask any more questions, preferring to let Harry calm down and drink some tea in the silence of the room. Snape ran into Ms. Weasley and, after repeatedly reassuring her that Potter would not be expelled, sent to Azkaban or mistreated in any way, he finally found out where Draco was. When he entered the room of requirement, he found his ward resting on the sofa. Granger and Weasley were there together with him. "How's Harry?" Hermione immediately jumped up. "What's going to happen to him?" Ron all but yelled at him. "He's fine, he's with Professor Dumbledore." "Draco, are you all right?" "Just great," Draco sneered. Snape frowned at him. "Come with me. We're going to see the headmaster." Alarm flashed in his eyes. "I'll pass." "It is not an option," Snape growled. Startled for a moment, Draco slowly got up with an apprehensive look on his face. "Professor Snape, Harry's not going to get expelled as he won't get sent to Azkaban," came the choked voice of Miss Granger. He turned to look at her, she had tears shimmering in her eyes. "No, he won't be sent to Azkaban, Ms. Granger, and he won't be expelled, but we will need to do something to ensure that such an event does not happen again." "What?" Ron asked, worry evident in his blue eyes. "We don't know yet." Snape grabbed Draco and steered him out of the room. Wordlessly, they walked to Dumbledore's office. Snape glanced at him and noted how pale and drawn he looked. He realized the headmaster was right, Draco was badly shaken. When they arrived back at the headmaster's office, it was to find Harry sitting subdued in one of the chairs by the desk. Snape handed the potions to Dumbledore. Harry looked at Draco, who stood beside Snape looking nervous. He cleared his throat. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do that to you, I swear." The Slytherin nodded slightly but looked like he was going to be sick. He couldn't stop shaking. Was Dumbledore going to blame him for provoking the Golden Boy? He flinched when a hand suddenly came down on his shoulder. "How are you feeling?" He looked up into the headmaster's worried expression. Tightness grew in his chest and he had to take a shaky breath. "Fine." Dumbledore squeezed his shoulder. "Come, sit down, have a cup of tea," he suggested kindly. As if in a trance, the blonde did as he was told. "Draco, could you please tell me from your view exactly what happened? Potter apparently unintentionally cursed me with an unforgivable. How did it happen? I'd like a step-by-step recount of the event. More details please, Draco." He hesitantly looked up, connecting with Harry's gaze. A flow of anger surged through him and he sprang to his feet. "Why? So Potter can get angry all over again and curse me in front of you? This, he said with a note of hysteria growing in his voice as he waved his arms around Dumbledore's office. "Isn't any better. I used to get cursed by my father, now I get cursed by Potter, the savior of the light. What's the point to any of this if the result is the same? I didn't mean to make him angry, but he's always disappointed in me. I can't do anything to please him." Draco started to hyperventilate. Snape started to go over to him, but Dumbledore held him back when Harry got up. The green-eyed wizard transfigured a sheet of parchment into a paper bag. He hurried over to Draco and handed him the bag. "Breathe into this slowly, just like last time." The teen grabbed it and did as Harry said. Dumbledore patted Snape on the back and quietly murmured, "And that is why the light side will win." Snape watched in amazement as Potter patted Draco on the back and spoke to him soothingly as the blonde obediently breathed into the bag. When he got his breathing under control again, he sat back wearily and looked at Potter. Harry felt awful knowing that Draco was, in his mind, blurring the two curses he had experienced. All of his feelings for his father and his decision to turn to the light were merging in the Slytherin's mind. "I'm really sorry. How did you do it?" he asked, his voice choked. "I don't know," came Harry's anguished answer. "I've spent all my life on the dark side of magic and I can't even do an unforgivable, despite my father's many attempts to make me practice on house elves, and you just hurl one off without even saying the words or using your wand. And you're supposed to be on the good side, the Golden Boy, the savior." Draco's rant made his voice breathless and he sounded panicked again. Dumbledore grabbed the vial and knelt down beside him. "Shish, calm down now and take a sip of this." Draco took it with a shaking hand and gulped down a mouthful. He then sat there with his head in his hands. Dumbledore reassuringly put his hand on the blonde head. "Harry may have performed a dark curse, but the difference, Draco, is that he did not mean to. He never meant to hurt anyone. Someone or something has caused this and I'm guessing it has to do with the pain in his head and eyes that he experiences on occasion." Draco took a few more deep breaths. "Do you think you can calmly now tell me what you saw and what you experienced?" the headmaster asked gently. He took a ragged breath. "It happened so fast. I guess I said something that enraged him." He glanced cautiously at Harry. "And then, for a split second, there was this weird green light in his eyes and next thing I knew I got hit with the Cruciatus curse." Dumbledore looked at Severus, who had knelt down beside Harry. "Did you notice the green light?" The potions master shook his head and then, focusing on Draco, asked, "Compared to when Lucius cursed you, was the pain the same, less, or worse?" Draco glanced at Harry again before whispering, "Worse." Dumbledore frowned. "Harry, did you experience any of the same pain in your eyes or scar that you have before?" He thought back for a moment. "Yes, that horrible pain that feels like my head is about to split into two was there for a moment but then it disappeared and I felt drained, I guess." Harry then looked at Dumbledore. He took a deep breath, his eyes anguished. "Is Voldemort possessing me?" "I don't believe he is," Dumbledore responded. "But then how could I even do the Cruciatus curse? I couldn't do it before, when I meant to, so how come I can do it now, when I don't?" Both Dumbledore and Snape's brows furrowed. "What do you mean you couldn't do it before?" Dumbledore questioned, looking intently at Harry. Harry's heart jumped into his throat. He had never told anyone that he had attempted to perform the Cruciatus Curse on Bellatrix Lestrange last summer. Potter, when did you attempt the Cruciatus Curse? Snape asked sternly. Draco's eyes had widened. He would never have guessed that the Golden Boy had attempted a dark curse. Harry broke out in a cold sweat and he trembled slightly. His throat tight, but he tried to explain, his voice starting out in barely more than a whisper. Last year, when Bellatrix Lestrange killed Sirius, I tried to curse her. I wanted to hurt her for killing Sirius, I wanted to see her writhing in pain, I wanted her to feel some of the pain that I was feeling. She killed him. She took my godfather's life. He was yelling by the time he had finished the last sentence. He scrambled to his feet and practically ran over to the windows. Severus glanced in shock at the headmaster, but Dumbledore's eyes remained fixed on Harry. The old wizard got up and went over to stand behind him. Cautiously he placed his hands on the young wizard's shoulders. No one blames you, Harry, for wanting Bellatrix to sample some of the pain she caused. But, my boy, you have to realize that you attempted a dark curse, an unforgivable curse. When you incapacitated Voldemort all those years ago, you acquired his skill at speaking Parseltongue, and I believe when you uttered the words of the unforgivable last June, you opened a venue for some of his other talents that are dormant within you to come forth. That's how you were able to curse Draco today. Your anger blinded you to what was right. We will need to find a way for you to control this before you cause more harm. I am acquainted with an excellent healer at St. Mungo's who will guarantee confidentially and Harry tore out of his grasp, his eyes wide with horror. No, you can't do this to me. You can't lock me away in St. Mungo's. I want to go. You have no right. Silence. Dumbledore stood up, his eyes blazing. You have just performed an unforgivable curse. That usually means Azkaban. I understand that you are frightened and you are worried, but we are trying to help you and, whether or not you accept it, you will go to St. Mungo's. Harry stood near the door trembling visibly. A wave of despair, fear, and frustration washed over him. He was trapped. His legs shook so badly he could barely remain standing. Dumbledore's gaze softened as he walked over to him. He stared piercingly into Harry's eyes. He spoke so quietly that not even Snape or Draco could hear what he said to Harry. It will be all right, we will find a way to overcome this together. You must realize that, for your own sake and for that of everyone you come into contact with, this must be controlled. What if next time it's the Avada Kedavra curse you unwittingly unleash? What if it happens while you are with Hermione or Ginny or Ron? He knew that what Dumbledore was saying was true and his heart clenched at the possibility. He released a shaky breath as Dumbledore continued, I'm going to send for Molly Weasley to take you there. Harry's gaze fell to the floor. Harry. He swallowed heavily. Fine. For a moment, he was enveloped in the old wizard's robes in a reassuring gesture of support. I promise you, Harry, this will all work out. He stepped back, releasing him and handing him the vial of calming potion. He hesitated for a moment but then swallowed it. Severus, will you please flow Molly and ask her to come here? Snape quickly rose to his feet and headed for the fireplace. And Severus, please ask Minerva to come also. I need to talk to you for a few moments, but I think Draco needs to be taken to your rooms to lie down. He looked at the blonde who hadn't budged from the floor. Draco, I'm assuming you'd rather not spend the night in the dorm. He looked up, pale and drawn, and gave a tired nod. If anyone asks, we'll say you're suffering from a migraine. He gave a half-hearted smirk. Wouldn't be a lie. You need some rest. You'll feel better in the morning, Dumbledore assured him. When Molly and Minerva showed up, Dumbledore quietly filled them in on what had happened. While that was going on, Snape went over to Harry. You do understand that the headmaster and I are only trying to find a way to solve this. Harry had been staring out the window and continued to do so. He swallowed heavily and nodded. He looked pale and anxious. Can I ask why you are so opposed to going to St. Mungo's? Snape asked directly. Because they'll think I'm loony and they'll want to keep me there to study me. Harry turned to look at him, resentment in his gaze. Harry. Dumbledore interrupted. I've decided that Mrs. Weasley is going to take you to the hospital wing and monitor you for the night. You won't leave for St. Mungo's until the morning. I want you to get a good night's sleep. He didn't speak as he walked by him, he looked instead into Mrs. Weasley's concerned gaze. Come, dear. It will be all right. You'll get a good night's sleep and tomorrow we'll find out how to make you better and everything will be alright. She took his arm and patted his hand as they left. Harry refused to look back at anyone in the room. Draco had gotten up as McGonagall went over to him and patted his shoulder. Come, Draco. Just a moment, Minerva. Albus, she said, exasperation heavy in her voice. Look at the boy, he's ready to fall asleep standing. He nodded at her. I am well aware of Draco's condition. He turned to the blonde. Draco, I just want to make sure you differentiate what your father did on purpose and out of malice and what Harry did unconsciously. It is not the same thing. You need to understand that. I know he didn't do it on purpose, but the result was still much worse than what my father did. Dumbledore looked at him sternly over his half-moon glasses. So, because of this one incident, am I correct in understanding that you are now equating us with the Death Eaters? Draco blanched at the headmaster's tone. No, of course not, but, his strained voice trailed off. Sleep on it, Draco, was the old wizard's advice. I'll be there shortly, Snape assured him as he and Minerva left. Draco walked slowly and silently. Minerva knew he was troubled and suppressed the urge to fuss over him. They arrived at Snape's rooms and she went over to the sofa. Would you like to try and transfigure it? She hoped it might distract him from his thoughts for a few moments. He looked up and nodded as he pulled out his wand. Concentrate and say Lectus. He rubbed his forehead for a moment, then staring at the sofa and pointing his wand. He clearly said, Lectus. The sofa trembled slightly, but, other than that, nothing happened. His face fell and he irritably put his wand away. You should just ask Potter to do it, he seems to have powers that I don't have. Understanding dawned on McGonagall. You are jealous because Mr. Potter can perform the Cruciatus, however inadvertently. Would you like to be able to inflict the kind of pain you experienced on others? Would you find that enjoyable? His tortured eyes turned on her. Just leave me alone, he shouted. She sighed and turned towards the sofa. Lectus. The sofa instantly turned into a bed. Get into your pajamas, Mr. Malfoy. His face fell when she called him, Mr. Malfoy, and he turned angrily, grabbing his pajamas and striding into the bathroom. Minerva sat down on a chair by the fire. After a while he came out looking drawn, pale, and regretful. He glanced at her guiltily, then lay down in the bed. You don't have to stay with me, he said in a quiet voice. You've had a rough day. Try and get some sleep. She noted how he rubbed his eyes. She went into the bathroom and got a cold wet cloth and laid it over his forehead. Thank you, he replied hesitantly, then sighed deeply and curled over onto his side facing her. With a small smile she reached up, took the stuffed dragon off the shelf. Wordlessly she laid it on the bed in front of him as she blew out the candle. She settled back in the chair by the fire, picking up one of Severus' many books on potions. Harry walked beside Molly Weasley. She had let go out of his hand and arm as soon as they were in the hallway. He felt numb, his head was swimming, and the hallway seemed blurry. The last hour had been unreal. He still couldn't quite believe he had somehow cast the Cruciatus curse on Malfoy. He didn't feel any differently. The thought that he could possibly cast the Avada Kedavra curse on someone turned his stomach and caused a chill to course through him. The thought of one of his friends dead at his feet with that blank and expressionless stare like Cedric had was unbearable. He didn't know how his feet managed to carry him into the hospital wing. He barely noted Madame Pomfrey rushing over to him. It's okay, Poppy. Harry just needs to rest for a bit. The headmaster will explain it to you later. I'm going to stay with him for the night. Casting a worried look in his direction and a bit of an annoyed one at Molly Weasley, Madame Pomfrey bustled back over to second-year student who had accidentally come too close to a Sticklatus plant and was covered in a glue-like substance that made the skin feel like rubber. Molly pulled the curtains around one of the beds to give Harry privacy as he changed into pajamas. When she didn't hear anything for a few moments she asked, Harry, dear. Are you all done? There was no reply. She cautiously opened the curtains to find him sitting on the edge of the bed with his hands over his face. She sat down beside him. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized Mrs. Weasley was there when the bed shifted. He sprang up looking at her warily. I'm fine. Molly smiled slightly, thinking that if she had a galleon for every time Harry insisted he was fine when he wasn't, the Weasleys would be rich. He trembled slightly and he had that look on his face that she had. Seen so many times on her sons' faces when they were upset but would rather die than admit it. She respected that and stayed sitting on the bed after successfully fighting the urge to hug him. She decided to talk as if none of this had happened. I'm having such a hassle with those sticklettuce plants. You probably noticed poor little Arnold Abbott a minute ago. He'll be fine, of course, but the poor boy is covered in the glue substance. He wasn't paying attention and got a little too close. While she spoke, she reached out and pulled back the blanket on the bed and fluffed up the pillow. Harry found that his heart had stopped beating so painfully and he actually felt a little better listening to Mrs. Weasley's chatter. He sat down on the bed as she pulled the cover back further so he could swing his legs up on the bed. He did, and she draped the blankets over him. Lie down, dear, and try to sleep a bit. Unless you'd rather talk. He didn't know what he wanted. His eyes met hers and he swallowed heavily. Are you sure you want to come with me tomorrow? His voice was filled with uncertainty. She patted his leg. Of course I do. Harry, I can't tell you how much it bothers me, knowing you grew up with those hateful muggles. Every child should know love. And even though you are almost of age now, she hesitated for a moment, trying to think of the right words. I think of you as one of my own. You are a part of this family and we all care very much about you. Harry bit his bottom lip at her words, fighting back the swelling lump in the throat. He took a steadying breath. He had to be strong. He murmured a soft, thanks. Molly's eyes welled up. She didn't want to upset him further, so she got up. I'm going to get us a bite to eat. I'll be right back. She pulled back the curtain and left. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, loving the care from Ron's mother and wondering how differently his own life would have turned out if his parents hadn't died. He slipped down under the covers and lay back on the pillows. Fog was swirling around him, then suddenly a harsh voice snarled in his ear, Crucio. Daggers ripped at his bones and fire burned through his veins. He screamed. Then another voice came through the fog shouting, Crucio. Soon a chorus of voices were harshly chanting, Crucio, and the pain exploded. Someone shook him hard and lightly slapped his face. He gasped, sprang up and scrambled backwards until he hit the wall at the other side of the bed. Lumos. Draco, calm down, you were having nightmare, came McGonagall's worried voice as the darkened room grew bright. He shivered against the wall, the dream still clouding his mind. She went over to the foot of the bed, closer to him. You are in Professor Snape's rooms. You're safe, and he'll be here shortly, she reassured him. She sat down on the edge and tentatively, while murmuring reassurances to him, reached over to him to gently rub his shoulder. He took a deep, shaky breath, squeezing his eyes shut tightly. The voices still echoed in his ears, all too clearly. What was it about? Hesitatingly Draco told her, and then added, I feel really sick. She patted his shoulder. Take some deep breaths, it will pass. He did as she suggested. She pulled blankets over him to try to quell his shivering, then conjured up a warmth package and handed it to him. Why can't my life just be back to normal? He complained bitterly. I'm afraid, Draco, your life was never normal to start with. He pulled away from her, looking uncomfortable. Come now, lie down. Professor Snape will be here shortly. What's taking him so long? Draco questioned. I'm sure he and the headmaster have a lot to discuss. What's going to happen to Potter? They aren't really going to send him to St. Mungo's, are they? He asked, his pale eyes glittering. McGonagall's thin lips curved down disapprovingly. Do you really care what happens to him? He threw her an irritated look. Well, he's the savior of the wizarding world, isn't he? Yes, and therefore I'm sure the headmaster will ensure he's well protected. Now stop thinking about all this and sleep. He closed his eyes, hoping that he wouldn't dream anymore. Headmaster, I don't think sending Potter to St. Mungo's is a good idea, said the black-haired wizard. Do you have another solution that can tell us what is happening to Harry? Asked Dumbledore, sitting back in his chair. No, but he's very disturbed about being sent there and studied. In the condition he is in, I think any additional stress will make this problem worse. We can't protect him such a public place. I was planning on sneaking him in under disguise and a false name. I do not believe he would be in danger. However, you may be right about causing him more distress. Dumbledore looked thoughtful. I could possibly arrange for the healer to come to the chalet. I could be there with them, Snape quietly offered. Thank you, Severus, but Molly will be there with him and I will also stop by. I think right now it's important for you to spend some time with Draco. He forgave Harry a little too quickly as far as I am concerned, and I think he's keeping his real resentment inside. I believe it was quite a blow for him, seeing Harry excel not only in Quidditch and most regular studies but also in the dark arts. You need to get him to talk about how he is feeling before he attempts something rash. Snape looked affronted. He's not suddenly going to start practicing unforgivables in an attempt to outshine Potter. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and gave him an intent look. Absolutely not. He may be upset, but he's not going to risk going to Azkaban, said Snape, his dark eyes angry. Injured pride can weigh heavily on the soul, Severus. You should know that more than anyone. Snape's black eyes glared at the headmaster. He hated being reminded about his past and resented even more the implication that his ward wasn't being truthful. When Molly returned with soup and sandwiches, she found Harry in a deep sleep. She smiled softly, realizing that the calming potion must have kicked in. She sat down on the chair by the bed. Mum. She looked up, startled to find her youngest anxiously peeking around the curtain. Is Harry okay? What's going to happen to him? Ginny whispered. You shouldn't be here, she whispered sternly. Her daughter's brown eyes gazed upon Harry with worried expression. He's fine, Ginny. Don't worry. The headmaster knows a healer who will try to find out what's wrong, she added more gently. She knew Ginny's childhood crush on Harry had never completely gone away and hovered just beneath the surface. Ginny took in Harry's appearance. He was pale, lying on his back, his black hair a messy contrast against the white pillow. He seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Go on back to the dorm. I'll be accompanying Harry to St. Mungo's tomorrow. Hopefully we won't be gone for too long. The healers at St. Mungo's helped Dad when he was injured. Molly nodded. I'm sure they'll help Harry also. Casting one more worried glance at Harry, Ginny whispered, "Good night," and left. She wished she was going with Harry instead of her mum. When Harry awoke the next morning, Dumbledore was sitting by his bedside. Good morning, Harry. He put on his glasses and pushed himself into a sitting position. I trust you slept well, said Dumbledore quietly. Harry suppressed the sarcastic comment that crept up his throat and just curtly nodded. I will make this short since I know Mrs. Weasley will be returning shortly. Professor Snape and I talked last night and he mentioned your concerns about going to St. Mungo's. Although I can guarantee you confidentiality, I do respect that you are under an immense load of stress and I do not wish to add to it. So I will be sending you and Mrs. Weasley to the chalet, the one we spent Christmas in. The healer will meet you there to examine you and hopefully find a way for you to control this. He regarded Harry carefully. Harry finally looked Dumbledore in the eye. Thank you. He couldn't voice how incredibly relieved he was not being sent to St. Mungo's. He was amazed that Snape had actually listened to him and had cared enough to tell Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded and lightly touched his shoulder. I just want to help. Mrs. Weasley came back in carrying a breakfast plate for Harry. Eat up, dear, and then we'll go. He felt queasy. Thanks, but if we're traveling by Portkey I'd rather not eat first. That's fine. You can eat once we get there. I have some things to take care of, but I'll join you both later, said Dumbledore. No, that's not necessary. I'll be fine, Harry protested. It was, in some ways, embarrassing enough that Mrs. Weasley was going with him, but he certainly didn't need two babysitters. Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully. I just want a word with the healer. Do not worry. Harry looked resentful. Mrs. Weasley noted his look and quickly sprang in. Time to go. Grab this pendant with me, Harry. He did as she requested and felt the tug on his navel and found himself standing in the living room of the rustic chalet. A big fire was roaring and he found himself relaxing as he remembered Christmas. Mr. Potter. Harry. Came a welcoming voice with an Irish lilt. He turned, startled to find a man with strawberry blonde hair interlaced with gray sitting by the window. The man stood up just as Mrs. Weasley dashed forward out of the shadows to greet him. Dominic, how are you? His face split into a big grin. Molly darlin', how are you? How's Arthur? The children? They're all fine. I was thrilled when the headmaster told me you were the healer. Harry will be in good hands with you. I'll try me best to help the lad, he said looking over at Harry. The teen went over to him and shook the extended hand. Hi. The healer was the same height that he was. He had friendly blue eyes and he felt much less apprehensive about having to spend time with him. Draco woke the next morning with a scratchy throat. He stayed in bed, not wanting to move. "Get a move on, you're going to be late for potions," said Snape as he came out of the other room. "I don't feel well," he complained. "Does your head still hurt?" "That, and Potter, apparently in addition to cursing me, also gave me his cold," he responded sarcastically. "Potter wasn't contagious anymore, so you couldn't have gotten it from him. Perhaps Tonks accidentally gave it to you." "Right, another accident. Draco, I thought you had realized that Harry did not curse you intentionally." The blonde just put his arm over his eyes and gave a long-suffering sigh. Snape frowned as his anger grew. He hadn't thought that the headmaster was right, but once again Dumbledore's perception had apparently been accurate. "I'm waiting for an answer." Snape's voice was dangerously low. Draco heard the growl in his guardian's voice and quickly dropped his arm. "I guess not," he replied in a subdued voice. Snape sighed. "Did you lie so no one would be angry with you?" He crossed his arms angrily and replied, "No." He looked horrified. "So I don't think he did it on purpose, but I've been thinking about it and it's always me that he's accidentally injuring. Twice on the Quidditch field and now this. So what happens next? He accidentally kills me and then feels sorry about it and everyone else thinks, poor Harry Potter, killed someone else he didn't mean to, like Diggory and his godfather." Snape was startled. His ward was obviously still struggling with his acceptance of Potter. He couldn't really argue with him because he had been injured 3 times now. "We need to get to class, but believe me that we will discuss this later." He decided he needed some time to think about this before responding. Draco reluctantly followed Professor Snape into potions. He felt Hermione's eyes on him as he headed to his seat. With much disdain, he felt a flush creep into his cheeks. It was bad enough being cursed by the Cruciatus, but to be cursed in front of others who heard you scream and whimper from the pain was enough to make his stomach turn. He refused to look at her or Weasley or Longbottom. After class ended, he stayed behind for his occlumency lesson. He still didn't feel well, so he placed his head down on bent arm and closed his eyes for a few minutes as students left. He heard a voice beside him and reluctantly lifted his head. Longbottom was looking at him nervously. "Here." He held out a small container. "What is it?" Draco demanded curtly. "These key are made from the Emotus plant. We learned about it in herbology last year. I made up these key after I got cursed last year, and they really helped. I stopped having nightmares about the Cruciatus. They're to calm you." Draco was inclined to say he was fine and he certainly didn't need anything from Longbottom, but he found himself reaching out and taking them. He couldn't quite bring himself to say thank you, though. He was, however, surprised that after years of harassment, Longbottom would do something nice for him. A strange, uncomfortable feeling welled up in him. He didn't like the feeling. Was it guilt? Longbottom, after all, had deserved all the bullying and hassle for being such a blundering idiot, right? Snape watched the interaction with curiosity. He, too, was surprised by Longbottom's action. The boy was a walking disaster in potions, never making any effort and reacting to correction with the nervousness of a rabbit about to be made into dinner. He had no fondness for most of his students, but especially not ones that inevitably caused more trouble than the rest. Yet, this small act of kindness towards his ward softened him a bit towards Longbottom. He waved his wand, sealing the door so they could proceed with occlumency lessons uninterrupted. "Ready?" Draco nodded reluctantly. He wanted to finally learn this. It couldn't have taken Potter this long, could it? He hated Snape probing his mind and making him relive all the things he'd rather not think about. "I think what would be best is to examine you first to make sure that nothing physical is causing your problems," the healer suggested. "It's not. Madame Pomfrey has already examined me," Harry protested. "Nevertheless, I'd like to assure myself also. If you could please go into the bedroom to the left upstairs and remove your clothes, you'll find a hospital gown I brought with me on the bed." Harry looked to Mrs. Weasley, hoping she'd protest, but instead she just nodded encouragingly. He felt frustrated. "But sir, this is really unnecessary. The problem is in my scar and my eyes. Surely Professor Dumbledore told you what he suspects." "Yes, he has. Now please go upstairs," Dominic responded firmly. He stood and glared defiantly at the healer for a moment. "Harry, go dear. Dominic is just trying to help, as we all are," came Mrs. Weasley's voice with a hint of sternness. Fine, he grumbled and turned. Once he got upstairs, he angrily threw off his clothes, placing them on the chair by the bed. He put on the hospital gown with a note of apprehension. He hated being examined by some stranger. He felt like he did back in year 5 when almost everyone thought he was crazy and there were constantly eyes watching him. He climbed under the covers, lay back, and tensely waited for the healer. Legilimens. Oh no you don't, laddie. Professor Moody had suddenly appeared and a horrible feeling of shrinking possessed him. He found himself on the floor on all fours looking up at half the Hogwarts student population. He shivered on the cold stone floor, stunned for a few moments, then tried to run for the dungeons and Snape, but suddenly found himself tossed high into the air. Then, with a sickening drop in his stomach, found himself hurtling down onto the hard uneven floor. He shrieked as he hit the unyielding surface. His hip immediately bruised, then he was lifted up and smashed down again, this time hitting his knee. The sequence continued with his shoulder, elbow, back, each encounter with the stone floor adding cuts and bruises. The pain seemed to continue and he was close to blacking out when suddenly he was back to himself as Professor McGonagall transformed him. He flushed with embarrassment and tears welled in his eyes after having been transformed into a ferret and bounced along the floor in front of the eyes of his worst enemies. His entire body ached as he slowly got to his feet wincing. He tried to regain his dignity by threatening Moody with his father's influence, but Moody didn't seem the least bit intimidated. He grabbed his arm and forced him down the hall to see Professor Snape. He was in too much pain to say anything as they headed down the hall. Moody snarled at him and the grip on his arm was painful. Moody knocked on Snape's door and it was opened quickly. Snape's dark eyes bore into Moody's and quickly widened as he looked at him. His head dropped in humiliation. With an angered sigh, Snape ended the Legilimens spell. His blonde student shakily made his way over the sofa and collapsed on it. Annoyance with Draco and anger at the memory welled up in the potion's master. He let his mind wander back to the events that had followed. What happened? He demanded of Mad Eye. One of your Slytherins was caught cursing a Gryffindor with his back turned. A rather cowardly action, not unexpected from a Slytherin, I might add. Taught this one a lesson though, right laddie? You won't be trying that again too soon, Moody snarled in Draco's ear, making him inadvertently cringe. Snape noted how disheveled his favorite student looked. His hair was almost as messy as Potter's, his face was flushed, and, much to his disbelief, tears shimmered in the gray eyes. His eyes snapped up to Moody's. What have you done with him? Moody's smile was ugly. Taught him a well-deserved lesson, and you better not undo it. He turned and limped away. What happened, Draco? His student's voice was halting as he explained what had happened. When Draco suddenly stepped back, Snape realized that the fury on his face must have added to his fear. The professor took a deep breath. Do you want to go to the hospital wing? He shook his head. Are you in a lot of pain? He nodded hesitantly. Snape gentled his tone. Take off your clothes, keep your underwear on. Wrap yourself up in the blanket over there. I have a potion that will help things hurt a little less. The boy had done as he instructed, wincing at every movement. He stood still near the fireplace with the blanket wrapped around him, watching as the potions were prepared. Snape brought the bottle over to him with a soft rag. He soaked it with the solution from the bottle. Lower the blanket, he instructed and, as gently as he could, he applied it. The darkening bruises and abrasions caused by the encounters with the uneven stone floor. Draco shivered and winced, but made no sound other than a sharp intake of breath. I thought you were a bit smarter than this, Snape stated softly. Cursing the hero of the wizarding world in sight of a teacher, an Exor no less, was quite idiotic. More worthy of a Hufflepuff than a Slytherin. When Draco didn't reply, he looked at him to find tears again welling in his eyes. A wave of pity washed over him. He knew firsthand how it felt to be humiliated. In a few days everyone will have forgotten, Snape soothed. There was hardly an area anywhere on Draco's pale skin that wasn't red or blue. He applied cool, soothing potion as gently as could, then pointed at the sofa in front of the fire. Lie down for a bit. He handed him the rest of the solution so Draco could get any spots he missed. Then he pulled a heavy blanket over him. Draco quickly wiped a tear that had made his way down his cheek. Would you like to take a pain potion? Or is this, he lifted Draco's chin, because you are upset since Potter and his friends witnessed all this? I hate them, he managed to hoarsely choke out. Shish. I know. He softly placed his hand on Draco's forehead and gently swept back his tousled hair. Hating them isn't going to make you feel any better. Draco took another shaky breath as another tear escaped. Everyone saw. Snape sighed heavily. What of it? So for a day or two you'll be the main topic of those idiot children's conversations, then it will die down and they'll find something new to prattle on about. Calm yourself. Draco turned his face into the pillow, his shoulders shaking. Snape's pity grew. It will be all right, I promise. His heart ached for him during this rare display of emotions. He stroked his back gently and continued to reassure him. The boy dried his eyes and glanced at him, clearly mortified, and whispered a choked, "Thank you." Snape took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. The urge to kill Moody was strong. When Snape snapped out of the memory, he concluded things would have been better if he had indeed killed the man who turned out to be an imposter. His gaze landed back on Draco, who looked flushed and shaken. You aren't even trying. The blonde's eyes iced over. Of course I'm trying. I've been trying this since day one, but if I remember correctly, Potter didn't learn this overnight either. Perhaps you were just more patient with him. It was, after all, the time you two bonded, wasn't it? Draco sneered. Snape's eyes darkened. Perhaps Potter didn't waste his time, or mine, having little jealousy fits and instead chose to devote his energy to the important things, he snarled quietly. Draco had risen to his feet and Snape could see he was breathing fast, his expression furious. If Lucius or the Dark Lord or any of his followers get a hold of you, they will be able to access everything in your mind. You cannot even block out the smallest memories. It's easy access because you refuse to try. That's not true. I am trying. I won't let anyone but you into my mind. Snape snorted. You don't even know when someone other than me has accessed it. Draco paled. What do you mean? Snape's eyes bore into him. After one of your nightmares you wouldn't reveal what it had been about, so the headmaster performed legilimency on you and revealed to me what the nightmare had been about. He gasped. He had no right to do that. Nevertheless, he was very worried about you. The point is that anyone who is a legilimens can get into your mind without you even knowing it. You need to use whatever means necessary to ward me off. Draco threw him a scathing look before heading to the door. Draco, I'm off for my detention with Filch. You know, the one you gave me for insulting your favorite student, Potter. Draco yelled before he tore out into the hallway. Snape shouted after him, but the teen just stepped up his pace. Snape angrily shut the door with a bang. Draco stormed to Filch's office, nearly running Tonks over on the way. Watch her, Koos. What's the hurry? Snape on your tail. Sod off. Draco yelled at her, his voice tight. She flew at him so fast he had no time to react. He found himself pinned against the wall by the angry purple-haired witch. You do not get away with treating me, or anyone else, like that just because you are in a foul mood. Understand? Her dark eyes blazed at him. He glared at her but stayed silent. She stepped away, regarding him with concern. His heart was beating painfully and he finally snapped, yes. What's wrong? She asked more softly. His throat constricted suddenly and he bit his bottom lip. He just shook his head at her. Sweetie, what's happened? She stepped closer again and lightly put her hand on his arm. He swallowed, finding his voice again. Nothing, everything, I hate my life. Then, after a moment's silence, he continued. You'll have to excuse me because I'm off to another detention with Filch for hurting Precious Potty's feelings, which apparently is so much worse than him cursing me. He turned and stalked down the hall with his robes flying in a manner reminiscent of Snape. Tonks knocked on Snape's door. He opened it growling. Well, hello to you too. Tell me, Severus, are you ever cheerful? Tonks asked with a grin, trying to provoke him. His eyes widened at the unexpected sight of her. His throat was suddenly dry. She reached down to scratch Loki under the chin and then glanced up at him. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue, she teased. His mouth twitched. You are obviously feeling better. Well, I have an enchanting hacking cough. Do you want to hear it? She grinned. No, I'm not feeling really well yet, but definitely improved. I'm glad to hear that, he said in a low, smooth voice. His dark eyes regarded her so intently she found herself feeling a little warm but brushed it off as a cold-related fever. I ran into Draco in the hallway, or rather he ran into me. He seems quite agitated. He was upset about his detention and about Harry cursing him. Snape inhaled sharply. Dumbledore had obviously not yet related the events of yesterday to the rest of the Order. He closed the door behind Tonks and quietly told her what had happened. Her face paled. Have you heard anything yet? Poor Harry. He must just feel awful. And Draco, I mean there's still obviously some resentment there, having the Cruciatus placed on him couldn't have helped that. Draco acted like everything was fine, but he's being quite difficult. Like most adolescents, he isn't easy to reason with. He glanced at the fireplace. I'm waiting for word on Potter. The headmaster promised he'd let me know. I'm heading back to my room. I just wanted to stretch my legs a bit. Please let me know as soon as you do. I care about that kid a lot. I promise. If you need help with Draco, I'll take a stab at him. He's caught your cold and I think that alone would make him rather unreasonable right now. Go easy on him, Severus. He's just a bit messed up right now, but with good influences he'll be all right. I would never give up on him, Snape stated solemnly. I know. That side of you, the side that can love, makes you so appealing. She looked at him warmly and left, quietly closing the door behind her. Snape stood still, his heart beating loudly in his ears. Had she just told him that he was appealing? Dazed, he sat down at his desk and absent-mindedly graded papers. Unconsciously giving Neville Longbottom a top grade. Dominic entered carrying a small satchel. He set it down and immediately it swelled to 4 times its former size. He drew out an odd-colored wand. Harry had never seen one like it. It was a sky-blue color with swirling silver streaks. He carefully held it over Harry. This isn't going to hurt. There may be some discomfort, but if there is, just take some deep cleansing breaths. Ready? Yes, said Harry apprehensively. The healer started to wave his wand over him, muttering spells. Harry felt slight nausea well up in him and he found himself sweating as if nervous about a test or Quidditch game. Various internal organs seemed to move on their own accord and an incredibly uncomfortable sensation rose in him. Deep breaths, Harry, came Dominic's gentle voice. You've recently had a cold or a flu. You can see that? He asked, amazed since there was no trace of it left. You'd be surprised how long the body can tell us what has happened to it. He lifted his wand. Please tell me exactly how you felt just before the curse happened. Harry's annoyance showed as he recounted the events. Malfoy was being a prat and I was angry and impatient. But I was being a prat, too, but I didn't feel anything monumental that would make me want to curse him. Has this particular student done anything in the past that would make you want to hurt him? He thought back over the years to all the taunts and insults Malfoy had drawled at himself and at the people he cared about. He remembered last year wanting to, and almost succeeding in, pounding him bloody after the Quidditch match that led to his suspension. He frowned, then responded, yes, there have been times. Professor Dumbledore also told me that one of your professors, Professor Snape, has also caused your scar and the pain to act up. Harry nodded. Has anyone else caused that pain to surface? No, he responded quietly. The healer's brow furrowed as he again scanned him with his wand. Aside from the nausea, the unpleasant pressure of being incessantly poked at spread over him. Please roll over onto your stomach, Dominic requested. Reluctantly, Harry turned as he was scanned once again. I understand that less than a year ago you lost someone who was very important to you. He indicated that he could sit up. A weight settled in Harry's chest as he sat back against the headboard. Yes, your godfather, Dominic stated. Harry nodded as the resentment built. How did you feel in the months following his death? His eyes narrowed and he grabbed his clothes. How do you think? Then, with an annoyed sigh, he continued. Look, I've talked about his death and how I felt to a professor at Hogwarts. It's all out there and I don't want to talk about it again. Dominic persisted. I can see by your reaction that there was a lot of anger involved. Who are you angry at? He growled, this is a waste of time. He started putting on his clothes. Running from me is not going to help you. Green eyes flashed dangerously. You want to know what I'm angry at? I'm angry at people constantly watching me, waiting to see what I'll do next, trying to find out what's in my head, wondering if I have a chance in hell in defeating Voldemort. He said the last word loudly, trying to gain reaction from the Helm, but he just sat back, didn't blink, didn't flinch. Do you think you can defeat Voldemort? He said the Dark Wizard's name clearly. Harry stood, still not knowing what to say. He had halfway buttoned up his shirt. No one had ever asked him that, though he was sure it was on everyone's mind. I guess I better, or we're all dead. He shrugged. He wished the questions would just end. But do you think you can? Dominic probed. Harry turned to glare at him. How was he supposed to answer that? A knock came on the door and Dumbledore entered. He exchanged greetings with Dominic, but his gaze was on Harry. Why are you here? He asked the old wizard quietly. Because I am concerned and because I want to ensure that you are cooperating to the best of your ability. Harry's green eyes narrowed. Dumbledore, never taking his eyes off Harry, spoke to the healer. Dominic, would you go down and see how Molly is doing? She was about to brew us a cup of tea. Certainly, Albus. He sat down on the side of the bed, watching as Harry nervously stood looking out the window. What were you and Dominic discussing just before I walked in? The air is rather tense. Harry turned back and fired at him, whether or not I think I can kill Voldemort. How am I supposed to answer that? Truthfully, I would think. His stomach twisted. He didn't think he could kill someone, but he wasn't about to advertise it to a stranger. Harry, I'm going back to Hogwarts. If you don't give me the portkey, I'll walk. You can't go back yet, Dumbledore continued calmly. I've had enough. This isn't accomplishing anything. He headed for the door then stopped angrily. You've got this place charmed so I can't leave it, right? Everything we do here brings us one step closer in helping you control your power. Harry, I cannot let you endanger everyone, nor can anyone else know of your power. He stood defiantly. Please work with Dominic. Or what? You'll throw in me and Saint Mungo's. What would you like me to do? Dumbledore looked at him kindly. His heart was racing. He wanted to be left alone and just go back to Hogwarts, but the memory of Draco screaming under his Cruciatus curse welled up in his brain. He didn't want to hurt anyone else. He swallowed heavily. Can I call Dominic back? I will stay with you. I promise we will help and then you can go back to Hogwarts, the headmaster said gently. Harry raised his eyes to look at Dumbledore. He gave a small nod. Dominic came back in, bringing each of them a cup of tea. Harry sat on the bed beside the headmaster. They drank their tea quietly for a few moments and then Dominic started up with the questions again. I know when you encountered the woman who killed your godfather you attempted to perform the Cruciatus curse on her. You must have felt a lot of hatred. Did your scar hurt then? No. When Voldemort appeared, did you attempt the curse? He shook his head. Why not? Surely the man who killed both of your parents, invaded your mind, and tricked you into thinking he had your godfather warranted a bit of hatred. Harry leapt to his feet. Shut up. Of course I hate him, but since the curse didn't work or I didn't try it on him. He has destroyed my life, he threatens everyone I care about. He's cold-blooded, cruel, evil and I hate him, but I don't think I can kill him, despite what he did to my parents and to Cedric and to Cyrus so stop asking, stop making me feel guiltier than I already do. He shouted the words, his anger growing every second while his scar started to prickle. Suddenly, the pain exploded with such a fervor that everything went black. When he awoke moments later, he was laying on the bed. He lurched quickly over the side, throwing up. He felt a cool hand on his forehead and other hands laying him flat again. Drink this, Harry. His mouth was pried open and a bitter-tasting potion went in. He spat it out, knowing if it hit his stomach he'd be sick again. He curled up on his side, feeling miserable, his body was soaked in sweat. Harry, you need to swallow. This will take away the pain, and as soon as you swallow it, I have another potion to settle your stomach. Came Dominic's gentle voice. His eyes opened and he realized the hand on his forehead was Dumbledore's. Leave me alone. He angrily swiped at the hand holding the vial. Harry, stop this nonsense and swallow the contents of the vial. For Merlin's sake, you must know by now we are only trying to help you. Mrs. Weasley's loud but worried voice came through the haze in his head. They were all ganging up on him. With a lurch in his stomach, he grabbed the vial and downed the foul stuff. Immediately the pain started to lessen and he opened his eyes to look at the three adults surrounding him. All regarded him anxiously. Better, Harry? Asked Dumbledore. Yes, he responded hoarsely. The three of them looked at each other nodding. What? He asked, sitting up slowly. What did you find out? Don't get excited, Harry. I'm afraid it's only a temporary solution, Dominic explained. He and Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley all sat around his bed. I brought various potions with me from St. Mungos and one is a mixture of calming potions, which work on the nervous system in order to deal with the physical side. The other is a type of sedative that is used to deal with wizards who have severe emotional problems. Combined the two, Harry interrupted, it's used on mental patients. So you all think I've gone mad like some rabid dog. His voice grew loud as the anguish in his chest blossomed, but then nausea swept over him and he immediately took some deep breaths as he closed his eyes. He felt the mattress shift as Mrs. Weasley sat down beside him, applying a cool, wet cloth to his face. I'm afraid, Harry, that the potion, while effective in controlling your anger, also has a side effect of nausea whenever you become agitated, Dumbledore explained. Mrs. Weasley's hand was on his back, gently offering support. I think it would be best if we let Harry get changed into some pajamas and out of this hospital gown. I think it's time we all had some rest. She looked at the other two sternly. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You are quite right, Molly. Dominic laughed, his eyes crinkling. You haven't changed much, Molly. Still bossing the boys around. Her sternness melted away and her face dissolved into a smile. Dominic added softly, Arthur is a lucky man. Mrs. Weasley blushed. Oh, Dominic. Dumbledore looked amused and raised an eyebrow at Harry. He wondered how well Dominic and Molly had known each other during their own Hogwarts time. As the headmaster and the healer left, Mrs. Weasley turned her eyes back on Harry. I'm so sorry this is happening to you. If there is anything I can do to make it better, just let me know. Is there nothing else? Do I have to take this potion forever? Dominic said temporary, but what if there is no other way? I'm sure you can learn to control the anger. Harry, you have a lot on your shoulders, more than a 16-year-old should ever have to bear, but, in order to survive, you have to focus your anger on you-know-who. Don't waste your energy on boys like Draco Malfoy, who take delight in consciously, or unconsciously, riling you up. I know it was bloody stupid to let him get to me. Well, she grinned a bit mischievously before continuing, I bet he won't be doing that again all too soon again. Harry grinned embarrassedly. Maybe that's the one good thing to come out of all this. His eyes suddenly looked worried. But I really didn't mean to hurt him like that. I know that, Harry, we all do. But subconsciously you were probably quite fed up with his nasty mouth and those feelings came through. So you think deep down inside I did it on purpose? He asked quietly, then added, Dominic thinks I did, too. I don't know for sure, dear, but it sounds like a possibility. He felt awful at the thought. As much as he wanted to hex Malfoy on occasion, he had actually started to like the aggravating Slytherin brat at times. He certainly didn't hate him anymore. Change into your pajamas, you'll feel a lot more comfortable. I'll get you a warmth package, it will help you sleep. After Harry changed into his pajamas he got onto the bed and climbed under the covers. Mrs. Weasley brought him the warmth package and, after thanking her, he fell asleep. His sleep was disturbed, though, by a number of dreams. In one of them, Fawkes flew him over Hogwarts as the giant castle was engulfed in flames. In the next dream, Draco was sobbing hysterically, telling him to leave him alone. In the last dream, he and Ron were casting a Patronus when suddenly he looked at Ron and he died because he had accidentally used the Avada Kedavra curse. He bolted up in bed trembling uncontrollably. His heat raced painfully and he grabbed the warmth package, holding it tightly to his chest as he tried to take some deep breaths. A moment later, he calmed down and he realized it was likely due to the potion. He was glad no one had heard his nightmare and had come running in. Still shaking slightly, he lay back against his pillow. His life was going from bad to worse. Without the potion, he was a danger to everyone around him. The only way he could stop taking it was to control his anger. How could anyone control their anger that much? The thought kept him awake for the rest of the night. After scrubbing toilets and removing mold from the shower stalls, a disheveled and bitter Draco finally returned to the Slytherin dorm. He walked into the common room and discovered Blaise sitting by the hearth surrounded by adoring Slytherins. A ball of hatred formed in his stomach. His prefect's badge had been taken away at the end of 5th year and had been given to Blaise Zabini. Blaise continually flaunted his badge at him. He was charming and conniving and most of the Slytherins adored him. Only Crabbe, Goyle, Theodore Nott, and Pansy stayed loyal to him. Zabini wanted Pansy and was continually trying to lure her away. Draco wasn't sure if he himself wanted Pansy, but he did know he didn't want Zabini to have her. He'd known Pansy since they were little. He'd taken her to the Yule Ball. Pansy cared about him, he knew that. He thought he cared about her too, but so much had happened and he had distanced himself from her. He wasn't sure how he felt anymore, and every time he tried to concentrate on her blue eyes, a different set of brown ones crept into his mind. "Are you all right?" She came over to him and put her hand on his arm. She looked concerned. "I'm just tired, so I'm going to bed. I certainly don't feel like listening to Zabini." His eyes narrowed as he glared in his direction. "He's a prat," Pansy confirmed. "They should never have given him my prefect's badge," he spat quietly. "Don't let him upset you, Draco. You are worth 10 of him." He looked at her, raising one brow. "You mean 100, I hope." She blushed. "At least 1,000. He grinned at her as he felt his ego being replenished. "Sweet dreams." She stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed at his lips. He smiled at her again as he went around the corner to his dorm. After washing up and changing into his pajamas, Draco went to bed. Crabbe and Goyle talked about the upcoming Quidditch match against Ravenclaw and Draco listened half-heartedly. The thought of being up on his broomstick, soaring through the sky partly lifted his mood, but didn't deter him enough from his anger at Zabini. Finally exhaustion overcame his restless thoughts. As soon as it became light outside, Harry got up. He quietly took a shower in an attempt to revive himself. After he got dressed he went downstairs. He was startled to find Snape speaking with Dumbledore. His potion professor's dark eyes narrowed when he saw him. "Potter, you haven't slept a wink, have you?" Harry didn't answer, preferring instead to ask a question of his own. "What are you doing here?" Professor Snape was rather annoyed with me for not filling him in like I had promised to. He became more and more worried and decided to come and check on you himself. The headmaster then looked at his professor. "Severus, I do apologize, but I became preoccupied with Harry's problem and simply forgot." Snape nodded curtly. "Did the potion keep you awake?" he asked, staring at Harry. Harry stepped down from the last step, shooting him a look of resentment. The last thing he wanted was to discuss his nightmares. "You had another nightmare, didn't you?" Snape stated. He sighed in frustration. "Just some stupid dreams. What really kept me awake was trying to come up with a solution that would keep me from having to take the potion for any length of time." Dominic came out of the kitchen with a large cup of coffee. "The only way to do that is to control your anger. How am I supposed to do that? It's not like I can just switch off a light and not ever get angry about anything." Harry turned on him. "Calm yourself," came Dumbledore's warning voice, but it was too late. A wall of nausea welled up in Harry and he doubled over. Snape's silky voice instructed, "Deep breaths, Harry," as he steered him to the sofa, where he sat with his head down, gulping in air. "I know your reputation precedes you, but expecting anyone to stay tranquil all the time is impossible, especially for Potter," Snape snarled at the healer. "Severus, do you have another solution?" asked Mrs. Weasley as she also came out of the kitchen. She immediately went and sat down beside Harry. "No, but we certainly need to figure out why this is happening." The following morning, Draco still didn't feel well, so he went to see Madame Pomfrey, who gave him some pepper-up potion. Later, to his dismay, he ran into Zabini in the washroom. "So Malfoy, heard from your father lately?" He bristled. "None of your business. Now that's where you were wrong. He was stupid enough to get caught last year and he shamed the title of pureblood. He's weak and simple-minded and the Dark Lord only keeps him around because he's filthy rich. Just like you, Malfoy. Sod off. You and your family will never be in as high a standing with the Dark Lord as my father." Zabini laughed dangerously. "We already are." Then he caressed his prefect's badge. "Miss this. You really screwed this up last year. Guess it wasn't a good year for either of you." Like father, like son. Draco pulled out his wand, ready to hurl a hex at his head. His hand was shaking badly. Now, manners Malfoy, or I'll have to write you up. You'll probably get off, though, considering how you are our head of house's special pet. Tell me, Draco, what do you do for Snape? His laundry? Cook his meals? Are you his personal little house elf? Or does it go deeper? He grinned darkly and leaned closer, whispering, "Are you his private toy?" Draco's rage crested and he started a hex when suddenly Filch appeared. "What do you think you're doing? That'll earn you more detention time with me." Filch grinned, his rotting teeth showing. Without a word but with an angry glare in Zabini's direction, Draco turned and headed back to his room. He grabbed a bottle of fire whiskey he had confiscated from a third year last spring when he was still a prefect. He headed down to the lake and found his favorite spot in amongst the trees. He opened the bottle and took a deep swig, then coughed fitfully as the burning liquid made its way down. He had tried it once before, but always thought Malfoys only imbibed the finest wines and champagnes. Swill like this was for the common rabble. He took another swig. He angrily pulled out his wand and pointed it at the red ants that kept crawling towards him. Crucio, he whispered, but nothing happened. Then louder, Crucio. Still nothing. Disgusted, he threw the wand down, pulling up his knees and placing his head down on them. His stomach churned unpleasantly and his head ached. Draco. He looked up, startled to find Hermione in front of him. He hadn't heard her approaching. What are you doing here? He asked sulkily, then hiccuped. She looked at him with a raised brow. I believe the question is what in the world are you doing? She pointed at the 3/4 empty bottle of fire whiskey. Usual, it's none of your, business, came his disgruntled reply between hiccups. She sighed loudly and heavily as she sat down in front of him, and he in turn regarded her with eyes full of resentment. I haven't seen much of you and I wanted to see if you were okay. She hesitated. And to tell you that you were quite amazing for understanding that Harry didn't curse you on purpose. He looked away and swallowed. His stomach heaved uncomfortably again and he felt chilled and clammy. He scrambled to his feet suddenly, as the urge to throw up became uncontrollable. He had barely made it behind the tree when his stomach contorted and emptied its contents. Dizziness overwhelmed him and he fell to his knees, gasping heavily. Much to his embarrassment, he felt Hermione's hand on his shoulder as she quietly said a cleansing spell. With a moan, he laid down on his side, his arms wrapped around his stomach. She sat down beside him and swept his hair off of his forehead to feel his skin. You need to go to Madame Pomfrey, you are all cold and clammy. No, he whispered weakly as his stomach rumbled again. She'll tell Snape. You are obviously in pain and you may have consumed enough to poison yourself. He snorted. I didn't even finish the bottle. She frowned. Nevertheless, you can't stay out here. I'll help you back. No, Hitch, everyone will see. You are a pure mud and I'm a blood but we can't be seen, together. He mumbled frantically. Hermione bit her lip trying not to laugh as Draco hiccuped and slurred his words. She took a quick breath. I could get the invisibility cloak and then, she stopped as his face contorted in pain and he turned away from her to retch again. She didn't wait for an answer but immediately ran to get the cloak. She grabbed Neville on the way. You have to help me. Draco's really sick and needs to get to the hospital wing, but of course no one can see us. He immediately came along. As they came to the tree Neville spotted the fire whiskey. Hermione, he's drunk. Well yes Neville, that is stating the obvious. Draco looked ghostly and didn't bother responding. He groaned when Neville got him to his feet and Hermione threw the cloak over them. She walked beside them nonchalantly looking at the sky and bulbs that were flowering in between the grasses. As soon as they reached Hogwarts, she opened the door and as they entered the hospital wing she tore the cloak off them. Draco looked even worse. She knew he must be feeling really bad, as he hadn't even protested when Neville had helped him up. They got him onto a bed as Madame Pomfrey bustled over. Hermione looked at her and explained, fire whiskey. What? Mr. Malfoy, you know better than that. What were you thinking? You came to me for pepper-up potion just this morning. Don't tell me you took it and then drank fire whiskey. Draco responded in a very subdued barely audible voice, yes, You have truly gone insane. You know pepper-up should never be taken with alcohol and where in the world did you get fire whiskey? It's not allowed on school grounds. He closed his eyes, feeling even more miserable, but then halfway through her tirade he turned to throw up again. She immediately put a bucket before him. Children, I'm going to need to spend some time with him and he's going to be quite sick as I get this out of his system. It would be best if you left for a while. Hermione had paled upon hearing that Draco had taken a potion with alcohol. Is he going to be all right? Yes, of course. Leave him with me and in a couple of hours he'll be fine again. Can I come back in about half an hour and sit with him? He'll probably be asleep, but yes if you would like. She nodded and threw one more look at Draco. His face was flushed with embarrassment and his eyes were tightly closed. What was Malfoy thinking? Even I know not to take pepper up with alcohol, Neville stated in disbelief. Hermione shook her head. I don't know, but I think what happened during our lesson must have upset him a lot more than he let on. Neville nodded. She smiled at him. Thanks so much for helping. I know he's one of your least favorite people, and with good reason. Neville shrugged. He's gotten a lot better and I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. She spontaneously hugged him. You're a good guy and I'm glad we're friends. He blushed profusely and almost stumbled over his feet as he left. Potter, what were your nightmares about? Snape demanded again in a low voice. He looked up to see the dark eyes shimmering expectantly. He knew Snape was trying to help him, but at the same time was furious at his reluctance. Hogwarts was burning with everyone I care about inside while Fawkes was flying me overhead, Harry explained in a curt tone. Your subconscious fear is that everyone you care about will perish in this war while you live on. It's not at all unusual. In the Muggle world, it's called survivor guilt, Dominic explained. What else, Harry? Snape asked, his tone more gentle this time. Draco, he replied, disturbed again by the vision of Draco's eyes dilated in fear and pain. Draco what? What happened to Draco? Snape asked anxiously. I don't know. I think he was afraid I was going to curse him again. He was crying and hysterical and screamed at me to leave him alone, Harry replied. His heart was beating exorbitantly fast again. Perhaps your guilt over what happened combined with your subconscious fear of it happening again, Dominic offered. Snape's brow creased and he looked worried as Harry continued. And the last dream. He bit his lip, then continued on determinedly. In the last dream Ron and I were casting the Patronus charm when suddenly Ron fell over dead. I had somehow cursed him with the killing curse. His voice dropped to a whisper as he nervously glanced at Mrs. Weasley. She had paled considerably. Again Harry, just your subconscious fear of hurting those you care about. As long as you take the potion, you won't be casting any Avada Kedavras, I promise. Harry exhaled softly. Snape unexpectedly squeezed his shoulder briefly. I'll bring us some breakfast, Dominic volunteered. Hermione came back a little while later and passed Madame Pomfrey near the door. How is he? The witch looked exhausted. Better, but it will take another hour or two until he's recovered. For Merlin's sake, he and Potter must have a running bet as to which of them spends the most time in here. Hermione went over to his bed. He lay on his side. He was awake, but he looked gaunt and drawn and his cheeks held a faint blush. Hangover not much fun, Malfoy. She teased quietly. He threw her a withering look. She grinned guiltily. Sorry, she said and patted his leg. I can imagine you're not in the mood to be teased. Are you feeling a bit better then? He had spent the last 1/2 hour having potions practically forced down his throat then puking out his guts. In between all of that, Pomfrey had to help him change into pajamas. At first he resisted, but then when he almost threw up her and she briskly told him to stop this nonsense, that she had seen lots of bare young men, and he needed to stop being so skittish, he let her help. He felt his face flush again at the thought. I'll live, he grumbled. Does Professor Snape know yet? He sneered unpleasantly. Apparently my illustrious guardian isn't here. He was concerned about Precious Potter and went to wherever he is. Well, that's good, isn't it? At least that gives you a bit of time to recover before he starts handing out detentions. He didn't even tell me he was leaving, he added petulantly. Well, since you were hidden outside guzzling fire whiskey, that might have been impossible, she suggested rationally. Lupin came by to make sure I wasn't dying or anything. Apparently he's the only one around. Professor McGonagall went to London for the weekend. I don't know where Tonks is and of course Professor Dumbledore is with Harry. Of course. He sneered again. You're jealous aren't you? You always want to be the center of attention, she observed. Sod off. He replied angrily, attempting to sit up then apparently changing his mind. Why did you drink so much fire whiskey? She asked, trying to figure out what was going on with him. Because I was thirsty, he fired back at her. Exasperated, she sat back looking at him. There was sympathy in her eyes, and he looked away, not wanting her pity. Do you want me to go? She asked softly. No, came his quiet response. Will you please tell me why you really drank so much? Are you mad at Snape? At Harry? At me? As he shook his head, blonde strands of his hair fell over his eyes. She longed to brush them back. Who then? The gray eyes connected with hers again, as if deciding whether or not he wanted to tell her. Then, with a pained sigh, Zabini. He got my prefect's badge and he's being miserable and giving me a hard time and saying things that are a lie. Hermione nodded. I see. So he's doing all the kind of things that you did when you were a prefect. Doesn't feel so good on the other end, does it? Harry sat in front of his breakfast in a sullen silence. Every so often, one of the adults attempted to draw him into a conversation, but he gave short answers, making it clear he had no desire to talk. It was bad enough having Dominic, Dumbledore, and Mrs. Weasley all hovering around him, but now he had Snape glaring at him every so often. He knew Snape had no patience and was in his mind calling him, idiot child, for refusing to talk, but he was sick of talking about his feelings. They weren't going to disappear because he talked about them, and no one could do anything to help him anyway. He felt more and more isolated. The desire to run away and find Voldemort and end this one way or another was strong. He could stop taking the potion and hurl the Avada Kedavra curse at him. He didn't even need his wand to do that. If this was a power Voldemort had given him, why not use it against him? He looked up and found himself looking into the headmaster's intense gaze. The normally twinkling light blue eyes looked serious, and Harry remembered, too late, that he, like Snape, was a master in legilimency. He immediately cleared his mind and focused on the scrambled eggs in front of him. I think we should return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore stated abruptly. Albus, we've barely made any progress, Dominic replied. I think for now we've come as far we are able. 2. I think it would be best for Harry to be among his friends again, and to focus on what's important. Harry frowned, wondering what Dumbledore was planning. Had he seen into his mind? If so, wasn't killing Voldemort important? Dominic said his goodbyes, telling Harry to contact him anytime if he needed to. The 3 Hogwarts professors and Harry returned via Portkey and arrived in Dumbledore's office. Harry, Mrs. Weasley, and Snape were headed to the door when Dumbledore's voice rang out, "A word please, Harry." He reluctantly turned back. He glared. "Maybe you better just go." "Why, Draco? Just because you don't like to hear the truth. You were a miserable prat and you abused the privilege of being a prefect and you know it. So don't pretend now that you were the poor, misunderstood boy and Zabini is mistreating you any more than you mistreated others when you had the badge." Coldness set in his gray eyes, and his heart hardened as anger blinded him. He couldn't help the words that spat out of his mouth. "How dare you? You're just a stupid useless mudblood and you have no right to judge me. Get out and stay away from me." His voice was full of hate. "I don't want," he paused and sneered viciously, "something like you anywhere near me ever again." Hermione blinked, clearly horrified. It was as if, in that second, the old, despicable Draco Malfoy was back. A lump formed in her throat at his malicious words. As tears entered her eyes, she choked out, "You haven't changed at all. It's all been an act, hasn't it? You're as cold-hearted and cruel as ever. You are just like your father, and he'd be so proud if he could see you now." She ran out of the hospital wing as tears coursed down her cheeks. As she stood outside of the hospital wing wiping her eyes, she wondered why he had affected her so much. He was just a miserable git. He didn't matter. But then why did his words hurt so much? "Please, Harry, have a seat," Dumbledore requested. Harry stood looking at the headmaster warily. Can't I just go?" "Not until we have spoken." Dumbledore circled around behind his desk and sat down. He looked at Harry, his blue eyes serious. Harry slowly made his way over to a chair and sat down. He kept his gaze focused on the floor. "I want you to promise me that you will not do anything foolish." Harry snorted. "I won't. You are not ready to confront Voldemort," said Dumbledore plainly. Harry stayed silent. "He would have killed you last time," Dumbledore stated. Harry's eyes snapped up angrily as he yelled, "But now I can beat him at his own game. Why postpone it? Why give him the chance to kill others? If I can do Crucio then I'm sure I can do the killing curse." Arg. He doubled over. "Breathe, Harry. Calm down. I hate this." He choked out. Dumbledore looked troubled and he sighed heavily. "If I could take this away from you, I assure you I would." "Then find something other than this potion, it makes me sick," Harry stated. "You are not ready to go after Voldemort." Dumbledore responded as if he hadn't even heard Harry's last sentence. Harry's eyes blazed. "You performed legilimency on me back at the chalet, didn't you?" Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon glasses and nodded once. Yes, and what I saw was very unsettling. Why? If I succeed, you'd be rid of Voldemort and I could live normally and no one else would have to die. Do you remember back at the Ministry of Magic when Harry interrupted, when Sirius died? It's not likely something I would ever forget, and it's another reason I want Voldemort and his Death Eaters gone. Dumbledore leaned back. May I finish my sentence now? He asked, his eyes looking stern. Harry felt a twinge of guilt for having interrupted him. Sorry, he responded curtly. When Voldemort possessed you, it wasn't anger or hatred that forced him out of your body, it was love, was it not? Harry remembered back to that horrible pain of being possessed and then that moment when he thought of dying and seeing Sirius again. He swallowed painfully and, looking up at the headmaster, he responded hoarsely, yes. Do you think, therefore, that you can just use the killing curse on him and not be changed by it? Don't you think the moment he killed my parents I wasn't changed? Growing up with the Dursleys, then finding out I was a wizard, then coming here, Cedric's death, and Sirius's death, and everything that's happened since. Don't you think that's all changed me? I don't even know who or what I'm supposed to be anymore. Now this weird power I have and the potion I have to take so I don't run around accidentally Crucioing or Avada Kedavraing people by accident. I'm not exactly normal, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. All those things have, of course, left an impact on you, but throughout all of this you retained your ability to love, your ability to feel compassion. You haven't become bitter and filled with hatred. That makes you strong and powerful in a way that Voldemort can never be. What good is it if I can't kill him? Perhaps using the Avada Kedavra curse isn't the right course of action, the headmaster suggested. Then what is the right course? Harry shouted, feeling exasperated. Dumbledore stood up and walked over to him. I don't know yet. That's why it's important to not react in anger. We will work this out together, Harry. There was no response. The headmaster put his hand on Harry's shoulder. I know you feel very alone, but you are not, you have all of us. Draco lay there frozen. He had been furious that she had dared compare him to his father. He wasn't like his father. She knew what he had done to him, she was cruel and heartless. Hearing those words come out of her mouth had hurt. Who the hell did she think she was? The nagging voice in his head reminded him that she was the one who had gone looking for him, she was the one who had helped him get to the hospital wing, and she was the one who had visited him. She had bought him the dragon at Christmas. He closed his eyes tightly then, with a sharp inhale, dropped his legs over the side of the bed to get up. His stomach clenched sharply as if 1,000 knives were stabbing him. He had to go after her now, because even though he was still mad at her, he didn't want to lose her. After a step, his stomach clenched up and he bent over groaning. Mr. Malfoy. Apparently following orders isn't something you can manage. Madame Pomfrey bustled over furiously. She hauled him to his feet and back onto the bed. Much to his horror, she waved her wand and muttered a spell. A restraint came up and wrapped itself around his wrist, effectively tying him to the bed. What if I have to use the washroom? He yelled at her. There's a chamber pot right there, she replied, calmly pulling the curtains around his bed. By the sound of her shoes heading further away, he knew he was alone again. His stomach ached dully and he curled up on his side again, feeling miserable. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't hear the footsteps coming towards him. The curtain was opened quickly and Snape stood there, his black eyes blazing. Lupin has just informed me what you did. Care to explain why the second my back is turned you do something so idiotic that you almost kill yourself? Draco slowly sat up, moving to the center of the bed as far as the one restraint encircling his wrist allowed. It was an accident. The black eyes flashed with no mercy. I see. The fire whiskey came out of nowhere and forced its way down your throat. Is that your story, Draco? Snape responded in a low, dangerous voice. Draco swallowed, his throat suddenly feeling very dry. It was obvious his guardian was beyond furious. He stammered, I wasn't feeling well, so I got some pepper-up potion, and then Zabini and I had a fight because he said some things, and Filch interrupted and threatened me with another detention, and I went and got the fire whiskey so I wouldn't have to think about any of it. Fire whiskey, as you know, is a banned substance. Taking fire whiskey and pepper-up potion leads to one very sick wizard, as I'm sure you know now. I would have thought your knowledge of potions was at least a step up from Longbottom's, but apparently he's the one who is more skilled. Anger flamed in Draco. Shut up. Just shut up. You're only upset because you are my guardian and I probably embarrassed you. You weren't even here. You were off babysitting Potter again. Why don't you just go and adopt him and leave me alone? Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. You know, Draco, right now is the one time when I wish the use of the cane had not been banned from Hogwarts. He smiled viciously and continued, but then fire whiskey is banned, and that didn't stop you from using it. Perhaps I should take a leaf from your book. He watched as Draco paled. Then, with an angry snort, he stormed angrily out of the hospital wing. With his heart beating erratically, Draco shouted after him as soon as he heard the door slam shut. You bastard. You miserable git. I hate you and don't you dare lay a hand on me. I hate you. He angrily smashed at the nightstand, throwing everything on it helter-skelter, and cursing Snape loudly with every bad name he could think of. With his anger spent, his breathing became labored, and his stomach hurt again. He curled on his side, miserably burying his face in the pillow. His throat tightened and his eyes ached trying to suppress the angry tears that welled there. He flinched when suddenly a hand touched his back and someone sat on the mattress beside him. Through watery eyes he glanced up into Professor McGonagall's concerned eyes. Breathe deeply, her voice came sternly. Leave me alone, he spoke hoarsely. Ignoring his request, her voice came firmly but gently, I just heard what you did. I assume there is a reason for all this. He choked out, I hate him. She continued patiently, who? He shook his head into the pillow. Tell me what happened from the beginning, she coaxed. In a halting voice, he told her what Zabini had said and then getting sick outside from the fire whiskey, Hermione and Longbottom smuggling him in, his fight with Hermione, and then with his voice strangled he told her, Snape wants to cane me. Her eyes widened at the revelation. Severus must have lost control to put Draco under that impression. Is that what he actually said? Yes, came the quiet response. She was upset with Draco for his actions, but scaring the boy like this was wrong. She responded quietly, I'm sure Professor Snape was just very worried about almost losing you, and that scared him into saying that. I assure you that there will be no caning. Draco exhaled softly, but his voice was full of doubt and anxiety. He knows what my father did to me. Why would he say that if he didn't mean it? His lower lip quivered. She reached into the pocket of her robe and pulled out a tissue which she handed to him. Because he was angry, hurt, frightened, and no doubt frustrated that you would do something like this. He didn't mean it, likely any more than you meant what you said to Miss Granger. Am I right about that? She stood up and walked over to the window, allowing him a moment of privacy. She turned back to him. After she heard him blowing his nose. After a minute he sat up and said, she's never going to come anywhere near me again. She shook her head. Hush, you are being a wee bit dramatic. All of this between you and Professor Snape and Miss Granger can be made better with a sincere and heartfelt apology from you. He snorted. Snape's too angry, I don't want to see him. And Granger won't forgive me again. I've done this before, and she barely forgave me then. I know she won't a second time. Give it time. I promise it will all get better. Now lie down and let Madame Pomfrey's potions finish healing you. Obediently he lay back down feeling foolish, worried, and angry all at once. The faster Snape strode down the hallway, the sicker he felt. He has just threatened Draco with a caning. The broken, near-death image of his ward filled his head. Merlin, what he had done. Lucius had nearly beaten him to death last year with his cane and now he, as his guardian, had just threatened him with one. How was he going to fix this? He found himself in front of Tonk's rooms. Hesitating for a moment, he knocked on her door. There was no answer. Feeling even more discouraged, he started heading down to Slytherin when suddenly Tonks came around the corner. Watch her, Severus, what's wrong? He stood uncomfortably for a second, his dark eyes regarding her intensely as if to decide on whether or not he could trust her. He finally spoke, do you have a moment? Sure, let's go into my rooms. They turned back and she beckoned him inside to sit by the fire. Can I get you a cup of tea? He shook his dark hair as he stared morosely into the fire. Draco almost killed himself this morning. He took Pepper up and followed it with fire whiskey. Oh Merlin, is he all right? Yes, Madame Pomfrey is healing him, but what? What's wrong with him? Did he do it on purpose? No, but I lost my temper, implied he deserved to be caned, and left letting him think I would be more than willing to fulfill that punishment. Her reaction was instantaneous as she sprang to her feet. Are you daft? He almost died because of Lucius' beating. You are the one and only person he trusts completely. He loves you, Severus. How could you shatter his trust like this? Tonks, hair turned fiery red and her eyes blazed green. He leapt up and snarled defensively, how am I supposed to fix this? Go back and apologize. He shook his head. He should be the one to apologize. He's behaving like the spoiled little brat he's always been. As soon as things don't go his way, he does something to seek attention. Lucius and Narcissa spoiled him rotten. It may have all been for appearance's sake or to keep him occupied, but in many things he's used to getting his own way. He's jealous of all the attention Potter gets, so what does he go and do? Snape ranted. Harry cursed him in front of others and that must not have been easy for him. Did you talk to him and make sure he was okay or did you just yell at him? The black eyes snapped up angrily. I'll let him stew tonight and talk to him tomorrow. He got up and without another word left. Tonks glared at the door for a good 5 minutes after his departure. As soon as Harry entered the Gryffindor dorm, Hermione hurled herself at him. Are you all right? I've been so worried. I'm fine, just tired. Hey, mate, what happened? Are you okay? Ron asked. Let's go upstairs to your room, Hermione whispered. Neville, Luna, and Ginny joined them. No one else was up there, so they sat down on the beds to talk. Ginny sat down near Harry. Were you at St. Mungo's? He shook his head. Dumbledore took me to the chalet where we spent Christmas. They think that I've somehow got some abilities from Voldemort when he cursed me as a baby. You mean like when you spoke Parseltongue? Ginny asked. Harry shifted uncomfortably and he kept his eyes down, not wanting to meet everyone's concerned gaze. Yeah, apparently I can now do the Cruciatus curse and they think I can do the Avada Kedavra. The healer gave me a potion that I have to take every day. It's supposed to keep me from getting angry, because if I do, it makes me sick. That's awful. Can't they do something else? Hermione asked, her voice shrill with worry. He shook his head. Snape is going to try to come up with another potions but, his voice trailed off. What happens if you don't take it but just try not to get mad? Ron offered. I might accidentally do the killing curse. I can't risk that. Stupid Malfoy, he started this. Ron exclaimed. Harry's eyes came up. It's not his fault. It could have been anyone. He didn't cause this, Voldemort did. He looked over to Hermione. How is Malfoy? She looked away and stared at the floor. Ron spoke up. Well, the little git was actually okay about it. He admitted that he knew you didn't do it on purpose. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. He's in the hospital ward, Hermione interjected quietly. Because I cursed him? Harry asked, shocked. He had been cursed by Voldemort but had never had to go to the hospital wing because of it. No, Malfoy took Pepperup and then got drunk on fire whiskey, Neville explained. Why hasn't anyone told me this? Ron asked. Hermione. It wasn't important, it was just Malfoy. Harry's brow furrowed. Did you and he have another fight? Much to his horror, tears welled up in Hermione's eyes. I don't want to talk about him, ever. She got up and stormed out of the room. She headed straight to the girls' dorm and collapsed on the bed. She hated that just the mention of his name upset her this much. What was wrong with her? It was just stupid, arrogant Malfoy. You fancy him, don't you? Ginny asked as she entered the room. Hermione sat up, clearly shocked. Who? Ferret boy, Ginny stated smugly. No, of course not. He's a miserable, arrogant prat. She responded angrily. Ginny nodded. Yes, he's all of those things, but you still like him. She vehemently shook her head. You wouldn't be so upset if you didn't care. Tears rolled down her face. He was awful to me. He hasn't changed at all. Well, Harry had just cursed him and he was probably just upset. Not to mention that after taking Pepperup and fire whiskey, he must have been feeling very sick. Maybe he'll apologize, Ginny offered helpfully, handing her some tissues. Hermione sniffed. It won't matter. I heard what happened, are you okay? The curtains were pulled back as Harry entered. Great, just great, Draco replied sarcastically. Harry's gaze narrowed and he sighed. I'm so sorry I cursed you. Draco shrugged, then looked at him miserably, noting how tired and worn the golden boy looked. I don't care, Potter. Draco, I mean it. I don't care. He shouted. Then, after a moment, he added, why did I get so lucky? Harry grew quiet. Well, you have to admit we've been far from friends over the years. You've done nothing but try to make my life miserable, and I suppose some of my past ill feelings for you came out. He quickly added, I didn't mean for that to happen, but somewhere in my subconscious, I guess it was there. Draco's eyes narrowed and he responded icily, it didn't have to be that way, you know. I was friendly at the beginning and you rejected my offer of friendship. Harry scoffed. Friendly. The only reason you held out your hand to me was that you found out who I was. I suppose you thought it could be useful to know me. You were arrogant and conceited and insulted Ron without even bothering to get to know him. Face it, Draco, you thought of yourself as superior, and everyone else was beneath you. That's not true. He snapped. Yes it is. You still do. I don't know what happened between you and Myone, but I wouldn't be surprised if you lashed out and called her, well, you know what. Draco seethed but remained silent. Harry's eyebrow lifted and he exhaled loudly. Look, for whatever it's worth to you, I am genuinely sorry that I cursed you. I'm taking a potion now to control it. Harry noted that Draco looked weary and edgy and he tentatively asked, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? Draco's gray eyes widened. You mean do myself in? Absolutely not. He practically spat at him. Okay, it's just, well, you know, you're good at potions, so it's hard to believe that you did it by accident. I had a lot on my mind. Do you want to talk about it? With you? No. Frustrated and struggling to control his anger before the nausea hit, Harry got up. All right then, I'll go. He paused. Hope you feel better soon. Draco nodded curtly, but didn't say anything. As Harry headed to the door, he heard, Potter. He turned. Thanks for coming by. Harry hesitated. Just because we've been adversaries over the years doesn't mean we can't be friends now. He then walked out, leaving Draco to think. It was a sunny spring day as Harry and Lupin walked around the lake. He knew Remus was worried about him. He had asked him to accompany him on a walk. Have you had any problems with the potion? Diaresis. No, not really. I've been able to stay calm, so I haven't gotten sick, he replied quietly, his head down, staring intently at the dirt path they were walking on. I wish this wasn't necessary. He snorted. I thought I could use it to kill Voldemort but Dumbledore won't let me. I think he'd rather drag this out for as long as possible. Remus stayed silent for a few moments, then sighed deeply. Harry, think about that for a moment. If there was an easy way out, I'm sure Professor Dumbledore would have explored it. You are just not ready yet. Well, when am I supposed to be ready? I keep encountering him and so far I've been lucky enough to manage to getting away alive, unlike others. He grew quiet again. Lupin's hand came out and rested on his back in a fatherly gesture. Patience, Harry. He laughed softly. You are so much like James sometimes, impatient and ready to jump right in. He added thoughtfully, I think what would help right now to lighten your mood a bit is a special lesson with Professor McGonagall. We were discussing over coffee one morning that it would be helpful for you all to master the art of transfiguring someone into an animal form. It may well help to protect you and the others. Harry made a face. We couldn't even transform a footstool last time. Well, except for Hermione, of course. Lupin smiled. It will take time but with accelerated lessons it can happen sooner. We are planning on holding a class this week. Then his face grew serious. There was a Death Eater attack in London this morning, 3 muggles were killed. What? I hadn't heard. It will be in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Voldemort's ranks are growing stronger and they are becoming more bold, Lupin stated sadly. Then I should stop taking the potion and go after them. And curse them all. Harry looked tired and worn. If that's what it takes. Can you kill people, Harry? Even if they are Death Eaters they are still people, some of them cruel and malicious, others just misguided, and others yet brainwashed into thinking killing those different than them will keep their belief system safe. Harry stayed quiet. He thought of Cedric and Sirius, Padma and Colin, they all died because of the Death Eaters. It was hard to think of their murderers with anything other than hatred. Hoping that he had given Harry something to think about, Lupin sighed and said quietly, let's go back, it is almost time for dinner. Distracted by his thoughts, Harry numbly followed him back to Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey came over and wordlessly undid the restraint. Scowling, he rubbed his wrist. Are you feeling better? she asked. Yes, Draco replied sulkily. She pulled the blanket down to gently probe his stomach and he inhaled sharply. Still a little tender. He nodded curtly, gray eyes glaring. She waved her wand down the length of his body. I'm going to release you, but I want you to take it easy for a few days. You're going to be a little sore and you still have this cold to get over. Because of the scarring on your lungs, I don't want this cold getting worse, so no strenuous exertion. I don't want any coughing attacks. If I give you another dose of Pepper Up, can I trust you to not take anything harmful with it? Embarrassed, he broke eye contact but nodded. She brought him the potion. I'm only trying to make you feel better. He glanced up at her. I know, he acknowledged grudgingly. Her seriousness disappeared for a rare moment and she patted his shoulder. As she left, drawing the curtains around him, he quickly changed and had just pulled the curtain aside when Dumbledore entered. He froze. I just heard what happened, how are you feeling? With his heart beating rapidly he mumbled, okay. I'm assuming Professor Snape has spoken to you about your actions. Startled, Draco misunderstood the headmaster's words and stammered, you approve. But I thought you were the one who banned it from Hogwarts. The twinkle vanished from the headmaster's eyes. He calmly asked, banned what? Confused, Draco swallowed. He wasn't sure if should say anything, it might make Snape even more furious. He glanced nervously into Dumbledore's light blue eyes. Apparently, the headmaster didn't know what Snape had threatened. With a dry voice he said, caning. Dumbledore frowned. We do not cane students at Hogwarts. Draco nodded, relieved that the headmaster hadn't condoned this. With that realization, however, anger swelled in him over Snape's words. There was no way he would let him cane him. He suspected that McGonagall was right and Snape hadn't really meant it, but just in case there was any chance, he spat out angrily, perhaps you should make sure Professor Snape knows this. Dumbledore's eyes widened but his tone was calm and steady. Professor Snape hit you. No, but he threatened to. I see. He looked contemplative. As your head of house and as your guardian, Professor Snape has a right to punish you as he sees fit. However, it is my belief that his threat was uttered in a moment of anger, not in sincerity. Dumbledore watched as some of the tenseness left Draco. I'd like to speak with you for a moment. Would you consider joining me for a cup of tea? Or is your stomach not up for it yet? He nodded. Actually, I'm a bit hungry. Dumbledore smiled, and the twinkle re-entered his blue eyes. Good, let's go to my office. As they walked towards his office, they passed Hermione toting a large load of books. It was obvious she had just come from the library. With his throat tight, Draco spoke up, I'm sorry about before. Her eyes glared angrily and she haughtily raised her chin. You mean about once again calling me a filthy mudblood and saying that you don't want something like me anywhere near you? Don't worry, Malfoy, the farther away you are from me the better. She stormed off. With his heart beating erratically, he turned back towards the headmaster only to find his intense light blue eyes sternly focused on him. Is this why Professor Snape threatened a caning? Draco felt the blood drain out of his face under the headmaster's piercing scrutiny. He stammered quietly, and no. Then, as headmaster, I will assign your punishment for this. You will for the following week, be responsible for feeding, brushing and cleaning the litter box of Hermione's cat, Crookshanks. For 1 week, you will have special permission to enter the Gryffindor dorm. I trust you will be on your best behavior. If I hear otherwise, we will talk again. Draco felt the anger rise in him. How could he have been so stupid to say something to Hermione in front of Dumbledore? Do we understand each other? Dumbledore asked, observing him. Yes, sir, he responded, seething. They entered his office and the headmaster motioned for him to sit down as he poured him a cup of tea that had immediately surfaced on his desk. He also handed him a small plate of sandwiches. First of all, I want to commend you for controlling your temper after Harry cursed you. I can imagine that it was a very difficult and confusing situation. I appreciate you not adding to Harry's anxiety over it. I am concerned, however, over your recent actions. I trust you and Professor Snape will discuss these in detail and you will not repeat anything so foolish. He looked baleful as he nodded while eating the sandwiches. Good. You need to understand, Draco. We care about you and hearing that you took Pepper Up and then drank fire whiskey was very unsettling. Can I assume you did not do this purposely? He shook his head. It was just a stupid accident, he murmured. Then I will move on to what I called you in here for. As you know, Harry did not curse you on purpose, he has no control over this power. We suspect it is something inherited from when Voldemort cursed him as a baby. He suppressed the smile that threatened to surface at Draco's obvious flinch at using Voldemort's name. In order to control this, Harry is taking a potion brewed by a top-notch healer at St. Mungo's. The unfortunate side effect of this is an extreme bout of nausea if Harry is angered. Since you normally gain enjoyment out of harassing and angering others, I ask a favor of you. Mind your words and your actions and do not provoke Harry. Can I count on you to do this? Dumbledore's voice was calm and steady, but Draco sensed an underlying threat if he were to defy him. I won't say anything, he promised quietly. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again as he sat back in his chair. Now, it is my understanding that a woman angered can be won back with an honest apology, an explanation, and perhaps a large bouquet. Draco's eyes widened. We're just friends, he stuttered desperately, trying to think of something to say. The headmaster only smiled softly and held up his hand to shush his words. No need to explain, I was only offering a suggestion. If it does not apply, just disregard it. He nodded again, feeling heat rise to his face. Sir, can I go now? Yes, by all means. As he quickly got up and headed for the door, the headmaster added, since you will be in Hermione's room for your detention every day this week, it would be a good opportunity to mend the relationship. He glanced back at him, but Dumbledore only waved him away. With a sigh of relief, he made his way to his room in Slytherin. The following morning brought pouring rain as a number of 6th and 7th years prepared for a school trip to St. Mungo's. It was part of Professor Weasley's lesson on healing herbs and their various uses. Professors Snape, Lupin, and Tonks joined her to supervise the students. They flowed from their common rooms and arrived in the lobby of St. Mungo's. A kindly nurse welcomed them and started the tour. Harry breathed a sigh of relief that he hadn't needed to stay there. Ron and Hermione followed Mrs. Weasley and the others as they went into the prescription room. Hermione explicitly made a point to avoid Draco. She could intermittently feel the Slytherin's eyes on her. Snape, too, kept his distance from Draco as his anger hadn't abated overnight. He thought it best to postpone the conversation until after the trip. He noted Draco glancing his way every so often with wary trepidation. He also noticed with relief that Harry seemed a little more relaxed than he had been at the chalet. Perhaps he was mastering his anger more efficiently. He was still determined to find an alternate potion for him, though. Hermione and Neville were engrossed with the various herbs used for healing. Ron and Harry reluctantly took notes as Mrs. Weasley explained the benefits of the Anisa plant to patients with memory loss. Harry wondered if Lockhart was taking that herb. She moved on to talk about the leaves of the Kugi shrub when suddenly there was a loud scream, and with horror they turned to find Death Eaters apparated into the room until there were 13 in total. More students screamed, others ran for the doors. The members of the DA class immediately pulled out and raised their wands, and shouts of stupefy among others charms and hexes echoed across the room. Lupin grabbed as many students as possible and ushered them out of the room to run for the nearest flow. Suddenly, like a winter breeze under a drafty door, the cold crept in. Harry realized Dementors were near, and more screams were heard when the first one appeared 3 feet to his right. He shouted, Expectro Patronum. His silvery stag wavered slightly but headed straight at the Dementor. Draco, following Harry's lead, raised his wand, and soon his silvery raven joined in chasing off another Dementor, but more kept coming, weakening the students and professors holding them off. As Harry grew lightheaded, Cho's voice screamed, Harry, look out. He turned to see the cold gray eyes of a Death Eater with wand pointed at him. Stupefy! Cho yelled, and Lucius Malfoy froze. Just then a voice that Harry cringed to hear spoke out, Potter, we meet again, this time no Godfather is here to protect you. Fury blinded him as he turned to his Godfather's killer, fighting the intense nausea welling up in him. He shakily held his wand, trying to unclench his teeth so he could utter the fatal words. She watched his struggle and smiled toughly. She turned her wand away from him, shouting, Avada Kedavra. So fast no one had time to react. Harry watched, horrified, as Cho fell to the ground, as if in slow motion. His breath caught in his throat. It was as if time had screeched to a halt. He stared at Cho. She was motionless, her dark hair spread around her like a fan. He turned back to her killer. Shaking uncontrollably, a cold sweat coating his skin, Harry worded the killing voice in his head as he focused on Bellatrix. Snape jumped out, pulling him aside, as suddenly a bolt of orange light came from another Death Eater. Hexes and curses flew and soon doctors like Dominic and nurses and hospital security joined in the fight. Lucius, after one of his fellow Death Eaters freed him from the stunning hex, lifted his wand at Harry, but Tonks pulled out her wand, shouting, "Expelliarmus," and he went flying. Suddenly, as if summoned, the Death Eaters and the Dementors disappeared as quickly as they had come. Snape held Harry tightly and whispered, "Breathe," into his ear as the terrible nausea coursed through him, immobilizing him. As soon as he gained some semblance of control, he pulled himself out of Snape's arms and made his way over to Cho. Ron and Hermione were bent down beside her. Hermione's eyes shimmered with tears. "Oh Harry, I'm so sorry." The professors were quickly working to get the traumatized students back to Hogwarts. Harry knelt down beside Cho. Hesitantly, he lifted a strand of her silky black hair. His chest felt tight, his head hurt, and he felt very dizzy. Draco stood trembling beside them, his face white, his eyes huge. He stared down at Cho. "Come, Harry dear," Ron, Hermione quickly. Mrs. Weasley commanded. "No, I'm staying with her," Harry shouted, his voice tight. "We will bring her back to Hogwarts, you can say your goodbye to her then." "I promise," Mrs. Weasley assured in a choked voice. She held him tightly for a moment and then ushered him and the others over to the flow. Harry's throat was strangled, his stomach tender and his eyes wet. He was shaking. Cho was dead. He had not been able to save her, even though in that instant he had focused on Bellatrix and felt intense hatred, yet nothing had happened, no curse. Another death to haunt his dreams. She was with Cedric now. His eyes filled with tears and he squeezed them shut, willing them away. He took small, quick breaths to gain control again. His crush on Cho had ended long ago, but seeing her get hit by the green light, the surprise in her eyes, made his heart ache. As soon as they were back at Hogwarts, he found himself walking into something solid that he realized was Lupin. Draco's eyes had widened as he recognized Aunt Bellatrix. Her eyes narrowed as she raised her wand and uttered Avada Kedavra. His breath caught in his throat as the green light traveled in his direction. It, however, didn't hit him. Cho Chang, who had been standing beside him, fell with a thud, her blank eyes holding a slightly surprised look. Draco was shaking and bile rose in his throat. He had never seen the killing curse firsthand. It was obvious it was Harry she had wanted to torture. He stood transfixed, staring at Chang's blank open eyes. After the curse, he had heard screams and cries around him, but in his mind all he saw was the steel-gray eyes of his father behind the Death Eater's mask. He winced. He trembled when someone gripped his shoulders. "Come Draco," came Snape's strained voice. Trusting the voice, he turned and let himself be led to the fireplace. He found himself in Snape's rooms and was then enveloped in Snape's robes as the potions master wrapped it around his shivering ward. He led him to the sofa and Draco obediently sat down. He didn't lift his head, not wanting to meet his guardian's eyes. Snape stood awkwardly. He, too, had seen Lucius and was fairly certain that Draco had also. Then, when Draco's insane aunt hurled the killing curse in his ward's direction, his heart had almost stopped. He was shocked that Miss Chong had been hit, but he was infinitesimally relieved that Draco had been left standing. He couldn't begin to imagine what was going through the boy's head. He sat down beside him, placing his hand on his shoulder. As if lit on fire, Draco leapt up and out of reach. "I don't need you coddling me, Snape. Chong wasn't my ex-girlfriend. I realize that, but it must have been quite the shock to have someone die right beside you," he said softly and then added, "Don't you think it's time you called me Severus instead of Snape all the time?" Draco's heart was beating so fast he felt dizzy. He shrugged. "Fine, Severus." He took a deep breath. "I'm the son of a Death Eater, remember. I've heard about the Avada Kedavra curse all of my life, I'm fine." Still, hearing about it and seeing it are two different issues. That, and seeing your father for the first time since, his voice trailed off. "I'm fine, can I go now?" He stood impatiently by the door, his eyes wild, his face pale. "If you want to you can, but we will talk soon." He threw him a resentful look and opened the door. "One more thing. About yesterday, I am sorry for threatening to cane you." "I would never do that," Snape said sincerely. Draco's chin tilted up defiantly. "Good, because you're not my father." I wouldn't have let you," he said childishly. With that, he quickly left the office. Snape realized he needed to have a lengthy talk with his ward soon. Harry suddenly collapsed to his knees, a cold sweat broke out on his body, and the overwhelming feeling of nausea threatened to overpower him. Lupin lifted him to his feet and he was dragged down the hallway. When he was finally able to open his eyes again, he found himself sitting on the edge of a bed with a blanket around him. "I'm so sorry we couldn't save her," came Lupin's soft tones. Harry's green eyes were full of agony. He opened his mouth to respond but couldn't. He looked away, taking a deep, shaky breath. "If I wasn't on this stupid potion, maybe I could have stopped her. I could have." His choked voice trailed off. Lupin stayed silent. His head hung wearily as he stared at the floor, and when he finally responded it was in a quiet, sad voice. "I don't know what to tell you, Harry. Perhaps you were right, perhaps you could have stopped her, perhaps it would have missed and killed a student instead. We will never know. It is something you can't blame yourself for. Any one of us could have immobilized Bellatrix if we weren't busy dealing with other Death Eaters. But she killed Sirius. You of all people should have looked for her. I couldn't stop her and now she's killed Cho." Harry yelled at him, his eyes were wild with grief. Lupin looked up, his eyes full of guilt. "You were right, Harry." Hearing Lupin agree with him didn't make him feel any better. In fact, seeing the sadness in his father's friend's eyes made him feel awful. He quickly looked away from him, staring at the opposite wall. "It all happened so fast. The Dementors, the Death Eaters, and suddenly your friend was dead." His voice was hollow, full of regret and sorrow. "I'm sorry," Harry said in barely a whisper. "It's not your fault. You couldn't have known what she planned. She could have killed you, Harry." He gave a hollow laugh. "No, none of them will kill me because Voldemort would want me saved for himself." Lupin felt sick. James's son was suffering so much and he could do nothing to stop it. "Harry. No. I don't want your pity. Have I ever said that I pity you? Harry, I admire you. You are much stronger and more courageous than I ever will be or have ever been." The last thing he wanted to hear was how brave he was. He felt useless and right now all he wanted to do was be alone. A knock came on the door and Dumbledore entered. "Harry, are you all right?" He shrugged and stared out the window. The headmaster and Lupin exchanged a look. Lupin, with one more concerned glance at Harry's back, left the room. When he heard the door softly close, he turned then glanced at the headmaster. "I am sorry about Cho. She was an excellent student and I know you were close for a brief while last year," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry remained quiet. He hadn't thought about Cho this entire school year, yet she had protected him and, once again another person trying to help him had died. The girl who gave him his first key. His heart leapt painfully. He didn't realize the headmaster had moved closer to him until he felt his hand on his shoulder. He tore away roughly. He didn't want to be comforted, he didn't deserve to be. "I know this is painful." "Yeah, it is painful but I'm getting used to it," he snarled. The sympathy in the headmaster's eyes made his chest tighten and he found himself blinking rapidly as he turned once again towards the window. "Is there anything I can do to make you feel better?" Dumbledore asked patiently. "Let me stop taking this potion. It's your fault that she died. I could have stopped Bellatrix if you had let me like I asked, and it's the potion that stopped me. You cannot control this dark power, Harry, and I don't want you using it. I think you'd rather have everyone around me die while I puke out my guts fighting this stupid useless potion. Is that what you want?" He shouted angrily, then almost as predicted he winced, doubled over and was sick. The headmaster waved his wand and then stepped towards Harry who was taking deep breaths. He swallowed heavily then took another deep breath. "I want to see her." He felt sick thinking that Dumbledore would deny him his request thinking that he wouldn't be able to handle it. After a moment's silence, the headmaster replied. "Of course. Would you like someone with you, or do you prefer to be alone with her?" "Alone," he managed to choke out. "I will arrange it." Harry released a long, pent-up sigh and turned to the headmaster. "Thank you." Dumbledore nodded and this time Harry didn't move away when he reached out and briefly laid his hand on his shoulder. Harry felt cold and clammy as he went to the special room adjoining the hospital wing. His heart was racing like train and his limbs seemed to seize up as he reached for the door handle. Madame Pomfrey threw him a teary look. He knew it must be excruciatingly hard for the healer to not be able to heal. Cho was lying on a bed, she was as white as the sheets. He hesitantly went over to her. Her eyes were closed now and he wondered hazily if Pomfrey had been the one to do it. Her long black hair was spread around her pretty face. He hesitantly reached out to touch a silky strand. Then he took her hand in his. She was cool to the touch. He marveled in almost a detached state of mind how incredibly limp her body was. He sat down on the chair next to her. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have stopped her. I don't know when this will finally end and how many more innocent people have to die. I wish I wasn't the one that was in the middle of this. I wish it had been Neville that he had chosen, Harry confessed softly. I wish I could have been who you were looking for. I guess I just didn't understand how you felt about Cedric. I felt so guilty about his death I didn't want to talk about him. He swallowed heavily. When Sirius died, I think I understood a little more how you felt. He sat in silence for a few moments, remembering all the times she had made his heart race. He remembered the key. He remembered her presence in the DA. Thank you for always believing in me and for being on my side. I wish this hadn't happened. I'm sorry, Cho. Aside from those moments when he had grabbed Cedric's body and taken him back with him, he had never really seen someone lifeless. Sirius' body had fallen through the veil and his parents were long lost to him. Aside from being very pale, Cho just looked like she was sleeping. The idea that her life force, her spirit, was no longer, that was gut-wrenching. After another bout of silence, he whispered, "Say hi to Sirius and my parents for me." Then he stood up and touched her hair one more time, said, "Goodbye, Cho," and headed out the door. Mrs. Weasley stood there red-eyed. He smiled softly at her, somehow not surprised to see her there. Without a word she enveloped in a tight hug. He bit his lip hard trying to keep his emotions in check, but it was hard within the warm, comforting arms of the closest thing to a mother he had ever known. After a few minutes, she released him. "I want you to get a bite to eat and then take this and go to bed. It's been a very upsetting day." He nodded as she patted his cheek and handed him a vial of calming potion. He dreaded going up to Gryffindor. He didn't want to talk about any of this, and he definitely didn't want to eat anything. He headed up the stairs to the tower. A group of Gryffindors were gathered in the common room and they all fell silent when he entered. Ginny was the first to speak up. "Harry, are you all right?" Her eyes looked as worried as her mother's. He mumbled, "Fine, I'm just tired and I'm going to bed." Ginny's heart beat uncomfortably. His eyes looked hollow and she knew he was anything but fine. Ron, Neville and Hermione quickly followed him up, but he turned on them and in a dead voice asked them to leave him be for tonight. Reluctantly, they headed back down. With great reluctance, Draco headed for the Gryffindor dorm. He stood staring apprehensively at the fat lady who bellowed, "Password." "I don't have one," he snarled. "Professor Dumbledore told me to come here." She smiled evilly. "Oh yes, you're that Slytherin here for punishment. How delightful." Seamus, who had just exited, laughed out loud. "Have fun, Malfoy." His eyes narrowed and he glared icily. "Sod off. Mind your language you Slytherin prat." The fat lady spat. "You keep your mouth shut or—" Draco was interrupted. "Enough of that, Mr. Malfoy. You are here as punishment. Let's not add to it by insulting the portrait." He cooled his temper as McGonagall led him through the opening. He felt his face flushing as every eye in the common room turned towards him. "Mr. Malfoy is here to do a job. I expect you all to treat him well or you will end up joining him," she spoke sternly. She led him up the stairs to the girls' dormitory and showed him Crookshank's litter box, which he could have found on his own just by the smell emanating from it. He wrinkled his nose and stood there with such a disgusted look on his face that Minerva couldn't suppress the laugh that bubbled up. He grimaced at her reaction. Chuckling, she said, "The headmaster is very creative with his punishments. It would be wise not to anger him in the future." "Yeah, I get that now." Draco sighed and turned to her with pleading eyes. "Is there any way I can get out of this?" "I'm afraid not, and I do expect you to do a thorough job," she replied, wrinkling her nose. "You have my sympathies." He snorted. Holding his breath, he bent down and picked up a plastic bag and a scoop and proceeded to clean out the well-used box. Minutes after Malfoy had gone up, Hermione, Neville and Ron came down from the boys' dormitory. Ginny cornered Hermione. "Did he say anything? How is he?" "He didn't want us to stay. He just wants to be alone," she replied, clearly discouraged. Ginny looked sad. then whispered to her, "Malfoy is in your room taking care of Crookshanks like McGonagall told us he would." Hermione's eyes flashed. "I better make sure he doesn't hurt him. If he lays on finger on my cat, I swear I'll do what Moody did and transfigure him into a ferret and bounce him down all the stairs," she threatened angrily. Ginny grinned gently. Crookshanks rubbed up against Draco while he was cleaning. "Oh right, you like me don't you, you flat-faced smelly beast." He paused to rub the cat's chin. Hermione came in and glared unforgivingly at him. "Came to check on me to make sure I wasn't harming your beloved hairball?" he asked snidely. "Of course, since I can't trust you to act like a decent human being," she spat at him and turned away to busy herself in her books. He turned from her to suppress the anger rising in him. He snatched a can of food and, with a wave of his wand, opened it. The cat wound around his legs as he opened it and put the contents on a plate. He glanced up at Hermione, but she had her back to him. When the cat finished eating, he reluctantly picked up the brush and started combing the matted creature. The cat purred contentedly until suddenly Draco hit a snag. The big, scruffy red cat hissed and swiped at his hand, drawing blood. "Ouch!" he shrieked as he scrambled back against the wall. "Bad Crookshanks." Hermione scolded as she saw the blood. She reluctantly added, "Sorry, he didn't mean that." Draco brooded for a moment. "It's okay, I know how he feels, doing or saying something you don't mean," Draco replied pointedly. She grimaced at his obvious attempt to gain forgiveness. "Scratching someone because they hurt you and continually hurting someone because you're just plain cruel is not the same thing." Draco sneered. "Maybe you just need to get off your high horse and stop being so judgmental." Me judgmental? That sounds great coming from some bigoted pureblood who runs around insulting Muggleborns and everyone else he considers beneath him." Hermione shrieked. Anger rose in Draco as he scrambled to his feet. "I apologized, but I guess you're just too full of yourself to accept it." His words came out breathlessly. "Why should I? It's not the first time and, knowing you, it won't be the last. Cruelty is obvious in your blood. I noticed Lucius there today and your aunt has once again killed someone Harry cared about. Proud of your pure-blooded family Malfoy." She regretted the words seconds after they left her mouth and even more so once she saw the shocked expression on his face. "Yeah, it was great seeing my father and watching my aunt kill a girl I played Quidditch with. I so enjoyed it, Granger." His voice was strained and his eyes registered pain at her words. He started coughing. "Are you okay?" she asked stiffly. In between coughs, he choked out, "Just great." He was bent over, coughing so hard he could hardly catch a breath in between. Ginny came in and saw as Hermione went over to the coughing Slytherin. She quickly got him a cup of water. "Here." He took a few swallows. His face was flushed. Concerned, Hermione felt his forehead. It was quite warm. "You're sick, you should lie down," she suggested. "It's just a cold," he responded. "Come on, Hermione, let's bring him over to your bed." Ginny took charge. Together they got him over to the bed. He had finally stopped coughing and sat down wearily. "Lie down for a bit, Draco, until you catch your breath. You should get your hand looked at, too," Ginny ordered. "No, it's just a scratch," he responded, his voice rough from coughing. "Hermione, stay with him. I'm going to get Neville. He'll know what herb to put on it to keep it from getting infected," Ginny suggested. Hermione awkwardly pulled back the comforter and beckoned him to lie down on the sheets. He would have refused, but his chest hurt from his coughing fit. He removed his shoes and slid under the blanket. He looked up at her, his gray eyes reflecting regret. "I am sorry and I do mean it." She bit her lip, trying to fight the urge to accept his apology. She gave up, sighing heavily. "I'm sorry for what I said, too. I didn't mean to upset you like this," she responded gently. Ginny came back and, for a second, watched silently as Hermione and Draco stared at each other. Her forehead furrowed as she studied the two of them. Neville, clearing his throat behind her, snapped her out of her deep thought. He hesitantly went over to Draco, who regarded him with a sneer. "What do you want, Longbottom?" he asked. His voice was still sounding raspy. "He's here to heal the scratch as soon as you stop being such an arrogant git." Ginny snapped coldly. His eyes narrowed and he was about to retort when Hermione spoke up. "Thanks, Neville." She grabbed Draco's bleeding hand and held it out for Neville to treat. He put a leaf on it and then sealed it in place with a bandage. That should help heal it, he stammered nervously. Glad we have you around, Neville, Ginny thanked him. Hermione smiled. You're even better at this than I am. Neville, obviously embarrassed, made a hasty exit. It wouldn't have killed you to say thank you, Malfoy. Ginny chided him. He glared at her but didn't respond, fearing he might have another coughing attack if he got into a fight with her. I'm going to get a hot cup of tea to help your throat. I'll be right back, Hermione said. He responded gratefully, thanks. He lay back on the pillow staring at the ceiling. His eyelids felt heavy and he was relieved this miserable day was almost over. When Hermione came back, she was shocked to see that Draco had fallen asleep in her bed. She placed the tea on the nightstand and stared at him for a moment, wondering if she should wake him so he could go to his own dorm. He looked so peaceful, young, and vulnerable in sleep that instead of waking him she gently tucked the blanket around him. She was still angry with him, but knowing how seeing his father must have felt made her anger ebb away a little. She pulled the curtains around the bed and then stood quietly again, studying him. Was Ginny right? Did she have feelings for him? She went over to the other side of the bed and crawled under the covers, being extra careful not to touch him. Hesitating, she put a silencing charm around the curtains in case he woke up coughing. Much later, Hermione was awakened by Draco thrashing around. His breathing was fast and labored. She grabbed his shoulder, shaking him softly. Wake up. At the same time, she grabbed her wand and whispered, Lumos. He sat up with a gasp and looked around frantically before focusing on her. He whispered, Hermione. It's okay, you must have had a bad dream. Then she added, you fell asleep in my bed, I didn't want to wake you. My father, Diaresis. He stopped. You dreamt about him. He took a deep breath. He grabbed me and threw me into a cell and Chong was there and then she died right beside me. She realized that he was referring to Cho. Despite being a Death Eater's son, he seemed shocked by the day's events as much as the rest of them. She was a fairly decent seeker and captain of the Ravenclaw team and a pureblood, Draco spoke, his eyes rather vacant. She reached over and laid her hand on his arm, softly stroking him. It's a war, Draco, people die. It's late, try and get some sleep. As if suddenly realizing where he was, he sat up again. I can't stay here in your bed. Shish, it's okay. I put a silencing charm around the bed. Just go back to sleep. He lay down again, stunned into silence by the idea she was letting him sleep in bed with her. Her hand was still on his arm. He turned towards her, her eyes were already closed and he could hear her soft breaths. His body reacted to her nearness and, blushing slightly, he turned away from her, taking some deep breaths. Later that night, when it was close to midnight, Ginny snuck up into the boys' dormitory. She had gotten the idea after watching Hermione and Malfoy. She just wanted to make sure Harry was okay. She had a strong gut feeling that he shouldn't be alone. Soft snores greeted her, and she realized they were coming from Ron. Neville was softly muttering to himself about various potions' ingredients. The curtains were drawn around Harry's bed and she quietly found the opening with the lighted tip of her wand. She slipped inside. He was lying on his back, his black hair as tousled as ever. She was suddenly hit by a bout of panic. She knew she wasn't supposed to be here. What if Harry woke up and found her? He turned on his side towards her. He seemed restless. She cautiously sat on the edge of the bed when he suddenly jerked upright, grabbing her arms roughly. She gasped, Harry, it's just me. He was breathing rapidly. Ginny, he whispered. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you, but I wanted to see if you were all right. He released her. Sorry, I was dreaming about what happened today in Bellatrix and suddenly there was just someone there in front of me. I didn't realize it was you. I shouldn't have snuck in. I just thought that maybe after what happened today you might need someone to check on you. He replied annoyed, I'm not a little kid, Ginny. I didn't say you were, and even though I wasn't there, what happened today must have been awful. I've been hearing from everyone there how shocking it was. People are really shaken. Even Ron has been wandering around with a shell-shocked look, like he's just being hexed or something. And you, well, she was your girlfriend last year after all. Just for a very short while, and it didn't turn out, he admitted grudgingly. But you obviously had feelings for her and you haven't dated anyone seriously since, unless you and Hermione. Her voice trailed off. With all the stuff going on, do you really think dating is at the top of my list? He whispered furiously. Well, Brooding obviously isn't helping. She whispered back. He sighed and lay back. Sorry, Harry. I'd wanted to make you feel better, not worse, she admitted sadly. He shook his head. It's okay, I know you're just trying to help, thanks. He noticed she was shivering. Here, just wrap the blanket around yourself. Much to his surprise and shock, she misunderstood and slipped under the blanket beside him. Thanks, I was a little chilly. Harry found his heart racing because of her nearness. His throat suddenly felt very dry. She turned to face him. Where were you? Everyone came back at least 30 minutes ago. Were you in Dumbledore's office? No, I said goodbye to Cho. Ginny's heart clenched. She reached out and put her hand on his shoulder. She didn't say anything, just looked into his sad, green eyes. He blinked, breaking the eye contact. The sympathy in her eyes was overwhelming. Her hand on his shoulder felt good, and for once he realized he didn't want to be alone. He lifted his gaze to her again. She smiled softly and moved a little closer, hugging him lightly, her head nestled under his chin. His arm automatically went around her as found strength in her comfort. Her hair smelled like nutmeg, warm and soothing. He sighed contentedly as he found himself drifting away on the wharf. Draco slowly awakened. He felt warm and languid. Once consciousness returned in full force, he remembered where he was and realized that Hermione was pressed up against his back, one of her legs between his, and her arm flung across his hips, dangling dangerously close to a part of his anatomy that was apparently delighted by her nearness. As his breathing suddenly becoming labored, he carefully and painfully rolled partly onto his stomach. His movement apparently woke her up, as he heard a muffled screech. It's almost morning. You have to get out of here. Her voice was filled with panic as she pulled the covers off him. Too embarrassed to move, Draco replied in a slightly higher than normal voice, I'm sleeping, leave me alone. Smack. He leapt off the bed, one hand rubbing his behind where her hand had just made contact and the other grabbing his robe to hold in front of him. Why? How? You, he snarled incoherently. She grinned in amusement. What's wrong? Crookshanks got your tongue. Then, getting up, she continued, that felt good. I've been wanting to do that for a long time. His eyes narrowed as he replied, can't keep your hands of my say, why ass? She snorted back laughter. You wish. He stared at her pajamas, his gray eyes wide with puzzlement. He shook his head, trying to rationalize why he was turned on by a mudblood wearing light gray pajamas covered in purple cats wearing purple boots holding purple umbrellas. It defied logic. Yet, despite the silly nightwear, the pajamas outlined her curves in all the right places. Her dark eyes looked worried. Are you all right? You seem flushed. No. I'm actually cold. He quickly threw his robe on, hating that his voice seemed an octave higher than usual. He tried gallantly to smirk or sneer, but only managed a pained combination of the two. You really don't look well, she whispered as she went over to him, putting her hand on his forehead. He inhaled sharply and swallowed heavily. You feel okay? She peeked outside of the curtains. Okay, come on. The coast is clear. In a hurry to get away from her, he bolted towards the stairs when she hissed, wait, there could be people in the common room. I have to check first. She grabbed his arm. As she leaned over the staircase, his eyes seemed to stray to her pajama top and more particularly to her B-easts. The first button had come undone, offering him a bit of cleavage. Did you hear me? She whispered shrilly. What are you looking at? Horrified, he felt his face heat up until she continued. Oh, my purple cats. I know it's a bit silly really, but I kind of like them. Draco was finally able to conjure up a smirk as he replied, I like them, too. Harry woke up to find himself draped over Ginny. Shocked at first, he was about to move away when the realization struck him that it felt really good. Well, good aside from the fact his heart was racing painfully and parts of his anatomy were reacting to the girl beneath him. He carefully moved a little away from her before things became too uncomfortable. She sighed and stretched out contentedly towards him. He shook his head. This was Ron's little sister, little Ginny. He gulped nervously. She wasn't a little girl anymore. Clearing his throat, he quietly said, you have to wake up now, shish. Her dark eyes opened, looking at him drowsily. She smiled sleepily then suddenly sat straight up. Oh, this isn't a dream. Her face flushed. He grinned, startled, and flattered, by her words. He felt his face turn red to match hers. I guess we fell asleep. she added, together. Yeah, he responded softly. Harry, did you say something? Came Ron's sleepy voice. They both looked startled and wide-eyed, and Harry threw the blanket over Ginny as she scooted down just at the moment when Ron opened the curtain. Ginny squirmed closer to him, her hip resting against a rather sensitive area. He gave a small yelp, then quickly cleared his throat, grabbed a pillow, and threw it down on Ginny so her body under the covers wasn't so obvious. Did you sleep okay, no nightmares? Ron asked as he sat on the edge of the bed, missing Ginny by only a few inches. No, I slept well. Are you sure? You look kind of feverish and your eyes are kind of glazed. I was just a little hot. Hey, I'm really hungry. Let's get to breakfast. Ron laughed. Slow down, mate. It's still quite early and I need to finish that essay for potions before we go. He got up again and Harry heard him shuffling through the papers near his bed. Ginny giggled softly, obviously amused by the situation. Harry poked her and handed her his invisibility cloak with an amused grin. Her eyes sparkled, her hair was disheveled, and she looked great. When had Ron's little sister grown up? She looked very appealing and Harry couldn't seem to stop staring at her. Snape sat at the breakfast table, looking even more morose than usual. He had barely slept a wink. After all the years of being a Death Eater, he had thought himself hardened. The last Death Eater attack in Hogsmeade, when Colin and Padma had died, had been shocking, but Draco's near demise at the time had distracted him from thinking about it. This time, however, an immense guilt welled up. He had failed to save a Hogwarts student. If he hadn't let his emotions get in the way, he could have retained his friendship with Lucius and learned of the planned attack. He thought back to the horrifying moment when Bellatrix had lifted his wand and aimed it in Draco's direction. He had frozen, unable to stop her. Morning, Severus. He looked up to find Tonks yawning into her hands. She looked tired enough for a nap right there at the table. When he didn't answer, she looked up to find herself under a dark-eyed scrutiny. His eyes looked very haunted and dark circles were evident. I take it you didn't sleep much last night? She asked. No, he acknowledged, looking away. You couldn't have stopped it, she said softly. He froze. Talking about how he was feeling and his doubts and insecurities was not something he ever felt comfortable doing. The last person he had ever done that with to some degree was Lily Potter. He glanced back into Tonks' warm dark eyes. It's okay, she said softly, as if reading his mind. He stayed silent for a few more minutes. If I had stayed in contact with Lucius, I would have known. His voice drifted off. That's ridiculous. How could you have stayed in contact after he almost killed Draco? He slowly shook his head, his black hair falling into his face. Tonks suddenly reached over and, with the softest of touches, swept his hair back. Her hand lingered on the side of his face for a moment. His heart nearly stopped when she touched him so gently. His eyes met hers again. She cleared her throat awkwardly and removed her hand, knocking over her cup of coffee in the process. He immediately pulled out a handkerchief and mopped it up. She grinned. Thanks. How's Draco? I haven't seen him yet this morning. He was understandably upset last night. Seeing Lucius again must have led to a sleepless night. Did you give him any potion? I was going to, but he was in a very angry, defensive mood last night and practically tore out. Are you going to talk to him? She asked. Of course. We have an occlumency lesson this afternoon. I know it's probably very awkward for you to do so, but you need to reinforce that you care about him very much. Despite all his rebellious behaviors, he's quite insecure on how he fits in now, Tonks mused. A soft smile formed on Snape's lips. You have remarkable powers of observation. I'm an Auror. I have too. I told him last night that it was long overdue for him to call me Severus. Maybe that will help him feel more secure. She was thoughtful for a moment. Do you think since you are his guardian now, that he might want to call you Dad? He immediately shook his head. I'm not his father, and he still has too many issues with Lucius to go to that step. I don't think he feels, or perhaps will ever feel, comfortable enough to do that. Perhaps, she acknowledged, but there may be a point where he will. He's closer to you than you think. There's just too much other misleading emotion in the way. Misleading emotion. You know, anger, jealousy, hurt. Snape grew silent. He was very familiar with those emotions. He had tried to mechanically ignore them for years, but with Harry's arrival 6 years ago, many of those feelings again surfaced. Memories of Lily, hatred for James and his gang. Though he didn't like to admit it, it hurt that Lily had married James and had a son with him, a son that looked so much like James. But Lily and James were long dead now, and thinking about all those years ago didn't change anything. Tonks watched Snape. It was obvious her words had triggered something. Whether he was thinking about himself or Draco was a mystery. He sighed heavily. He glanced at Tonks, whose dark eyes were full of sympathy. She smiled softly. I think it might be beneficial if you were also kept an eye on Draco. Let him know that you. She raised an eyebrow and finished his thought, care about him. He nodded curtly, clearing his throat. She bit her tongue. Talking about caring and loving was something the Dark Potions Master was apparently a little uncomfortable with. Draco hurried down the hallways to the prefect's bathroom. It was still early enough that no one would be using it. They hadn't changed the code, so he could still get in, but he knew if he got caught Filch would come up with the vilest of detentions. The mermaid was still sleeping. The steamy bubble baths were of no interest to him this time. He headed straight to the far end to the showers and turned on the cold tap. He shrieked in shock as the icy water hit him. As unpleasant as it felt, his body started to calm down somewhat and thoughts of Hermione's warm body and her beast started to fade as he shivered. His heart jumped into his throat when he heard the water from another shower going. He realized he wasn't alone. After Ginny was safely out of the boys' dorm, Harry asked Ron from the password to the prefect's bath. Ron said he'd meet him there. He threw on his robe and hurried down the stairs. Ginny stood in the common room with Hermione. Both looked up startled to see him. Good morning, he said awkwardly. Ginny grinned mischievously and Hermione looked distracted. They both responded with a perfunctory response. He rushed out the door into the prefect's bath. He noted, with relief, that the mermaid was sleeping. He heard water and realized he wasn't alone. Should he risk it or head back to the crowded washrooms of the dorm? He quickly jumped in the shower stall furthest away from the sound of running water. The cold water gave him goosebumps and knocked away the memory of Ginny's body pressed up against him. He finished quickly and grabbed the towel that was hanging outside the stall. As he put on his glasses, he found himself looking into the startled gray eyes of Draco Malfoy. The blonde Slytherin sneered, "You aren't supposed to be in here." Harry was about to think of an excuse when the realization hit him. Neither are you. Their sparring was about to continue when they were interrupted by a giggle. Shocked, they both turned to see the floating apparition. Myrtle. She giggled again. "Hi, Harry. I've missed seeing you." She giggled again. "But then again, I have seen a lot of you today." Harry felt himself blushing. "Who's your friend?" "None of your business," Draco snarled. "Mo." Ning Myrtle didn't like that response and flew down, ending up nose to nose with Draco. "How dare you tell me it's none of my business when you are in my territory? It's lonely here, you know. I have to drift through the pipes to find a little excitement." With that, she flew right through him, drawing a startled gasp from him. "You nasty boy. You don't understand how boring my life is." She shouted at him. Draco looked stunned. "But you're dead, you don't have a life." She promptly burst into tears and dove into the nearest toilet with a loud splash. Draco stood mired to the spot, staring wordlessly at the toilet. "That was Mo, Ning Myrtle. She's a little sensitive." Draco smirked. "Apparently so. So why are you here?" The dark-haired Gryffindor asked. "I just wanted some privacy." "What about you?" "Same here. It's usually quite the madhouse over in the Gryffindor washrooms." "Same in Slytherin. Draco grew quiet. Harry didn't question him because he knew he must be referring to the fact he was no longer a prefect with special privileges. While they got dressed, they discussed the upcoming Care of Magical Creatures test. Hagrid has warned them it would include questions on everything covered since the fall. As they left the washroom, Ron walked up. There was still some tension between Ron and Draco, but it was relaxed compared to what it once was. They nodded at each other. "Malfoy. Weasley." Harry stopped to talk to Ron, saying, "See you later," to Draco. Hagrid had the class for their written exam in one of the Hogwarts classrooms. The advanced class included students from all of the houses. Hermione was already seated when Draco entered. She carefully ignored him, as she usually did in class, but he couldn't stop throwing careful glances every so often in her direction. She was wearing a soft, yellow, long-sleeved t-shirt that brought out golden highlights in her hair. He found his heart speeding up then. Annoyed with himself, he cleared his throat and focused on Pansy, who was sitting closely beside him. Harry and Ron entered the classroom. Harry had found himself feeling a little uncomfortable. Ron would likely be rather upset if he knew his little sister had spent the night in his bed. He wondered how Ron would feel if he asked Ginny to the Beltane dance. He didn't have much more time to think about it after they entered the classroom. Hagrid's test was remarkably hard, and for an hour and a half the students wrote feverishly. When time was up, there were loud groans and it was obvious that most students could have used more time. "I can't believe how long everyone took. I was finished half an hour ago," Hermione stated as they were leaving. Another class was waiting at the door, a combined one of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw 5th years. Ginny and Harry found themselves grinning at each other rather foolishly as they passed. Suddenly, Harry felt someone grab his arm. Startled, he looked into the dreamy expression of Luna Lovegood. He noted with detachment that she had also gripped Draco's arm. "Luna?" Harry asked when she just stood there almost frozen. Draco tried to pull away. Her breathing seemed to become rather labored. She closed her eyes and started to speak in a breathless voice. "Darkness, darkness descends and with it pain, pain beyond your worst nightmare. Don't run, they'll catch you." With a gasp, she suddenly stopped and looked at them calmly. "Have you heard that my father got a glimpse of a crumple-nosed Snarkack? He's going to describe his experience to the newspapers." That's great, Luna," Harry remarked as she let go of his arm. Draco frowned, but before he could say something nasty, Hermione pushed him forward. "What was she on about?" he snarled. "Who knows," Hermione answered, but she threw a worried look at Harry. He looked a little queasy. For a moment, the look in Luna's eyes before she closed them reminded him of Trelawney when she had made her prediction about Pettigrew rejoining Voldemort. A small shiver went up his back. On the way to their special transfigurations class, Harry couldn't get the hollow feeling out of his stomach. What if Luna wasn't just being her bizarre self? What if she was a seer like Trelawney? The thought lay heavy in his gut as he entered the classroom. Hermione and Neville were already there when Draco, Harry, and Ron entered. Professor McGonagall and Lupin were talking at the front of the class. "All right, children, there may come a time when it's vital for you to transfigure someone into an animal." Ron couldn't resist snickering. "You mean like when Professor Moody turned Malfoy into a ferret?" Draco's eyes went cold and he shot Ron a furious look. "No, Mr. Weasley, that was wrong. A perfect example would be if you were in danger and need to get away in a hurry. You could transform your companion into a horse." She threw Ron a stern look before continuing. "Now, please focus on the task at hand. There are many animals that can be useful. Normal creatures, such as horses, owls, etc., and of course magical creatures, such as thestrals, hippogriffs, and phoenixes. We are going to practice on large pieces of furniture to start. To convert a large piece of furniture into a magical creature, however, is advanced magic, and that's what you all need to be learning. The other students will have their class tomorrow. Professor, will we start out learning how to transfigure things into larger normal animals?" "Very good, Miss Granger, yes. It shouldn't be too hard, as you all know how to transfigure small animals, such as rats, birds, and such into objects." Lupin stepped in. "Miss Granger, would you like to try first?" Hermione nodded. She listened closely as McGonagall explained, then waved her wand, stating, "Transform Omulus," and aiming at the chair. Everyone gasped as in its place now stood a sturdy donkey that brayed loudly. "Well done, Miss Granger," McGonagall stated, obviously pleased. Draco smirked. "Very nice ass, Granger." She turned and threw him a look of disgust. "Are you seeking a detention, Mr. Malfoy?" McGonagall asked pointedly, her eyes boring into his. He scowled and shook his head, avoiding the glare from Ron and Harry. If Crabbe and Goyle were here, he knew they would have laughed. These Gryffindors had no sense of humor. He didn't notice as Neville's lip twitched slightly in amusement at the scene. "Draco, you are next," Lupin stated. He sighed deeply as he pulled out his wand and shouted, "Transformo Caninus," at the other chair. A huge black dog stood in its place. Draco was pleased that he had done it, but as he turned he realized everyone looked at him with horror. Harry's heart dropped to his feet when he saw a dog that looked very much like Snuffles. The raw pain of loss tugged at his breath as he dropped to one knee, beckoning the dog. He wrapped his arms around it, burying his face in its long black fur for a moment, relishing the warmth. "Harry," came Hermione's voice from a distance. "It's okay," he responded. "I just wanted to pretend for a minute." He pulled back, releasing the animal, and McGonagall quickly transfigured it back into a chair. Draco looked at McGonagall's disapproving stare and confessed softly, "I didn't think, I forgot that." She cut him off. "It's all right, Mr. Malfoy. I believe it wasn't done with malice." He was visibly relieved. His gaze ventured to Harry. "Sorry, Potter," he said, regret heavy in his voice. Harry nodded wearily. "Mr. Weasley, are you ready for an attempt?" Ron nodded and pulled out his wand. For a moment he remembered back to second year when his faulty wand had transfigured his rat into a cup with a tail. He hoped this would work out better. He shouted, "Transformo Grandis Avis," and to his amazement the table turned into an ostrich. "Well done, Ron." "Neville, are you ready?" asked Lupin. Neville nervously cleared his throat and waved his wand at a chair. It suddenly sprouted 4 legs and started running around the room, knocking over everything in its path. McGonagall stopped it and ordered Neville to try again. "Picture it with your mind when you wave the wand." Concentrating intently, he tried again, "Transformo Equus," and this time a gray horse stood in its stead. "Congratulations, Mr. Longbottom." McGonagall smiled. "Potter." Harry still felt shaken by the appearance of the large black dog. He took a deep breath and steeled himself against the memories that flashed through his mind just before he lifted his wand. Sirius flying to freedom on Buckbeak in his 3rd year popped up. He aimed his wand at the table, "Transformo Magus Conficio," and suddenly it became a hippogriff. "Harry, that was amazing," Lupin said as he put his hand on his shoulders. Draco backed away into the wall, memories of Buckbeak's talons tearing through his arm overwhelming him. McGonagall saw the terror in his eyes and immediately transfigured the creature back into a table. "Well done, Mr. Potter. How did you know to do that?" "I've been reading ahead in Hermione's book on transfigurations and wanted to try it." "Bloody hell, Harry. That was brilliant. If you were in trouble, you could fly away." Ron exclaimed with admiration. "I think that's enough for today. We'll resume this class tomorrow and follow Harry's lead to transfigure magical creatures, only this time from small objects," Lupin stated. Everyone groaned and then headed out. They headed down for dinner, but Harry didn't feel very hungry and decided instead to head outside. Just as he reached the door, Snape came through the door leading to the dungeon. "Harry, could I have a word with you?" he asked. When Harry nodded, he motioned for him to head down to the dungeon. Once they entered, Harry sat on one of the chairs by the fire. "Did you want to talk to me about something?" The potions master's dark eyes regarded him intently. "I wanted to see how you were feeling. Have you had any more nausea attacks?" "No, I've been trying not to get angry. I've been working on a new potion, but I need one more ingredient. I've ordered it from Russia and it should arrive by all tomorrow. Do you think it can help? Will it stop me from doing unforgivables and not give me side effects?" "I hope so." Snape kept staring at him intently, making Harry feel very uncomfortable. "Are you having any more nightmares?" "No. Even after yesterday." Harry grew silent in response. "Miss Chang's death was a shock to everyone, but I would imagine it was harder on you than most of the other students." Harry's green eyes sparked with annoyance. "Of course it was a shock. And if I hadn't been taking potions, perhaps I could have stopped Lestrange." Snape didn't respond, and when Harry looked up he saw what appeared to be pity in the dark eyes. He didn't want his pity. "Losing a first love is never easy," Snape responded in a soft voice. I don't think it was love. I fancied her all through 4th year and, of course, through part of year 5. "I see. So it was just a schoolboy crush." "I don't know." Harry grew thoughtful. "I was so excited whenever I saw her, but when we were actually together there never seemed to be much to talk about. She always wanted to talk about Cedric and I think maybe he was the one she really cared about. She likely cared about both of you." Harry smiled wryly. "Maybe. She was always supportive of me and didn't judge me like the others did when Skeeter printed all those lies about me." "I'm sorry, Harry," Snape responded sincerely. "So am I. She shouldn't have died," he said quietly. "Are there any other young ladies you fancy?" Harry swallowed heavily, thinking about Ginny in his bed last night. No. Sort of, not really." Snape chuckled softly at his obvious embarrassment. Harry had turned a slight shade of red. If there isn't anyone now, I'm sure there will be soon, Snape assured him. Harry stood up quickly. Thanks. I need to be going. I have to work on your potions essay. Snape's eyes narrowed. You haven't finished it. You've had a week to work on it. When Harry looked at him startled, Snape's lips twitched slightly as if trying to suppress a grin. Harry laughed softly and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized Snape wasn't really angry. Snape hesitated, then stepped closer, putting his hand on the younger wizard's shoulder. I know things have been very difficult for you, but don't forget to do some of the things you enjoy. You, more than anyone, knows how fast it can all end. The green eyes looked up at him with sadness, and Snape caved into the impulse and pulled Harry close for a moment. Then he patted him on the back and released him. Harry gave him a fleeting smile as he left the room. Draco reluctantly headed down to Snape's office. It was time for another occlumency lesson. Snape would yell at him again, he was sure. His knocked on the door and Snape's controlled voice said, "Come in." He went in and sat down in the chair across from Snape's desk. Severus regarded Draco's petulant stance. It was obvious that he was still upset and resentful. Are you all right? Fine. I've been worried about you. Draco didn't respond. We have a lot to talk about, Snape stated, making Draco shift uncomfortably in the chair. Why did you drink so much fire whiskey? He shrugged. I asked you a question and I would appreciate an answer, Snape said calmly, but there was an underlying warning in his voice. Because Zabini implied that I was your private toy, he stated icily. Snape closed his eyes for a moment. Because some idiot student was trying to rile you up, you run off and get drunk. Draco glared at him. Apparently. I am your guardian. I am responsible for you and... Draco cut him off. And I embarrassed you. So sorry, he said without a hint of sincerity. I love you. Don't you realize what it did to me, hearing that you almost died after taking Pepper up with fire whiskey? The gray eyes guiltily looked up at him. He sighed. I know it was stupid. I really am sorry. If something upsets you, I want you to come and talk to me. I don't know. Look, Severus, I'm not a kid anymore, Draco replied, exasperation in his voice. I know that you are growing up, but we are a family now, we stick together. Okay, he replied sullenly. Did you have any nightmares about seeing Lucius yesterday? Reluctantly, he replied, yes, but it was short. Nothing I couldn't handle. His guardian's black eyes looked worried, but then he got up. Are you ready for your lesson? He got up too and shrugged. I guess. Hold your wand out, clear your mind. Legilimens. The scene from the day before flashed through his mind, his aunt hurling the curse in his direction, Chang's blank eyes, and his father. He stumbled backwards, tripping over the chair, and then all went black. When he came to again, he found himself in his guardian's arms. Are you all right? You hit your head, you were out for a minute. I'm fine, he grumbled, clearly embarrassed. I've got a hard head, you know. Snape chuckled and helped him to his feet. Are you feeling well enough to continue? Yes. Legilimens. How dare you leave this house without my permission? I'm sorry. His father raised his wand. Crucio. The worst pain he had ever experienced tore through him. He fell to the floor. His mind was blurry when he opened his eyes, but he could make out a fuzzy form racing towards him. No, not again, he thought as a wave of anger rushed over him. There was no way he would let Lucius curse him again. Crucio. He screamed hysterically. The figure fell to the floor as Draco's sight cleared. Horrified, he saw Snape writhing on the ground. He quickly ended the spell as his guardian raised his eyes dark with fury. Draco found himself speechless, shaking, his heart was racing. Wordlessly, he turned and ran out of the door. He had just performed an unforgivable on his guardian, he would never forgive him for something like that. He ran up the stairs, almost colliding with Harry on the way. Malfoy. Malfoy. Harry's voice echoed after him. Wondering what had happened to result in Draco running in such a panic, he hurried down to Snape's office. The door was open and the potions master was painstakingly pulling himself to his feet by grabbing the desk beside him. Professor Snape, what happened? It was an accident. Draco didn't mean it. He's upset. Please go after him, bring him back here. Harry hesitated for a moment until Snape angrily shouted, go. With one last glance at the trembling man, he turned and ran up the stairs. He ran out of the building. A warm mist had begun to form over the lake. After not finding Draco there, he headed to the Quidditch field. Last he headed down to Hagrid's cabin and then to the edge of the dark forest. He knew he shouldn't be near the forest, but he finally saw Draco kneeling on the ground, coughing and gasping for air. He was hyperventilating again. Harry ran over to him, transfigured a leaf into a paper bag, and held it over his face. He took and breathed into it, calming down within a few minutes. What happened? Harry asked, wondering why Snape had been on the floor in obvious pain. Sod off, came Draco's hoarse reply. Snape sent me after you. The cold gray eyes looked up. I'm fine now, just go. Draco's heart was racing uncomfortably. He had just performed an unforgivable on Snape of all people. After all of his attempts to try the curse, why did it work now when he hadn't really meant it? Well, not for Snape. For his father, yes, well sort of. He put his hands over his face and took some deep breaths. Harry tentatively raised his hand to pat Draco's shoulder, but then retracted it. As hostile as the Slytherin was once again acting, it wouldn't be welcomed. Yet obviously something major had happened for him to tear out of Snape's office like that. Had he hurt Snape? What did you do to Snape? He asked hesitantly, putting his hand on his wand in case Malfoy lashed out with a hex. Draco dropped his hands startled and stared at him with an almost frightened look. He didn't say anything. Draco, what happened? Harry pressed him. He took another deep breath, then quietly, didn't he tell you? Harry shook his head. He was on the floor, possibly in pain. He told me to go after you, ordered me to actually. Draco looked away. He wanted to confess to Harry since Harry obviously knew how to do the curse, but he didn't trust him. How would he know that Harry wouldn't tell someone like Weasley who would tell his father and then he'd get thrown into Azkaban? He wasn't protected like Harry, who could get away with everything. He shook his head. Look, whatever happens, Snape is concerned about you. You need to go back and talk to him. With a curse, Draco got to his feet. Mind your own business, Potter, and just leave me alone. Exasperated with his patience waning, Harry got to his feet and grabbed Draco's arm. Are you ever going to stop being such a git? You can't stay in here, it's too dangerous. Draco's response, with icy eyes flashing, was to pull out his wand. Just as Harry had pulled out his, Draco froze, his eyes suddenly dilating in terror. Harry turned, his breath caught in his throat as 8 hooded Death Eaters surrounded them before either had a chance to react. The cold voice of Lucius Malfoy chilled the air as he aimed his wand at both of them. Accio wands. Both Harry and Draco's wands flew out of their hands. The moment seemed surreal as they stood in the foggy green forest, the light around them receding with encroaching darkness. Well. What have we here? My son raising his wand against Potter. Well done, Draco, luring him out here for us, Lucius stated, putting on a show of being a proud father in front of the other Death Eaters. Draco's throat was dry, his heart beating rapidly. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the last second caught the warning glance from Harry. He seemed so calm in comparison, yet his green eyes looked fierce and determined. Harry felt sick inside but furious at the same time. He should have known better than to run into the Forbidden Forest after Draco. He knew Draco hadn't set him up, but coming here had been a stupid action. He wished he hadn't taken the potion that morning, as he would have liked nothing better than to see Lucius writhing under his crucio. He hadn't recognized Bellatrix, though, and for that he was relieved. Being wandless and helpless in front of her was not a position he wanted to find himself in. One of the Death Eaters, grabbed him and, despite his struggle, stunned him. Before he was apparated away, he saw that Draco had frozen when Lucius grabbed his shoulders. Draco, for his part, felt like a rabbit in a snare and his father's grip was painful. He hated feeling helpless. Taking a deep breath, he tore loose from his father's grasp. The other Death Eaters had apparated away with Harry. Get your hands off of me. Tisk tisk, Draco. Is that any way to greet your father? The cold, emotionless voice cut through the air. Anyone who leaves me for dead is not my father. He spat back heatedly. Lucius sighed dramatically. Poor boy, playing the injured, mishandled, long-suffering child card are you. You pulled that off well. All those years growing up got you the best of all toys and gadgets. You only did that for show so everyone would see how loved the Malfoy heir was and how in public you both doted on me. Lucius smirked malevolently. Like it or not, you are the Malfoy heir and it's about time you started to act like it. In a split second, as Lucius' eyes widened in surprise, Draco turned and sprinted as fast as he could in the general direction of Hogwarts. He heard Lucius snarl behind him as flashes of light came from his wand, though the various hexes missed him. Harry was dragged into a dark, damp dungeon. There was one window in it, but it was completely barred off. With evil grins, the Death Eaters threw him on the floor, forming a circle around him. "If we caught you, we were promised a little fun." McNair was practically drooling. One of them lifted the stunning curse off of him and he barely had time to raise himself into a sitting position when he was hit by the first Cruciatus. Waves of agony coursed through him, turning his stomach. His scar felt like it had a knife slicing through it. He lay panting when it was over. Seconds later, another hit. When that one ended, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "You caught we Potter. The master will be so pleased," cackled Bellatrix. "Ooh, look at him all helpless." Wearily he opened his eyes. Seeing the evil gloating visage of the woman who had killed Sirius and Cho caused a wave of nausea to roll over him. He mustered every ounce of energy in himself and sprang to his feet. She pulled her wand on him as he snarled and launched himself at her. He did, however, succeed in knocking her wand loose. He had her pinned to the ground and, for a second, a flash of green flew from his eyes. She screamed loudly. Then he found his stomach cramping up and he vomited down the front of Bellatrix's robe. The Death Eaters pulled him up as Lestrange got to her feet, retrieved her wand, and performed a cleaning spell on herself. She was babbling, enraged and incoherent. She screamed, "Crucio," and Harry found himself hanging and writhing in pain from the other Death Eater's grips. She cursed him 2 more times until Harry had collapsed to the floor, incoherent from the agony tearing through him, his throat raw from screaming. Draco was almost at the edge of the forest when one of his father's hexes finally caught him. He fell to the ground as a result of a tripping hex. Terror gripped him when he was roughly hauled to his feet. "What do you think you are doing?" Lucius demanded in an irritated, clipped voice. "Getting away from the man who almost killed me." Draco spat. Lucius' grip on his shoulders tightened and he shook him roughly. "I was not intent on killing you. If you weren't so disrespectful, that wouldn't have happened. Get your hands off of me. As far as I am concerned, you are no longer my father." That earned him a slap across the face. "You are a Malfoy and I will always be your father. What is wrong with you, Draco?" He tried to pull out of the iron-hard grip. Lucius stared at him hard. "You are my son, a Malfoy, and we come from a long line of distinguished purebloods. I was proud of you from the moment you were born, my heir, with hair and eyes the same color as mine. I thought we would wield the power together, yet here you are acting like wrong brat. You don't care about me. You beat me, you brainwashed me, you've never said you love me. I'm just something for you to use." Lucius sneered unpleasantly. "I never beat you. I disciplined you when you deserved it. As for that last incident, I was angry and perhaps went a little overboard. Is that it? You want an apology? Fine. I am most sincerely sorry for that incident. I did not mean for you to almost die." He loosened his grip a little. Draco continued to glare at his father, not faltering for a moment. "As for love, that's an emotion for simpering fools. I don't waste time expressing it, but you should know that, as my son, it is a given that I love you." Draco snorted in disbelief. Lucius' hand came up and lightly caressed the cheek he had moments ago slapped. Draco flinched and froze, paralyzed by the sudden and unexpected gentle gesture. "Seeing you with your wand out at Potter made me very proud." His hand came up to smooth back his disheveled hair. "Your hair has grown longer and you are taller. In a while you will be as tall as I am and your hair will look like mine." He smiled gently, bringing his steel-gray eyes to meet Draco's. Draco trembled. For the first time in his life, his father had told him he loved him and acted like he cared. He thought of Severus and knew that he couldn't fall into that trap. His father had almost killed him, it didn't matter that he hadn't meant it. "You may think I am hard on you, but that's how my father was with me. I love you, Draco," his father stated, his voice sounding strained and forced. Then he pulled him close, resting his chin on his head. Every gut instinct in him screamed to pull free, but he found his arms going around his father and, for a moment, he allowed himself the comfort of burying his face against his shoulder. A lump formed in his throat and he wondered why it couldn't have always been like this. Harry lay on the hard stone floor curled into a ball. His stomach churned, His head hurt as if a bludger had hit it, but worst of all were the words that Bellatrix had sadistically whispered in his ear as the Death Eaters left. "Baby Harry, are you starting to realize there is nothing you can do to stop us? The Dark Lord will kill you, just like I did your godfather. Maybe you'll get to see him beyond the veil. In fact, I think I hear him calling you, woof woof." She cackled maliciously again. He was covered in sweat and found his eyelids too heavy to lift. Every bone and muscle ached unbearably. He dozed off for a while, and when he awoke he realized someone's hand was on his shoulder. He still couldn't seem to open his eyes. When he tried, he ended up groaning softly. "Potter, what did they do to you?" came Draco's quiet voice. Despite how miserable he felt, he managed to force open his eyes. He couldn't believe that Draco's hand was on his shoulder, but it was true, the Slytherin actually seemed concerned. "Cruciatus," he managed to choke out, his voice hoarse and strained. "Was it the Dark Lord?" he whispered. No, it wasn't Voldemort. He felt the hand on his shoulder flinch slightly. "Death Eaters, Bellatrix. Do you want water or?" He stopped and Harry realized had taken off his own cloak and threw it over him as he shivered. "Water, thanks." Draco went to a faucet in the stone wall. He ran the water for a moment then cupped his hands, filling them. Harry hesitated but then took a few gulps from the blonde's hands to try and ease the soreness of his throat. "What happened with you and Lucius?" Draco wiped his hands on his clothes and haltingly told him what his father had said and done. Harry looked up at him, concerned. "You don't," he took a deep breath, "believe him, do you?" The blonde snorted. "Of course not. He's just trying to manipulate me." Harry studied him thoughtfully. "Still, hearing him say that he loves you, it must have been weird." "I'm not an idiot, Potter. If it hadn't been for Dumbledore and Snape, I would have died because of him." Harry stayed quiet. He knew by the defensive tone in his voice that he was confused and that Lucius' words had had an effect on him. He cleared his throat. "Are you okay?" Draco stayed silent, his eyes stubbornly focused on the far wall. "You know that Snape is the one that really cares about you. He must be half out of his mind wondering where you are." Draco finally looked at him, his stormy eyes worried and fearful. "How are we going to get out of this?" Harry tried to shake his head, but the attempt sent sharp jabs through his scar. He took a shaky breath. "Do you have any idea where we are?" "No, my father apparated me here just outside the cell door and told me I'd still have to prove myself to him, so I'm supposed to keep an eye on you." "Prove yourself." Wincing, Harry lifted his head a little so he could slide his arm under it. He grew thoughtful. "Promise me that you'll do whatever he asks. He'll start to trust you and maybe that will be our way to escape. Maybe we can apparate out of here," he speculated hopefully. "No. After he left I tried, but without my wand I can't do much and I think there are wards on this cell. Try to transfigure something into an owl so we can send a message." "I don't have my wand," he stated, frustrated. "Why don't you try and curse them? You don't need your wand for that." "I tried, but I'm on that medication that turns my stomach when I get angry." "Great, that's helpful," the Slytherin said sarcastically. Harry scowled then asked, "What happened with Snape?" When Draco didn't answer, he continued. "Since that led to the mess we are in, I think I have a right to know." Draco slumped against the wall beside him and started to explain reluctantly. "It was an occlumency lesson. My father had cursed me in my memory, and when someone ran over to me, I thought it was him and I pointed my wand and performed the Cruciatus, only it wasn't my father, it was Severus." Harry grew quiet for a moment before he continued. "It was obviously an accident, so why did you run like that? Why do you think? I had just cursed my guardian with an unforgivable. He must have been furious." Harry slowly shook his head. "I think he was more worried than anything else." Draco sighed. "I'm sorry." Harry's eyebrow lifted, although Draco was off, staring at the wall again and didn't notice. He and the Slytherin had come a long way, but the apology was still a big surprise. "It's not like you did it on purpose." The blonde head shook. "No," he replied quietly. "Have you been able to master occlumency?" A flash of resentment entered the gray eyes. "Not yet," he replied curtly. "I'm only asking because of Snape. You really need to focus on blocking your thoughts, otherwise." Draco looked alarmed. "Oh Merlin, I'm going to get him killed." His breathing went up a notch. "Calm down, don't hyperventilate," Harry whispered sharply. Draco took some deep breaths to calm himself. How am I supposed to do that? He asked with frustration heavy in his voice. Just concentrate on blocking them out, force whatever is trying to access your mind to get out. I don't know how. The blonde shouted. Shish. Harry felt himself getting a bit irritated until he remembered back on how full of hate he had felt when Snape kept getting into his head and getting impatient with him for not being able to master it. Snape had never told him how, he had to figure it out himself. He took a deep breath. When you feel someone, I can't feel when someone gets into my mind. Dumbledore did it and I had no idea. His voice sounded panicked. All right then, when you are in a situation with people you don't trust, be angry that someone is trying to break in and so picture them being thrown out. I can't explain it, you just need to feel it. Is that how you learned it? It took me a long time. He stopped for a moment, grimacing as his head gave a painful jolt. He gingerly put his hand over his scar and sighed. But yes, that's how I finally learned how to do it. Leaning over, Draco took off Harry's tie then soaked it in water. Here, move your hand. He placed it across his forehead like Hermione had done for him when he felt so sick from too much sun. The coolness helped the pain ebb. He glanced up at Draco. Thanks. The blonde shrugged. I wonder if our disappearance has been noted yet, Harry said out loud, imagining how Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and the others felt, especially Dumbledore and Snape. Draco inhaled sharply, thinking of Snape. And it's my fault. Why the hell did you have to follow me into the forest? Because Snape told me to get you, because I wasn't really thinking, because you couldn't breathe, his voice trailed off. Neither boy spoke after that, their thoughts absorbed in silence. Severus, calm down, Dumbledore said calmly, as he sent messages to the Order after having all the portraits search the castle for the boys. Hagrid has checked the grounds and is venturing into the forest. Snape groaned. I have a bad feeling that Draco ran in there and Harry, on my request, took off after him. I would have thought at least one of them would have had the sense to stay out of there. The Dark Lord probably has them. He spoke the last sentence in a whisper. He refused to look into the headmaster's eyes, feeling that he would see the guilt he felt reflected there. I need to go and find them. Severus, no. Dumbledore responded sternly. You need to stay put until we've explored every possibility. You showing up when you haven't been summoned will endanger not only yourself but also Harry and Draco. His dark eyes finally snapped up to meet the headmaster's steady gaze. Harry could be dying right now, or worse, he could already be dead. No, he is not. I would know, was the quiet reply. Snape scoffed. How could you know? I have a Advigilo charm on him. He is still alive, of that I am certain. What about Draco? Lucius could be beating him to death. His voice came out strained and harsh. Severus, get a hold of yourself. Do you really believe Lucius would kill him after Voldemort grew so furious with him last time? With a frustrated groan, Snape collapsed into the nearest chair with his hands over his face. Soon Hagrid's worried face appeared in the flow. I'm afraid there's signs of a struggle just inside the forest. I also found a paper bag all crumpled in the moss. Snape groaned again. He must have had a panic attack. Thank you, Hagrid. Stay around your cabin just in case one of them broke away. Just then, Jones, Shacklebolt, Tonks and Lupin entered. I need the four of you to head into Nocturne Alley in disguise to find out anything you can, then report back to me. Snape stood up, but the headmaster shook his head. No, Severus, not yet. Tonks' heart had been beating rapidly ever since she heard the news. She was worried about both of them. She could only imagine how Snape felt. He looked worn and was even paler than usual. Impulsively, she went over to him, putting her arms around his neck. Hang in there. They are both tough and resourceful. He froze at first but then reciprocated by clasping her tightly. Find out all you can, but be careful, he whispered in her ear. She gave him a wry smile as she pulled away and left with the others. After a while, Harry felt a little better and was able to pull himself into a sitting position, but he still felt like the Hogwarts Express had run him over numerous times. Do you think Snape will come? Asked Draco. I don't know. It might be too dangerous for him to just show up. We're going to have to find a way out of here on our own. We need to get a wand. Draco laughed bitterly. Sure, I'll just ask my dad for one. Harry frowned and mused. Can you lead him to believe that you want to practice your Cruciatus on me or something? He won't believe it, and even if he did, he'd want to watch. The dark-haired wizard grimaced. I wonder why we haven't seen Voldemort yet. He'd expected to have dodged the Avada Kedavra curse hurled at him at least half a dozen times by now. Maybe he's off somewhere killing muggles, Draco stated nonchalantly. Listen, Malfoy. If you get a chance to escape without me, take it, Harry stated sincerely. Draco laughed harshly. You forget, I'm a Slytherin, of course I'd take it. I'm not noble like you Gryffindors. He snorted, once a prat, always a prat. The Slytherin glanced at him. Even if that were to happen, I'd send help back, you know. Green eyes lifted to look into gray and Harry smiled grimly. For some reason, I actually believe you. He handed him back his cloak. Here, it's getting colder and you'll need this. I'm feeling a bit better now. Draco wrapped it around himself, looking immensely disgruntled. He glanced at Harry for a moment and reflected in his eyes. Harry saw what he himself was feeling, fear. Wrapping his own cloak around himself, he wearily said, we better get some sleep while we can. Draco nodded, sinking to the hard ground, complaining bitterly about not having a pillow. Harry couldn't help grinning at the spoiled blonde's grumbles and curses. As the night wore on, both boys fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, Harry was awakened with a kick in the ribs. He sprang to his feet to confront Nott, who held a wand on him. He glanced over at Draco, who was at the end of Lucius' wand. Swallowing hard and summoning up courage he didn't feel, Harry snarled, "Where's Voldemort?" Everyone in the room cringed. Lucius recovered the fastest. "Are you so eager to meet your end?" He spat. Then, smirking, he continued, "He's taking care of some important business right now that doesn't concern you. Don't worry, little boy, we'll take care of you until he returns," came the cackling voice of Bellatrix as she joined the other two Death Eaters. Harry's anger and hatred welled up. He focused his energy on Bellatrix. A weak green light shot from his eyes, but this time she sidestepped him. Just as the day before, Harry vomited as he fell to his knees. What's the matter with him? How can he do that without a wand? Bellatrix shrieked at Draco. Lucius' hand painfully gripped his shoulder as he smoothly lied, "I don't know." She stepped closer to him and slapped him hard. "You lie. Get your hands off of my son." Lucius snarled at her. Bellatrix stepped back and her eyes narrowed. "Crucio!" she yelled at Harry, who had shakily risen to his feet. His churning stomach hadn't been able to settle when he was hit by the unforgivable. Fire coursed through his bones, his head felt as if it would explode, sweat poured down his body. Gasping and trying to suppress the tortuous screams threatening to work their way up his throat, he pulled himself to his knees. Bellatrix leered at him, her face full of satisfaction. "That should teach you to mind your manners, but I think it needs to be reinforced." She glanced at Draco. "Your turn. Let's see if your daddy has reason to be proud." Draco took the wand she offered him. He made note of where Nott, his father, and Crabbe and Goyle were standing. The chance to escape, if there was one, was slim. "Draco has not mastered the Cruciatus curse yet," Lucius said coldly to the black-haired Death Eater. In that split second, as the two Death Eaters were focused on each other, Harry and Draco's eyes met. Harry nodded slightly and Draco knew what he had to do. He lifted the wand and shouted, "Crucio," at Harry, but nothing happened. Bellatrix laughed hysterically but Draco shouted angrily, "Wait." "Draco." Lucius drawled. "I can do this." He sneered at his father. "I owe him for all the years of humiliation and for being a Muggle and mudblood lover." For effect, Harry narrowed his eyes, goading him on. "Give it your best shot, ferret boy. You couldn't curse a flobberworm." Draco let all the animosity and years of hatred wash over him, the golden boy who bested him at Quidditch, at the Owls, and who was loved and adored and always in the limelight. Precious Potter, who now even had Snape under his power. He sneered, pointed his wand and shouted, "Crucio." Potter fell back on the ground. It wasn't as bad as it had been when Voldemort or Bellatrix cursed him, but still shards of glass tore through his body and he bit his lip to keep from crying out. Draco, trembling, lifted the curse. "Again," ordered Lucius, smiling maliciously. Biting his lip, Draco again mustered up past hatred and cursed Harry, who now lay curled up on the dungeon floor. He quickly lifted it again. "Well done, but longer this time. You are proving worthy to be my nephew," Bellatrix cackled. Something inside of Draco snapped. "No, he's had enough." "What did you say?" Lucius asked in a controlled, icy voice. Harry's green eyes looked at Draco in alarm. Despite breathing rapidly, Draco said coolly, the Dark Lord will want him whole. Nod nodded. The boy has a point. Draco relaxed a bit. Suddenly, the Death Eaters in the room all gasped, clutching their forearms. He's back. The Death Eaters headed out of the cell, ordering Crabbe and Goyle to bring Potter. They reached down and hauled Harry to his feet, prodding him to walk out of the cell and down the hall. Draco took the opportunity and lunged ahead, dropping Crabbe with a stunning curse, grabbed Harry's arm, and attempted to apparate. Nothing happened. He tried again, but this time Lucius viciously grabbed his arm, ripping the wand out his hand. Fury emanated from his steel-gray eyes. His gaze never left Draco's as he spoke to Crabbe and Goyle. Deliver the prize to the Dark Lord. Apparently, my son wanted the glory all to himself. Crabbe and Goyle looked stupidly at each other and nodded. I will deal with him. Go on, I will join you shortly. They left, dragging Harry between them. What did you think you were doing? Lucius hissed. Draco thought quickly. I wanted Severus to get credit for having caught him. I wanted him to deliver him to the Dark Lord. I am, after all, the one who got him into the forest. A malicious sneer materialized on Lucius' face. You may fool the others who are half-wits at the best of times, but you won't manipulate me. You were attempting to escape with the Potter brat. Now why would that be? I'm not lying. Draco spat back. Lucius stepped back, pointing his wand as a flash of fear sparked in his son's silver gaze. Gaugurio, he whispered, giving a slash of his wand. Draco gasped out loud as a bloody strip of pain tore across his arm. Your guardian cast this spell on me a while back. I thought it might just be the fitting punishment for you. Mark my words, Draco, you will concede to all my wishes one way or another. He flicked his wand again, causing Draco to fall to his knees as a welt of fire burned across his stomach. 3 more deep gashes found their way across his back before Lucius lifted him to his shaky legs. You will not shame me. Understood. He drawled coldly. Draco nodded obediently even as the hatred welled in his heart. A knock on the door startled Snape. He ran over and flung it open to find Tonks standing there. He grabbed her arm and pulled her in. What did you find out? Do we know where they are? She shook her head. It doesn't look good. Our snitch didn't even know that Harry and Draco had been taken. She was worried sick over them, but now, looking into the haunted dark eyes of the potion's master, she realized anything she was feeling was nowhere near as potent as what Severus was experiencing. He looked absolutely traumatized. Softly she said, they'll be all right. He snorted angrily. The Dark Lord will kill Harry. He has tried every single time they've encountered each other. And Lucius, Merlin knows what Lucius is doing to Draco right now to convert him back to the dark side. There is no limit to his cruelty. He paced the room restlessly. I'm going to find them. No. Tonks shouted. Dumbledore said for you to stay put until you hear from him. You aren't going anywhere. He turned on her, his fear turning into a rage. Dumbledore can, fix this. I can show up in the Death Eater camp and inquire about my ward. I will find them. Get out of the way. He growled as Tonks blocked the door. He pulled his wand out, but she shouted, Accio wand, before he had a chance to use it. His eyes widened in surprise. Tonks, I have to go. He spat out in a barely controlled voice. White-faced, she responded, listen to me, Severus, you will get yourself and the boys killed if you go in this state. Let's go to Dumbledore. He can arrange to have Aurors and members of the Order lying in wait if you go. He stood tall and menacing in front of her. Get out of my way. No. As he took a step towards her, she threw her arms around his neck. He attempted to gently dislodge her, but she turned her head and at him long on the mouth. He froze in her arms, shocked to the core by her actions. She pressed her head on his chest. Please, Severus, don't do this on your own. Think of the boys. He took a deep, shuddering breath then rested his forehead on hers. I want to help them. I can't lose them, he whispered. Harry found himself in a large room with a blazing fireplace. More Death Eaters stood in the room on either side of the chair that faced the fire. He was thrust forward as the chair slowly revolved. He braced himself as he came eye to eye with the man who had wreaked havoc on this life since birth. The red eyes blazed fervently. Welcome, Harry. We meet again. I trust you have been treated well during my absence. Voldemort smiled coldly. I've had an enjoyable journey. You might be interested in knowing that Cornelius Fudge is no longer the Minister of Magic. In fact, He is no longer anything. You killed him. Harry questioned. He wouldn't have wished him dead, but he harbored no good feelings for the incompetent man. He had become a problem and he was eliminated, not unlike you will be. But first, Harry Potter, I have brought back some presents for you. Zabini, a Death Eater, who Harry realized must be Blaise Zabini's father, came forward with two young children, a girl and a boy. Both were redheads and made Harry think of Ginny and Ron. I suspect that you know what the prophecy says. His insides curled and he found himself stammering, No. Your stutter is not very convincing, Harry. Harry occluded his mind quickly, sensing that it was at risk. Voldemort frowned, his red eyes narrowing. Crucio. His wand pointed at the little girl, who screamed and fell to the ground crying. When he lifted his wand, he regarded Harry thoughtfully. Harry had frozen, but his stomach revolted. His first reaction would have been to rush to the child, but he knew it wouldn't have helped other than to inflame the Death Eater's enjoyment. He remembered Snape's breathing exercises and focused on staying calm. Still have no desire to share the knowledge. Harry's voice sounded calmer than he felt. As you know, the prophecy was smashed because of your Death Eaters. I never got a chance to see it. Voldemort's lizard-like smile widened. I bet, however, that your headmaster told you all about it. Harry shook his head as Voldemort cursed the red-headed boy. I grow weary of your childish denial. Just then, Lucius and Draco entered. Harry looked over and, to his dismay, saw the blood on Draco's shirt. The blonde refused all eye contact and stared stormily at his feet. Lucius had a death grip on his arm, holding him upright. I apologize for my tardiness. My son needed a lesson in obedience. Voldemort nodded. You are just in time for the grand finale. Unless, of course, Harry here decides to tell the truth. It was at that moment that Harry realized that the two Muggle children would be killed. For a split second, he debated telling him the prophecy, but then reason took over. He would tell and Voldemort, laughing, would kill the children anyway, and then Harry. He thought frantically for alternatives. One last chance, Harry Potter, or you can say goodbye to these little Muggles. With a sinking feeling of despair in his heart, Harry cleared his throat. Fine, I'll tell you. If you kill me, your powers will die with me. Voldemort laughed harshly. You would lead me to believe that you kept the prophecy from me if that were the outcome. Harry replied calmly, No, that isn't all. If I kill you, I will lose all my powers and have to live as a Muggle or a Squib. That can't be all, Voldemort said suspiciously. Harry shook his head. There was likely more, but Professor Dumbledore never heard the rest. The silence in the room was ominous until Voldemort pulled his wand and snarled, Avada Kedavra, twice. The two children dropped where they had stood, their eyes wide with terror. Harry took a shuddering breath. His heart literally ached and his eyes burned, his body rigid in shock. Draco had involuntarily shuddered, but Lucius' nails digging into his shoulder prevented him from displaying any other emotion. The Death Eaters laughed and snickered. Voldemort's ugly visage pressed close to Harry. You've probably gotten used to seeing death, but Harry Potter, I'd like you to see plenty more. He waved his wand over the room and Harry suddenly found himself in the forest. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna were there as well as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Remus, McGonagall, Tonks, and Dumbledore. Death Eaters outnumbered them, yet valiantly they all fought. Dementors hovered over the area like hungry vultures. Hexes and curses flew and spells fell. Neville was battling it out with McNair when he was stunned, falling to the ground. A flash of black descended on him and Harry watched with horror as Neville's soul was cut out. Then he saw Snape in Death Eater attire snarl, Avada Kedavra, at Hermione. She fell lifeless at his feet. Harry ground his teeth, trying to stay in control. His heart was beating rapidly and he said over and over again in his mind, It's not real. It's not real. Ron fell at the end of Bellatrix's wand. Luna at Zabini's, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley at Lucius' wand, Remus during a duel with Crabbe and Goyle. McGonagall at McNair's. Tonks perished at Voldemort's hand as Dumbledore appeared. Flashes of light flew through the air, trees fell, and thunder followed. When the dust cleared, Voldemort stood triumphant. Dumbledore was dead at his feet. Harry's heart was beating so rapidly he felt dizzy. A pretty picture, don't you think? It is the future, Harry. Harry couldn't stop the shiver that ran through him. It's only your beaked version of it. I won't let it happen, he responded hoarsely. The Dark Wizard smiled condescendingly. Yes, of course. The famous Harry Potter did such a good job of preventing his godfather's death as well as all the others. I quiver in anticipation how you will stop me. He stepped closer to Harry and whispered, Crucio. Agony coursed through him and seared him, leaving him breathless, his throat raw. Take him back to his cell. Perhaps some of his friends will try and rescue him. I'd love to supply you all with more entertainment. Yes, my lord, that would be something to look forward to, replied Nott. Harry was brought back to his cell where he collapsed against the stone wall. The anger he had felt in front of Voldemort dissipated, replaced instead by a despair so great he could barely move. The horror for the two children who had died made him draw his shaky legs up to this chest. He wrapped his arms around them, dropping his head down. The thought that everyone he cared about could die in front of him like that, all for Voldemort's sadistic pleasure at torturing him. He took a shaky breath, screwing his eyes shut tightly to try and prevent the horrible images from replaying over and over again in his mind. Lucius kept Draco back when Harry was hauled back to the cell. He had managed to put on an icy facade during the death of the two children and the Dark Lord's vision of the future. Inwardly, he felt like he would be sick and his chest hurt with every breath he took. The bloody wounds on his body hurt like hell and it took every ounce of resilience in him to not whimper every time Lucius tightened his hold. I hope you have finally learned your lesson, Draco. I warn you now not to push me again, or you will force me to do something that neither of us would want. Quote. He glared at his father. What? Kill me for real? No, I would never kill you, but I will break your will. You are a Malfoy and you will be a Death Eater. You will submit. Looking around to make sure the Dark Lord wasn't nearby, Draco spat, I won't ever be subservient like you. I won't be anyone's South Avenue. A backhanded slap knocked him off his feet. The pain from his wounds tore through him. I suggest you mind your manners. Throwing tantrums against the Dark Lord is not wise. His hand went up to his bloody lip as he closed his eyes for a moment. He could feel blood trickling from his wounds. My lord, you have impeccable timing as always. May I ask a favor of you? Draco has become rather willful under Severus' care and I think he would benefit greatly from a chastisement from you. May I be so bold as to ask for one for him? Lucius practically purred. Stand up, young Malfoy. Draco is it? Voldemort asked. Lucius nodded. Named after the dragon. Let's hope you have the same strength and fire after you've been properly trained. He narrowed his horrible red eyes as he lifted Draco's chin. He looks a lot like you, Lucius, same hair and those wonderful Quicksilver eyes. He smiled curtly. But when I hear that you are giving your father, one of my valued Death Eaters, a hard time. Well, we can't have that. Until you become a Death Eater and pledge yourself to me, you are expected to give total obedience to your father. He almost killed me, Draco managed to growl despite the quivering in his limbs. The Dark Lord glared. Neither your father nor I gave you permission to speak. Crucio. Draco screamed as waves of agony tore through him. He was close to fainting when the spell was lifted. He lay on the ground, whimpering and shaking. Hurt didn't it? Well now, little boy, perhaps if you are intelligent you will learn from this. Harry lay curled up with his cloak wrapped tightly around him. The cold seemed to seep in through the stones. He felt sick and he couldn't seem to get the images of children out of his mind. He whispered, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, over and over again. He heard the door opening and realized that Draco was back. He heard him fall to his feet. He was too weary to go over to him, so he waited for the Slytherin to speak, but aside from some raspy breathing there was no sound. After a while, he painfully pulled himself upright. Draco, he whispered. There was no response. He remembered the blood on his shirt and wondered how badly he had been injured. Gritting his teeth, he made his way over to him. Draco sat on the floor, hunched over his knees, his face hidden. Harry tentatively put his hand on his shoulder, earning a sharp hiss from the blonde. He lifted his hand quickly. Sorry. What did he do to you? Draco took a deep breath, clearing his throat. The Gaugurio spell. Apparently Severus used it on him after he almost killed me. My dear father thought it would be an appropriate punishment. Then, he stopped to cough. He also got the Dark Lord to curse me with the Cruciatus. Harry sighed. Here, let me see. As gently as he could, he removed his cloak, leaving him wincing. His white shirt was soaked red. The sight of it made Harry inhale sharply. He got up and retrieved the tie Draco had used on him earlier. He soaked it in the water and returned to the now shivering Slytherin. Let's see if we can get the gashes to stop bleeding. Draco didn't move for a moment, then reluctantly pulled himself a little more upright and unbuttoned his shirt. Both boys were still trembling from the after effects of the Cruciatus curse, the shock of seeing the children die, and the vision Voldemort has conjured. Harry helped pull off the shirt. His stomach rolled uncomfortably at the sight of Draco's bloody wounds. "That's a rather barbarous spell," he commented. Draco just nodded. Draco inhaled sharply and his body grew rigid as Harry carefully dabbed the blood away. When he felt a little more comfortable, Harry helped him put the bloody shirt back on, as it was better than nothing against the cold. He wrapped his cloak around him again. "Feel a little better?" The blonde wizard nodded again. "Yeah, thanks." Then, glancing at him briefly, added, "Sorry my plan failed." Harry shrugged. "Thanks for trying. I've ruined it for any further attempts. There's no way my father would trust me. Not now. We'll find a way," Harry responded determinedly. Again the gray eyes came up and, with equal determination, he responded, "With my resourcefulness and what exactly is it that you Gryffindors have?" Harry smiled wryly. "Courage." Draco rolled his eyes. "Fine. With my resourcefulness and your courage, we'll find a way out." He paused. "I just can't move much right now." "Me neither," Harry responded quietly. "Let's just rest. Do you think they'll throw us any food?" "Highly unlikely. Not unless Lucius decides to feed you." Draco laughed harshly and gingerly lay down on his side. Harry followed suit, wrapping his cloak around tightly. The dampness of the dungeon settled over them. "I'll go in disguise," Snape stated softly in her ear. Tonks sighed, giving up. "All right, Severus, but not without me." "Absolutely not." He released her, pulling back. "I'm going alone." Her eyes flashed. "Then I will tell Dumbledore before you even exit the castle." His dark eyes grew cool. He sneered and pulled his wand, but she was quicker, pointing it at him, ready to utter a spell. They stood facing each other, he frozen, she anticipating. "Well, Severus, are you going to hex me?" she asked pointedly. He didn't reply for a moment, then, with an angry snort, put his wand away, never breaking eye contact with her. "Let's go then," he spat out. "We're wasting precious time." She screwed up her face, concentrating very hard. Her spiky pink hair grew long, dark, and silky, her eyes shimmered blue with violet lights. He stood dumbfounded for a moment. She was an enchantress. He cleared his dry throat. "Well?" she asked impatiently. He cleared his throat nervously. "You look fine," he managed to choke out as a spot of color rose to his face. She frowned. "Never mind about me, where's your disguise?" Realization dawned on him. "Oh." Then, with half a smile, his body suddenly shrunk and, with a flash of black feathers, all that remained was large, black raven. She realized the dark penetrating eyes looking back at her were very much Severus. She grinned. "Well, my pretty, shall we go?" He gave an annoyed raucous caw then flew to her shoulder. He stood waiting in Dumbledore's office, Fox cooed soothingly. "Hello Harry," came the voice from behind him. He turned and gasped. His heart sped up and his throat went dry. The portrait hanging behind him was Sirius. He smiled wryly. "Sirius," Harry whispered. "What are you doing here?" The portrait looked sad. "We're all here, Harry." What?" he asked, then, with a growing sense of horror, his eyes wandered across the wall. His heart stared to beat erratically as he saw people he cared about within every frame. "Why are you there?" he found himself whispering. "We're dead, Harry. Voldemort and his Death Eaters killed us," Hermione explained solemnly. No, you can't be." He turned away only to face the other wall. "Ginny." "Harry, it's okay. At least you are still alive," she said softly. How did?" His voice trailed off. He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. "Pettigrew killed me on Tom's orders." "I'm sorry." He was shaking, his legs felt wobbly. "Ron." "Hey, mate," Ron said trying to give a wry smile. "I guess no more Quidditch for me." The swelling knot in his throat prevented him from speaking. "You weren't any good at it anyway." Harry looked up to see a familiar blonde smirking at Ron. "Draco, you can't be here. You were just with me." He shrugged lightly. "The Dark Lord didn't believe me to be worthy of being a Death Eater, so he Avada Kedavra'd me." "I tried to protect you," Harry said hopelessly. Draco nodded. I know, but you weren't there when it happened. He paused, looking at his shoes. There wasn't anything you could have done, Potter. Harry looked into the dark eyes of Professor Snape. Why are you here? He figured it out, Snape sighed. It's not your fault, Harry, came Mrs. Weasley's soothing voice. His eyes burned. No, not you too. Harry, you need to be strong. You can defeat him. You are the light. His breath caught in his throat. Professor Dumbledore, he choked out. You are the most powerful wizard, you can't be dead, he said in a panicked voice. Hush, Harry, and never mind about my death. I am old, it was my time. You are the carrier of the light now. Harry frantically shook his head. Not without all of you. He closed his eyes, frantically shaking his head, trying to dispel the images of the children who had died and his friends dead with only their essences captured behind portraits. He was gripped and shaken roughly. Startled, he opened his eyes and found himself staring into gray eyes. He blinked, then grabbed Draco's shoulders hard. You're alive. Draco winced as Harry's fingers pressed against one of the gashes his father had inflicted on him. Harry registered the pained expression on the Slytherin's face and quickly released his hold. Breathing harshly, he turned away, squeezing his eyes shut. He was in the dungeon and it had been a nightmare, likely sparked by Voldemort's vision. What was that all about? Draco asked. Nothing, he automatically replied. Nothing. So you normally whimper and thrash about at night when others are trying to sleep. Must be a real treat for all the noble Gryffindors sharing a dorm with you, Draco replied sarcastically. Just shut up and go back to sleep, Harry ordered him as he lay back down. Draco didn't move, however, and just sat there staring at him. He had an odd look on his face that Harry didn't recognize. What? He demanded. Draco's eyes narrowed. Just sod off, Potter. He turned his back on the Gryffindor and slowly lay down. He was annoyed with himself. For some reason, the fact that Potter didn't tell him about his nightmare and thereby obviously didn't trust him, bothered him. The way he had grabbed him and shouted, "You're alive," like it had mattered to him. Whatever the nightmare had been about, he had been in it. Harry didn't want to close his eyes. He didn't want to experience any more nightmares. He stared at the Slytherin's back and, in the dim light from the torch at the entrance, he realized with horror that new blood had seeped out onto Draco's shoulder. He frowned. Do you bleed easily? He blurted out. Draco's back stiffened, but he didn't reply. When I just grabbed you, I seem to have made the wound on your back bleed again. Draco sat up painfully and turned to him, his eyes icy. Not that it's any of your business, Potter, but I have thin blood. All Malfoys do. I bleed easier and it takes longer to heal. Madame Pomfrey and Severus both know and give me special potions when I get injured. Realization dawned on Harry. So when Buckbeak scratched you and you took forever to recover, you weren't faking it. The gray eyes narrowed. If you're talking about the disgusting hippogriff, then yeah, I wasn't faking it. There was silence in the room for a moment. Harry noted, it can't be much fun, then, being a pureblood. Draco raised his chin haughtily. Better than a thick mudblood. The Gryffindor shook his head at him, obviously disgusted. Yet, he offered, do you want me to put some cold water on it? Draco stared at the dark-haired wizard distrustfully for a moment, and then his eyes softened and he shook his head. He lay down, facing Harry this time. Why did you grab me and say, you're alive? This time, green eyes flashed with resentment. The last thing he wanted to do was talk about his nightmare, but now he felt guilty for making Draco's wound bleed again. He sighed with a touch of annoyance. I dreamt that everyone I cared about was dead and you were all portraits hanging in Dumbledore's office. Everyone's essences spoke to me. Draco's eyes widened. You dreamt about me. He stammered. Harry nodded. Disbelief was evident on his face. You care about me? He asked tentatively. Harry smiled gently. If you'd asked me that a year ago, I would have given a different answer, but yeah, I don't want you to get killed or hurt. Draco broke eye contact. Years ago when he had found out that the famous Harry Potter would be at Hogwarts, he wanted to be his friend. His father would have been so pleased to have him be his friend so that he would have known the inner workings of Potter's mind. But now, for different reasons, he truly found himself pleased that Potter had let him into his circle of people he cared about. He cleared his throat. I don't want to see you dead or injured either. The Gryffindor laughed softly. I bet you never thought you'd say that. The Slytherin smiled, shaking his head. Panic was evident as the Gryffindors gathered around the common room fire. Ron, Ginny, Luna, Neville, and Hermione sat a little farther away. They listened to everyone's speculations as to where Harry was and what was happening to him. What if Malfoy set him up? Ron whispered. Hermione's eyes flashed angrily. He has his faults, but he is not responsible for this. Look what his father did to him. He's not idiot enough to want to go back for more. Besides, Professor Snape is his guardian now. I don't trust Snape either, Ron added. I think Draco is at risk, also. Hermione's right, he wouldn't want to go back to his old life. He still hasn't recovered from what happened to him, Neville observed. Sure he has. Pomfrey and Snape made sure he did, Ron interjected. No, he hasn't. Physically, maybe, aside from his lungs, but not emotionally. He was having nightmares. Ron, think about it. Everything he had ever believed in started to break apart and the person he'd adored all of his life almost beat him to death. How can he be okay so quickly? It was only 4 months ago. Okay, fine, he's not okay, but he's Malfoy. I can't trust him fully. He better not do anything to hurt Harry. He won't hurt Harry, he admires him, Luna chimed in. Too bad we can't say the same for you-know-who, Ron stated. They all fell silent as they became preoccupied with thoughts of the green-eyed wizard they all cared so much about. Harry woke up the next morning to the sounds of Draco shrieking, "No!" Lucius pulled him up roughly. Your disobedience is wearing on my patience. I hate you. Draco shouted childishly in his anger. Harry's pulse beat rapidly. He wished Draco would calm down and at least pretend to go along with his father's plans. Lucius was just going to hurt him again. He tried with all his might to curse Lucius, but he held Draco too close as he dragged him out of the cell and he was afraid of getting him by mistake. As he sat alone in the cell, a wall of dread formed in his stomach. He knew in his gut that Voldemort wouldn't toy with him much longer, he would challenge him today. His hand came up to rub his scar. Would the potion have worn off enough so he could use this power? If it didn't, he'd need to get his hands on a wand, otherwise Voldemort would end his life. His thoughts turned to his friends back at Hogwarts. He had to make it out of this alive for their sake. If his power was back, could he use the killing curse on Voldemort? The thought of killing made him feel queasy, but then when he thought of what that man had done to his parents and how he had tricked him and because of that he lost Sirius, the hatred welled up in him, so powerfully that he was sure he could Avada Kedavra him. Maybe he could practice on Bellatrix first. Suddenly, he heard Lucius' voice coming from outside the window. He pulled himself up to the bars and peered out. It was apparent that Lucius was furious, his pale face flushed. Draco, likewise, looked mutinous, ready to spit at his father. You are a Malfoy. Doesn't that mean anything to you? It used to until you almost killed me. Lucius stopped walking and glared at him. How many times do I need to tell you, that was an accident? Was yesterday an accident, too? Using the Gaugurio spell on me and encouraging the Dark Lord to curse me. That was nice, father, I really felt like you cared, he sneered sarcastically. Lucius' eyes narrowed. I do care and I will do whatever is necessary to ensure that you follow the way of the purebloods and assist in ridding the world of all the scourge. Draco's eyes shone. If by scourge, you are referring to anyone not of pure blood, then you are referring to your master as well. Seconds later, Draco found himself screaming and writhing under the longest cruciatus he had ever experienced. When it finally ended, he lay trembling and gasping and desperately blinking. Do not ever speak in such derogatory terms about the Dark Lord. What do I have to do, Draco, to ingrain that into you? He reached down and pulled him up. There's nothing you can do because I won't serve him. I won't be his South Avenue. He cried out through the aftereffects of the pain. Lucius' eyes narrowed angrily and he grabbed Draco roughly. You think you can be defiant? His eyes glinted coldly and Draco shivered, knowing that look. You will take the dark mark and you will be a loyal Death Eater. You will be broken, Draco. His voice was low and menacing. He threw him against a tree hard. No, not again, he thought, his eyes watering. He inhaled sharply as ropes appeared, magically tying him to the tree. Lucius came up behind him. His hands dropped down and wrapped around Draco's waist, lifting him slightly away from the tree. Draco's heart raced as he suddenly found himself devoid of clothes. He shivered in the cool, damp air as he felt his father's lips close to his ear. I will enjoy watching the Dark Lord break you, he whispered. Draco snapped out of the thought of desperately wishing Snape were here to help him now. What was his father going to do to him? Beat him like this in front of the Death Eaters? Let them take turns at hitting him. Lucius patted Draco's hip. The Dark Lord will enjoy you immensely, Draco. He turned his head, looking at him as a sense of horror crept up his spine. What do you mean? He stammered. His father's eyes glowed demonically. He likes pretty blonde boys, and I will be rewarded for giving you to him. I told you I would break you, Draco, one way or another. Draco's mouth fell open. You mean he's going to? Realization dawned in him as his father smiled maliciously. He had heard rumors of certain Death Eaters, both male and female, who took pride in being the Dark Lord's lovers. No, father, no. Please, please don't do this to me. Fear and horror possessed him and his defiance vanished as he desperately pleaded. Please, I'm begging you, I'm your son, don't do this to me, please. He tried in vain to appeal to the man who was his father. My, Draco, what an emotional tirade. It really doesn't become you. I'm your father again, now am I. I clearly remember you saying you wish I wasn't your father and that Severus was. I have a good memory, Draco, and I do not forgive. With that, he stepped back, leaving Draco shivering and tied to the tree. From across the clearing, Harry had watched in horror as Lucius performed a spell that rid Draco of his clothes. What was he going to do? Cane him or some other violent punishment? His eyes widened as Voldemort came into the clearing. Voldemort looked hungrily at Draco. A shiver of horror went up Harry's back. He wanted to help, but without a wand and with the distance they were at, there was nothing he could do. If he hadn't been gripping the bars on the window so tightly he would crumpled on the ground. Please don't hurt Draco, he whispered. He watched in horror as Lucius waved his wand and Draco suddenly stiffened. Harry realized he must have stupefied him. Voldemort came up behind Draco, putting those long, white, bony hands on the pale skin. Harry shivered violently, bile rising in his throat. This happened on occasion in the Muggle world, it was a violent crime. Harry squeezed his eyes shut for a millisecond. How could Draco bear this? Suddenly, a large bang was heard from the other side of the clearing, stopping Voldemort in his tracks. Voldemort whirled and swept away. Harry took a deep breath in relief, his legs sagging. He had to let go of the bars and sink to the ground. After a few moments, he heard footsteps and his stomach plummeted. Was Voldemort coming for him? His heart raced as the cell door opened. He got a glimpse of Lucius with Draco limp in his arms. The elder Malfoy never even spared Harry a glance as he gently laid his son down. The strangest look was on his face. If it had been anyone other than Malfoy, Harry would have interpreted it as pity. As soon as the door shut, Harry raced over to Draco as fast as his shaky legs let him. Draco lay face down on the floor, fully clothed, yet his blonde hair was seeped in blood. Draco, what happened, are you okay? He touched his shoulder, but the Slytherin gasped and scurried on his knees over against the wall. He was trembling uncontrollably. It's just me, Harry, he said quietly, holding his hand out again towards him. Draco looked like a hunted, wild animal, his gray eyes wide with fright, his body shaking in terror. Then, with a cry, he doubled over retching. Once again Harry tried to put his hand on his shoulder, but the blonde whimpered, no. When the retching subsided, Harry spoke to him quietly. It's okay, calm down, we'll get out of here. Draco barely heard Harry, his mind swam with images of what had happened. Voldemort's hands on him, the tearing pain, the horror of what he had done. When he again felt a hand on his arm, he roughly shrugged it off, scrambled to his feet and bolted. Unfortunately, he ran right into the stone wall. He fell down, slamming hard onto the stone floor. With an agonizing cry of pain, he pulled himself to his knees, he body curled in a tight ball, shivering and rocking back and forth. The horror rose again and he found himself retching. Something warm was draped around his shoulders. Then he heard Harry's voice sounding far away. Calm down, I know it was awful, I can't believe Lucius would do that to you, but at least Voldemort, Harry hesitated, trying to find the right words. Voldemort didn't go through with it. Eyes wide with shock and panic looked up at him. He went though with it. Draco spat in a hoarse voice. Harry frowned. No, Draco, he was about to, but that explosion stopped him and he left. He didn't, hurt you. Draco shook his head violently. Harry grabbed his shoulders. Voldemort didn't err. He did. Draco hoarsely screamed at him before tearing out of his grasp. Don't touch me. Horror crept over Harry. He knew it wasn't Voldemort, but what if Lucius? The thought was too horrific to contemplate, yet Draco was obviously in an awful state of shock. Something terrible had happened to him. Could Lucius have violated Draco in that way? But they were back in the cell within minutes. There wasn't enough time, he was sure. But why, then, was Draco in shock? Slowly, he once again brought his hand up and this time very gently placed it on Draco's forehead. Whatever happened, it's over now and we will get out here alive. Gray eyes shimmering with unshed tears glanced up at him. I don't want to get out of here alive, he whispered brokenly. Shush, you don't mean that. I know you feel awful right now, but it will get better. You're strong and you can get past this, Harry stated reassuringly as he lightly stroked the blood-soaked hair, wishing he had a calming potion or a sleeping draught. A cry of pain fell from Draco's lips as he attempted to move. Harry moved closer, not sure of what to do to reassure him after what he thought had been done to him by Voldemort. He hesitantly put an arm around him. As the intensity of Draco's shivers increased, he pulled him closer, whispering reassurance. Eventually exhaustion closed over Draco as he fell limply against Harry's arm. He whimpered softly, hurts so much. A stab of pity shot through Harry. I wish there was something I could give you to make you feel better, he murmured quietly. Seeing someone suffering was an awful feeling. It literally hurt sitting there with Draco and feeling how much pain and despair he was in. He kept whispering, it's going to be all right, over and over again in the hopes of convincing Draco, as well perhaps himself. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.